2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. This is the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix live from Axton, Virginia. And as you can see, this is the country club of motocross. That's what we like to call it here at Lake Sugar Tree. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. An incredible motocross track mixed with an incredible off-road section hand-built by our very own Ethan Broach. Zach Herron here inside the studio with a very special co-announcer for this weekend, none other than Eagle Eye himself, Johnny Gallagher. Johnny, good to have you here with us at JDay.
Yeah, thanks, Zach, man. It's great to be here today. And what a beautiful day. You can see that our sunrise reflecting off the pond at Lake Sugar Tree. And I got to say, this is my first JDay, and I'm impressed, man. I mean, the grass is mowed, the track is prepped. I don't know if the fish are biting. I left my fishing gear at home, but we're getting ready to get underway with some racing action, and I couldn't be more excited about it.
That was strategic. We knew if we told you about the pond, I saw a couple of big ones caught yesterday. We would have lost Johnny midday. You know, all of a sudden he'd gotten real quiet. So had to keep you locked in here in the Fox studios. But as you can see from our TBT Racing live drone, this is, I think, one of my favorite setups of the year so far in 2026 for JDay. We've got the perfect blend, like we said, the country club of motocross, Lake Sugar Tree, a former pro national location in the late 80s, early 90s. Now a synonymous amateur motocross circuit. They've got Loretta Lynn's qualifiers, all kinds of great local racing. And then I really like the dynamic and the mix that we've got in our off-road section. Some field sections, some creek crossings, and, of course, as you can see, our FMF Extreme section. This is one of the fan favorites. The riders kind of hit or miss. Some love it, some hate it, but, man, it is certainly a dynamic spot on the course where at this round, you know it's extreme when we've got an easy go-around line as well. A little bit longer, but not going to have to go over those big logs. Our very own Ian Howells doing a little track preview. He made it look easy, but as I've said before, I'm staying away from the logs. My old man's racing today, coming up here in a little bit. I think he's going to avoid them as well. But out on course right now, we have got our Pee-wee classes, and it looks like the 617 out front leading the way, representing Blue Crew well.
That's right, representing Blue Crew and not taking that easy go-around straight through the Enduro section here, Enduro cross section, this lap one, and making it look pretty easy, though. But, yeah, I was actually just here a few weeks ago for the Loretta Lynn's, I believe it was the area qualifier, and had an opportunity to check out the moto track then, and saw some arrows in the woods, and I think that really piqued my interest for the JDay coming, and had the opportunity to come join you in the booth today, and couldn't be more excited about it. But, man, look at the prep they have done here on this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track, leaning her over. I don't know if that counts as slideways, but you can see they have the track prepped absolutely amazing here. The number 617 out there, like you mentioned, that Blue Crew machine. He's going to roll these doubles first lap around, check things out, and, man, racing action is underway, and bright and early, sun is shining. What a day.
No doubt about it. Yeah, that was Michael Kimichowski out front leading the way on the 617, currently leading our points in our Pee-wee Senior class. Got a couple of different classes out there right now. Our Pee-wee Senior, Pee-wee Trail Rider, Pee-wee Bantam, as well as our Pee-wee Electric, Pee-wee Squirt, and Pee-wee Girl. So, Johnny, coming from GNCC, this would be similar to what our micro classes would be, but this is going to be the next generation of JDay greats as we see Kimichowski making his way through that Yamaha finish line for first lap complete. Really cool the way they've been able to tie kind of the certain sections that we have here at JDay, your FMF Extremes, your Yamaha finish lines, into the already established Lake Sugar Tree Motocross Park. Now, you talked about it. Ryan Smith doing a great job of getting this course prepped up, and Ryan, well-versed as a rider and now as a track owner as well. He knows what this track needs, and he said, man, it's going to be a little tough this morning for some of those Pee-wee riders because we got to get the moisture in it. We got to rip this thing up deep, so it's going to be really raceable later in the day. So maybe a little slick on top, certainly a bit deep in spots.
Ooh,
but
there you see that
was some sideways
right
action right there. Yeah, so riders going to have to be a little touchy on the throttle. Some off cambers here in this motocross track as well. But Kimichowski really starting to stand out here in these Pee-wee divisions. He's been, I believe, at every single round so far this season. When taking a look, 18 points at round 1 and 22 points at rounds 2 and 3. So he is comfortably in that number 1 spot, 62 points out front of Crew Hopkins, who we at least have not seen so far this morning. So for the moment, Kimichowski could be looking to add to his points lead here in Pee-wee Senior.
Yeah, it looks like we have our second and third place riders checking in or checked in right now. We'll check our live scoring here in a minute, get you updates on those gaps. But as we can see, these riders now starting to really funnel through here. Noticed Kimichowski there really started to pick up the pace there in that last section of racetrack, actually clipping off a few of those doubles there on the Lake Sugar Tree motocross track. So definitely slick here this morning, but I can tell they have definitely put a bunch of water down to prep this, not only the moto track, but the entire facility here for this race today. You know, it's been incredibly dry here in North Carolina, so the farmers are talking about drought, but the dirt farmers have done a great job with this facility here today. Could not have better conditions to get the action underway here this morning.
Yeah, no, it's pretty incredible the amount of preparation that goes into this. I know we have Chad from the CGI facility, which was the location of our last round here, hanging out with us. Actually did some riding yesterday and was talking to him, and he had put out over 206,000 gallons of water just for his JDay event. Maybe not quite as much going into this Lake Sugar Tree. I know they had some rain earlier in the week, including maybe a little bit of sprinkles yesterday as well. But certainly impressive. Some
struggles in the
FMF Extreme section. It'll claim you, no doubt about it.
You can see going with the scoop tire this morning, that rider is there. And we got some assistants down there in the FMF Extreme section pointing out that there is a go-around.
Yeah, nothing like saying you should have gone back there and taken that Extreme one.
Looks like
stalled it again.
Yeah, she's got it handled, but going to give it a little assistance getting through here. I know this will be obviously a great opportunity for our races throughout the day for passes to be made. Like you pointed out, our man Ian Howe's doing a little preview of this section and showing there's some fast lines, and things get a little extreme in the extreme section for sure.
No doubt about it.
Looks like somebody's, I don't know if that's her dad, or someone's dad is in there. Got to love these Pee Wee races. Everybody jumps in, helps out. We're actually just outside of our JDay studio here. We see, actually, we've got some runners on the track. They're helping some of the riders get through the more difficult sections of the racetrack, just getting up to the finish line scoring chicane.
Yeah, big shout out to the JDay parents out there as we're watching a mom step in under the ropes, WWE style here, going to help the little one.
We're watching, look at this.
Look
help
at
all around the track. The 298 machine having some struggles. If you notice, Zach, it looks like they definitely ripped the track, possibly even looks like a Machio, as thin as it is there. It looks like they went and really cleaned it up, but then they left some of the sections. Looks like they drug it with a skid steer there to smooth it out, especially for these morning Pee Wee riders being first on track. Got to get the moisture in the ground, but you also got to get these little guys around.
Yeah, got kind of a tough balance there. Got to have a little bit of long-sightedness while also not going too deep. And great job from Ryan. Like we said, knows what this track needs, been putting a lot into it. And then Ethan doing a fantastic job of creating that off-road section from scratch, was able to walk it yesterday. And, man, really unique dynamic is, look at this, Kimachowski now getting creative with it.
Yeah, he was smooth through there, the first section.
Manhandling that. That was the Cody Webb style right there.
That section already starting to get a little bit chewed up and becoming more difficult for the riders here. But he is nearing the completion already now of lap number 2, really starting to stretch out a lead here on track.
Jumping back on board with our TBT Racing live drone. This is where our riders will enter the off-road section. So shortly after this rather large tabletop, don't believe any of our younger riders hitting this morning, but they will take a almost immediate 180 to the right, funnel back, and then peel off to the left into the wood section. So almost going to be a complete lap on the motocross track from where they re-enter to where they exit back into the woods. And then, as you can see, our rider on screen right now taking this easy line. It is going to be a little bit slower, but like we said, if you're not confident in your abilities over those logs, it's the line for you. But talk about confidence and abilities. Look at this. Kimachowski looking to put another lap in the books. He's got a down rider up ahead. Now they have to funnel to this inside to get into the Yamaha finish line. And that rider doing a great job of getting around the 127, who is desperately looking for some help.
Yeah, the 127 actually was the rider we saw kind of struggling their way through the enduro section just a few moments ago. Looks like she has got things fired up now, but that rear wheel is spinning. We can see the smoke flying off that little 65cc machine, but looks like she got it. But we're watching outside the studio, folks, but on screen, Simachowski is just pushing the pace out there and continuing to stretch that lead. Looks like we've got some assistance coming to the number 127. Looks like Lacey Brown by the number plate. Brow.
Yeah, it looks like
Lancy Brow.
Lancy Brow.
Is there an N in there?
You're eagle eye. I'm squinting hard here.
Buddy, I'm 48. The vision is starting to get a little blurry, although the monitor is far enough away that I'm able to make that out. But the 617 still out front, now starting lap number 3. Starting to get some ruts here already early on in this one. You can see that dry dirt churning up. Alternate line this time up over the roller on the inside. And now we've got some more help here And this is the same gentleman that was actually helping in the extreme section. But out front, leading the way, the 617 machine here early on in this one, running right on the edge of the fluff there. And look at that, up and over that big Lake Sugar Tree tabletop, ringing that 65cc machine out. And you can see just how sketchy and slippery it is for these riders here this morning. But, man, like you said, those Cody Webb skills.
Yeah.
Gotten feet. Oh, look at that. Oh, I was just going to say feet off the pegs.
Wow.
But
foot actually got sucked into the rear wheel. That was a strange one.
Yeah, he. That's what happens when you let that leg dangle. Sometimes you catch the ground and it'll get pulled behind you, but rare that your own rear tire catches you.
So Kimichowski on the charge here now. Johnny, here at JDay, most of our classes a 2-moto 30-minute format. For our Pee Wee riders, 1 moto 40 minutes. So a little bit more time on track, but this is their time to shine. Now we'll see riders like Kimichowski maybe in some later classes, but yeah, right now 40 minutes, going to have plenty of time to figure this course out.
Yeah, and you can see that rider there actually having the Camelback, making sure they've got their hydration this morning for this longer 40-minute moto. See here from our TBT Racing live drone as we continue to get the action underway here this morning. Riders working their way through the woods section now.
And you can see this is where the easy line pops out. It's just a couple of feet up above where the extreme section exit is, but costs them. It's kind of hard to say, Johnny. You know, it's a gamble. It's a risk. If you feel like you can get through that extreme section, no question about it, it's going to be a shorter distance, but it's the consequences. What happens if things go wrong? Going to wind up costing you more than if you would have just taken that go-around line. So going to be interested to see, especially in some of our B and C classes. I think that's where we're really going to see the dynamic. Our vet classes as well, where we'll have riders in the same class doing both of that. But as you can see right now, taking a look, Michael Kimichowski leading the way. Mason Lynch in that number 2 spot. Cole Wilkerson, I believe, is who you're seeing on screen right now, the Blue Crew rider, holding on to 3rd place with Cody May Lloyd and Jax Luska, another familiar name, running inside that top 5. And that was Laney Brown, I believe, that we were seeing on that 127.27 on the helmet.
There you go. So Laney Brown in the number 6 spot. This is your 3rd place rider on screen, the 298 of Cole Wilkerson, navigating another portion of this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track here. And he is working his way towards the completion of lap number 2.
This is going to be a tough spot here, especially for our Pee Wee riders going uphill. They got to funnel to this inside. Look, track crew member saying, gas it, you got to commit to it. Good job right there from Wilkerson, right up the inside and a tight chicane. That's going to be interesting to watch as well, especially as close as we've seen some of our riders checking in early in these races especially. And how many times now throughout the season has it come down to the wire? That real quick, narrow back and forth going to be an interesting way to close out the lap. But as you talked about, Johnny, those ruts starting to develop here in the motocross track.
Yeah, and that final finish line chicane there, definitely a passing opportunity, especially with the ruts starting to develop. You know, we're going to see multiple lines coming into that section. You're carrying so much speed coming off of the moto track into that finish line chicane. It's going to be interesting to see just how that one pans out. And looks like we've got our overall on the top there. Then we've got our Pee Wee girls. Looks like Cody May Lloyd, the 322 machine, leading the way. But on screen, Michael Kimichowski on the 617 Yamaha out front, starting to find his rhythm and really stretching out the gap here in the lead over the number 95 of Mason Lynch.
And this has kind of been the development that we've seen at Kimichowski all year long. As we take a look at our Luxon lap times from the last lap of 5:27 compared to a 6:03 the next closest. So almost 30 seconds faster than anybody else on course right now. And you can kind of tell that in the confidence the way he's riding, especially through that extreme section. Really kind of maneuvering the bike around, able to put it where he wants. Mason Lynch holding solid, kind of in that no man's land we talk about, Johnny. 6:03. Next fastest is going to be a 7:26 from Cody May Lloyd, actually. So really impressive lap time. Cole Wilkerson keeping it consistent, though, limiting those mistakes, turning a 7:43 on that last lap. But even right down to the backstretch here on the motocross track, Kimichowski really doing a good job of attacking spots that he's confident in and then doing what he needs to get through some of those more technical spots as well.
Well, Zach, we've seen every lap Kimichowski is just seemingly adding a little bit more speed on that Lake Sugar Tree motocross track. He started off kind of checking out the track there, rolling most of the doubles, and then lap after lap, he's just adding more speed, cleaning more of those doubles, just hitting the downside smooth, picking up speed, and now he's checked in for another lap complete, continuing to stretch out that lead, but still in the fight there in the number 2 spot, Mason Lynch there, with about 30 seconds a lap, with the 40-minute race, obviously that gap will start to open up. Here we have the 5:14 machine of Jax Luxa. He is working his way. Looks like he opted for that easy line around the FMF Extreme section. So sometimes discretion the better part of valor here in racing. It is a relatively short race at 40 minutes, but you got to get around the track clean if you want to get yourself to the finish line to have a chance to put yourself on the podium. Luxa sitting in that number 5 spot at the moment, trying to make some moves, get himself up in there in the mix for podium position. Looking at the Pee Wee Senior, it is Simichowski out front, Mason Lynch in the number 2 spot, and Cole Wilkerson still sitting in that number 3 spot. Zach, this is an interesting look here. We see the Mohawk, but it's not often that you see the goggle strap actually integrated into the Mohawk. He's using it to hold down the back of the Mohawk there, or maybe the Mohawk is holding the goggle strap in place. You just never know which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Yeah, this is OPAG style here. We had some throwback Thursdays posted on the gram the other day. Adam Gordon, the orange Mohawk representative, and I think it's added horsepower right there. It's guaranteed. You look good, you feel good. There's no doubt about it. And like you said, the goggle strap integration there. Now the question is, did they cut the Mohawk where the strap was going to be, or is it just matting it down?
No, you can tell by the way that goggle strap is sticking out that they're using that as a bit of an airfoil there for some additional aerodynamics. Working their way through back into the woods here at the Lake Sugar Tree facility, and is still Simichowski out front leading the way here in this one. But OPAG, our producer Adam Gordon, obviously rocking that Mohawk. I know when those things came out years ago, it was a great way for parents to be able to pick their kid out on track, and a great way for OPAG, our producer Adam Gordon, to express himself.
Absolutely. No, looking good, feeling good, and riding good as well. As taking a look, really getting to check things out. We've got a lot of great camera shots through our off-road section here. Going to be heavily relying on the TBT Racing live drone on the moto track. But like we said, Johnny, really unique in the sense of we got a lot of personality. We've got some tighter wood sections. Not, I want to say, maybe the tightest like we've seen at maybe a GNCC, but a nice flowy wood section into a field section or two. We've got some creek crossings, got some pretty serious off-cameras. And then on top of that, some areas where there's a bit more prevalent rocks, right? Some that you're going to actually have to maneuver around. And then some, especially right along that creek bed, you can tell just how moist the soil is, how easily it's going to wash away. Not for our peewees, but for the rest of the field. 2-moto format, I think we're going to see a lot of change throughout the day. And those pro racers especially, they absolutely rip these things up. No doubt about it, not going to be a ton of grass left here on these grass sections by the time today's all said and done.
No, and really prime track conditions here for this first moto this morning. The Pee Wee riders are out there. They're no ruts yet. They're just kind of starting to form the track in. So they're kind of drawing lines in the sand, drawing lines in the grass, and drawing lines in the dirt here at Lake Sugar Tree. And you can see the colors absolutely popping this morning from our TBT Racing live drone. And we've got that coverage through the woods. We've got all of our cameras out on the moto track, and this is the FMF Extreme section. Starting to notice that lap by lap, a lot of these riders that were given the FMF Extreme section a go on lap number 1 now choosing just to kind of cruise around in that easy line, the go around, if you will. And it's making sense because as the race goes on, kind of give it a go. If you're not smooth through there, it looks like you can carry a lot of speed around that alternate go-around route. Here we go, the 617 of Simichowski on screen, still choosing that hard right up the middle of that FMF Extreme section. We saw him with the foot off doing the bike pivot, and there he goes again, Cody Webb style, right up. And that takes a lot of racecraft right there, realizing that there is a little dirt on the end of that log, using that to just propel that machine up and over. And again, more and more speed each lap around here for Simichowski. He is not letting off. Well, he let off for that one, but as we watch him up around this left-hander, he's got a right-hander coming up, and then it will be the final stretch of Lake Sugar Tree motocross track here before our finish line scoring chicane. And as we watch him here, Zach, every lap he's adding a few more of these jumps in this rhythm section. It's a big step up out of the corner. I think he's going to hold off on that one. But the first lap through, he rolled this whole next section coming up, and now he's jumping about all of them, including this first one right out of this right-hander.
Well, and to your point there, Johnny, you can see the decisiveness. Now he knows where he wants to go, what lines he wants to take. Just like you said, takes that outside, knows he's got this next straightaway dialed in as he approaches us here in the Fox studios. And a lot of other riders having problems. Let's see how he's going to maneuver not only a rider, but Looks like some assistance being given to that rider as well as another lap gets ready to go in the books for Simichowski, the 6:17.
And the mud is flying.
Roosted the live drone.
Moisture they put in the ground here all the way to the outside, looking for some smooth running room, and you can see a lot of help here from the track crew, making sure these riders continue to make their way around and click off the laps.
Yeah, big shout out to all of our sweep riders as well as the staff and crew here at Lake Sugartree, assisting especially with all of our Pee-wee riders. But Simichowski right now says you guys can just sit back and enjoy the ride. I'm feeling good as here we go. Cole Wilkerson now drops back to the 4th place overall spot, but no worries, still is rocking the mohawk and looking good around this easy line. Cody May Lloyd has now jumped up to the number 3 position as we jump back to your leader, the 6:17, maneuvering his way around some lap traffic. And as you can tell, starting to find those maybe laid down lines a little bit more. You can see just how tilled up some of these sections are. Really got to try to get the moisture in deep so that it's not going to be dry by high noon. But, man, really seems like he's able to piece this course together. And this is something that I like as well, Johnny. We talk about, obviously, both of us working over on the GNCC circuit as well, where your course is a bit longer, especially on the big bike side of things, whereas here at JDay, number of laps going to be a bit more increased, and maybe the familiarity with the track going to be able to be increased a bit more as well. You remember exactly this tree or that rock rather than having 12 to 14 miles to deal with it. But on top of that, I almost feel like these courses maybe change a bit more just because of how many laps are getting put on them throughout the day. So Simichowski, like you said, this is a picture-perfect course. And a great way to start the day. Whoa, that is slideways action and not the kind he was hoping for. Simichowski doing a great job of backing her down.
Great save, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he sensed that the back end was starting to step out there. You can see him now swinging way wide here in this right-hander to get to some better dry dirt on the inside and then hard on the throttle back into the woods here. Man, it's like you pointed out, the track will be a living, breathing organism here today, Zach. It is absolutely changing. It looks like, oh, for a minute there, that was just a shadow, but thought Simichowski may have gone down. But these sections of track, obviously just a few sweep laps around them before our first race here this morning, so no ruts. But as things are developing here, we're really starting to see the track shape up. What was a perfectly groomed surface by the end of today is going to be absolutely destroyed. We're going to see so many different lines, which ultimately just creates more passing opportunities for these riders. But these Pee-wee riders out here in this 8 a.m. race are the first ones laying down lines. You can see what was beautifully mowed grass. That's going to be chewed up, and we're going to see dust kicking up this afternoon. In fact, a little bit of dust already kicking up there. Looks like Simichowski might actually be catching up to, I think that might be Cole Wilkerson there in front of him. So lapping up into the top 5 overall here. Wilkerson moves over, lets Simichowski through, and he is just clicking off the laps here in this one. 4 laps complete, working on lap number 5 now. Simichowski on that 6:17 machine out front, leading the way. And looking at those gaps, he is continuing to just open up that gap over our second-place rider, Mason Lynch, who I believe we did just have a camera shot of a moment ago. First time we had seen Lynch here on screen, but our crew doing a great job of following our leader, Simichowski, around the course here and showing just how dynamic this race course is here this morning.
Continuing to watch the 6:17 up on the peg. Really like what I'm seeing, the way he's setting these corners up, starting out wide, sweeping to the inside. Looks like Wilkerson going to try to latch onto the back of him, see if he can pick up a few things as well. Meanwhile, Jax Luska there in the 5th place position, leading the way on points out of your Pee-wee Bantam class. Look at that, right on cue. There is the KTM rider, the 5:14, looking solid. Another rider that we're seeing turn in consistent race results. We've had him in a ton of our rounds so far this season, and maybe not always at the front of the field in the sense of the fastest, but so good at limiting those mistakes. 40 minutes, a lot of things can happen, even just like this on your screen. Your leader, who has looked almost flawless through the extreme section throughout most of the day today, now finds himself in just a bit of trouble. So that's all it takes, Johnny, is one bad run through the extreme section, and it can cost you big time. Simichowski in a good spot, got plenty of time behind him, like we said, well out front. But a good example of what can happen. You can look smooth all day long. It just takes that one bad run through something like the extreme section.
Yeah, as Simichowski here now working on the completion of lap number 5. Looking back at our total elapsed time, looks like he's got about a 2-minute and 20-second lead over Mason Lynch in that number 2 spot. So he is laying it down out there this morning. But like you said, little mistakes like the one we just saw in that FMF Extreme section really can add up, and we may see this one close up here as the race continues on.
Yeah, big shout out there to Mason Lynch. Take a look at our Luxon lap times from our last lap. Simichowski still looking solid, about a 5.5 minute lap time, but Lynch dropped down from what I believe was almost a 7.5 minute lap time to now a 5:57, so cut over a minute off of lap time. Meanwhile, Cody May Lloyd has stayed as consistent as you can get, running a 6:27. I believe it was a 6:24 the last time we looked at our lap time chart. So really consistent about that 6.5 minute. And then Wilkerson has dropped it back down as well to a 6:39. So as we see, Johnny, the track's starting to get broke in just a little bit more. The riders getting a little bit more comfortable, and those lap times starting to drop as they're able to attack that course just a little bit more. Meanwhile, look at that. That was almost a big get off for our leader. Simichowski got just a little bit off balance. The bike stepped out to the side, and that could have been a big one. Once again, a solid save from the 617 out front.
Yeah, and as we watch the track kind of come to life here, you know, we noticed on lap number 1, a lot of water laid down. We know it's a long day of racing, trying to keep the dust down, especially here on this moto section. But Simichowski, he's been getting loose a couple times. But other than the one mistake he made where he had the left foot kind of, actually it was in this next corner coming up, had his foot sucked into the rear wheel. He is really just kind of finding the good dirt, finding the grip, pushing the pace. We see the track crew out there continuing to work on that track, and so much help for these young riders around the course, making sure everyone gets around safely and keeps the race action moving on.
Taking a look, Pee Wee Squirt, Lane Fury out front leading the way over Reed Pritt. Looks like Jack Luska still out front leading the way out of our Pee Wee Bantam class, and sitting in the top 5 overall as well. Then we take a look at Pee Wee Senior. It is the 617 of Simichowski leading the way. Mason Lynch and Cole Wilkerson 1, 2, and 3. And looks like they've now moved back into 1, 2, and 3 on the overall, as well as Wilkerson jumps back up to that 3rd place spot.
And that really is developing into a battle over that final overall podium position between Wilkerson and Cody May Lloyd. They have been swapping that position back the last few laps and continuing to just slide around here. They are really just kind of trying to find that good dry dirt. You can see it is starting to dry up, though, as the sun getting a little higher in the sky now, drying up from all the water that was put down. And there is Simichowski up and over that tabletop there. I'm telling you what, Johnny, I want to, as Simichowski gets ready to drop back into the woods, I want to take a look at the finish line once again. If we can get a replay on that. Watch and take a look at our red line replay. So Simichowski gets hard on the throttle, starts to slide out, and man, that was a big one, Johnny. Easily could have high-sided over the edge there, and also looked like he was really close to sucking the other foot into the back wheel as well. So sometimes kicking the oars out, or the skis as we like to call them, is good. Sometimes it can cost you in a big way, but man, that red line oil replay, another great save, I should say, by the 617 of Simichowski. Yeah, like you said, Zach, sometimes you got to get those skis out, make sure you get yourself a little bit stable coming through some of these sections of racetrack. We like to call that one a tank slapper. Yes. You could see he just went ahead, had the body up over the front end, correct body position to try to fix that little mistake he had going on there. And we see some more riders. Here we see on screen the 127. 127 on the machine, but that's 27 on scoring. That is Lainey Brown on that Husqvarna machine, working her way up. She's had some struggles with that final hill there coming up to the chicane, but now through and checked in with another lap complete. Wilkerson on the charge here on your screen. The TBT Racing live drone picks him back up. And once again, look at this. Cody May Lloyd retakes that 3rd overall spot. So a true back and forth between Wilkerson running on the backside of the top 3 for Pee Wee Senior and Cody May Lloyd, who is leading the way for your Pee Wee girls class right now. They flip-flop just about every time they've come across the stripe. Yeah, that's actually Mason Lynch there on screen. No camelback. Looks like Wilkerson on a 298 does have that camelback. That's the 95 of Mason Lynch. Good spot there, yeah. And he's got that. That was the Mohawk rider we were talking about earlier. Couldn't quite make out the numbers, but he is really starting to find his groove out here, up into the number 2 spot. And as you pointed out just a few moments ago when we saw those lap time recaps, he is really finding his groove. Oh, but you can see even Lynch is continuing to struggle to find grip here, and he is just tiptoeing his way through some of these corners. And then once he gets to that better dirt, hard on the throttle, let's see if he goes for the big step up here out of the right-hander. About half of it. Caught some air. Yeah, absolutely. The Mohawk helped him stay straight and stable. Also works as aerodynamics. We talked about that earlier. And man, just through the rollers here on the inside of that left-hander. Taking a look over his shoulder, making sure there's nobody behind him. He does not want to give up that number 2 spot. He has been holding it the last several laps and trying to track down our leader, Michael Simichowski. We did see Simichowski have some struggles there in that FMF Extreme section, but he has found his rhythm and is now continuing to open up that gap.
Yeah, back onto the motocross track for the 617. Already put another lap in the books for our Woods Loop. As the Yamaha rider looking extremely solid here on the backside of the motocross track. Really doing a great job of using the natural terrain to his advantage, going wide up on those big berms, cutting back down underneath, making the most of the track.
Zach, looking at lap times here, hovering right around that 6-minute mark for your leader, Simichowski. Wondering if this one is going to turn out to be a 7-lap race, or if we're going to go 8. I know you said this was going to be a 40-minute race. We'll see if we do see a white flag waving here. This will be 6 laps complete for Simichowski when he checks in here. Just one more corner. Don't see a white flag in hand just yet, so looking like maybe... Oh, there it is. White flag is out. One more lap around this Lake Sugar Tree facility here for Simichowski, and he is looking to put the finishing touches on a masterful race here. One more lap standing between him and the win here today. As you pointed out, I believe this is the only class that has just a 1-moto format.
Yes, correct. Everything else going to be a 2-moto, 30-minute format, but 40 minutes one time here for the Pee-wee, so it is your time to shine. And Simichowski been shining all morning long. Just got to do it for one more trip around this Lake Sugar Tree course, the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. And I think he's going to go through this extreme section again, too. I think he has nailed this thing down at this point. He's had his struggles and still didn't tip over.
Yeah, we saw him off the bike that last lap through pushing. The first lap cleaned it, and then it's kind of been hit or miss the last few laps there. We've seen him doing some of the off the bike. We've seen him dabbing the foot, keeping that rear wheel down, and keeping traction. And we will find out here in just a moment after he works his way through this wood section. Looks like this is the 322. That is Cody May Lloyd. Third overall, has gotten now back around Wilkerson just when we thought that Wilkerson had nailed down that final overall podium position. No, the 322 of Cody May Lloyd up into that third place overall and leading the way in our Pee-wee girls class. Looks like the 97 on screen there. That is Lane Fury, our Pee-wee Squirt. I like that name. Oh, yeah. Squirt, just the little guys. There is the 95 of Mason Lynch, again around that alternate go-around line there, the easy way, as he is making some moves coming through for what will be his white flag lap, unless Simichowski is able to actually make the pass. Because looking at things on screen here, we should be seeing Simichowski coming through that FMF Extreme Enduro section just about any moment here.
And I'm telling you what, Johnny, it may say easy way on the side, but I walked that thing yesterday. Still very complex, and got to know what you're doing, what lines you're trying to take through there as well. Nothing completely easy here at JDay, but certainly not quite as challenging as our FMF Extreme section. But, man, Simichowski been on it all day long, nailing that section so far here today.
Back to the 322 machine of Cody May Lloyd. Oh, looks like a little pit stop action. Oh, we're going to get some fuel in
Yeah, look
here.
at this, having to do a fuel stop here right before the white flag.
I do know things can be tight on fuel. Looks like that is a little Cobra machine there. You can see Cody May Lloyd off the machine. You can see some mud on the left side of her lit kit there, looking like she has been down on the ground, and he has been down on the ground. And now we're back to Mason Lynch there, the number 95. There will be a white flag waving in Lynch's future, meaning he is going to have one more lap around this track. And look at that reflection off the pond. What a beautiful morning here. That also gives him the opportunity. We do know Simichowski out there on track has already received that white flag, but if he has any struggles at all, Mason Lynch did not get lapped. So we saw Simichowski stretching it out about 30 seconds a lap throughout this race, but he is still in the fight here. Mason Lynch in the number 2 spot, and still waiting and watching here for Simichowski at our FMF Extreme section.
Yeah, should not be long, any second now, before we expect your leader to pop out of the woods one more trip through the FMF Extreme section. And then the back half of this Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park motocross track. Been looking solid all day long. Perfect blend there from your leader as he continues to dominate so far. We'll see if maybe we can grab a word with him after he takes the checkered flag, but still got to get there first. Can't count anything out, anything possible. We've seen it so many times here in the final few laps of racing, Johnny, where things flip-flop, all of a sudden chaos ensues. But Simichowski extremely close to bringing home the first checkered flag of the morning.
There he is on screen.
Right on cue.
A pass on one of our Pee Wee Squirt riders there. Simichowski looking down the barrel of his final trip through this FMF Extreme section. Up and over that first log, smooth as silk. Oh, gets hung on that second log there. Some assistance right away. See the pipe getting hung there. Now he's on the frame.
That was an impressive kick that he got started.
This was where he had the struggles just a lap ago. He was off the machine. No. Clean as a whistle right through there. Simichowski now nothing but a few corners on this motocross track here, standing between him and what will be the moto and overall victory here. Working his way through, just a few more sections to go. Simichowski on screen, pushing the pace. Just a few more corners will be a win here. The first winner of the day here at JDay from our TBT Racing live drone. Simichowski has led this one from the drop of the green flag out front on that 617 Yamaha machine. And this is it, folks. The final straightaway, and Simichowski looking down the barrel of the first victory of the day here. Taking his time, taking that inside line. You can see the dirt really starting to dry up here out of this corner. He's got this rhythm section dialed. Double, another big step on and off of that, and just one more right-hand turn, and he will be in the finish line chicane. And our man Zach Heron headed down to grab the interview and get the thoughts from Michael Simichowski and see how he was feeling out there. And obviously he was feeling good, because that's it. The checkered flag is waving. Simichowski takes the win here, and that puts the wraps on our first race of the day here from our TBT Racing live drone. Simichowski taking a look over, looking back to see where Mason Lynch is at. Mason Lynch still out there on track on his final lap. And speaking of out on track, look at the conditions here today. If you're watching from home, folks, you're missing out. You need to be here. The action is fast and furious already here, starting off at 8 a.m. And looks like we've got some of our Pee Wee Squirt riders working their way through here as well.
All right, Johnny. Well, I am going to jump in here with our overall winner from our first moto of the day, Michael Simichowski. Man, you get the job done. We had a couple of close calls out there. The foot got stuck in the rear wheel. Take us through what happened out there.
It was definitely rough, slick, but it was fun.
What was your favorite part? I know we had some field sections, obviously a great motocross track as well. What do you think was your strongest section out there?
Field and woods.
Now take us through the FMF Extreme section, man. We saw a couple of our Pee Wee riders trying that thing out, but you were getting it lap after lap. Had a couple of hiccups on there, but overall looked really strong. What's the secret to getting through that?
I don't know. I just go over it.
Hey, just don't overthink it, right?
Yeah.
No doubt about it, buddy. Well, who's helping you out? Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, and everyone who came.
All right, that's Michael Simichowski, your Pee Wee Squirt winner here this morning from the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix.
All right, folks, there you had it. Right from the racers on track, Simichowski giving us an update of just how things went out there for him, grabbing the win here in our first moto of the day in that Pee Wee Senior class, and grabbing the overall as well. And here we will have our next moto lining up, getting ready to go on our way. Our man Zach Heron joining us back here in the booth. Quick little transition. Jumped on his Lamborghini. Check. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
We're back.
Yeah, Michael making it look easy out there, and not overthinking it, too. Keeping it simple, right? I love when these guys are like, you guys always think there's some extreme strategy. Like, I'm just riding. I'm just going. Yep. They keep it very simple here in the Pee Wees, and I like it. Don't overthink it. It gets the job done. So Michael absolutely nailing it here at first thing this morning as we continue to hang at the Yamaha finish line, try to watch the rest of our crew. Looks like one of the P-Dub riders got his work cut out for him, and if I was that sweep rider, I would probably hit. Okay, we do have some help here at this next hill, because that's going to be quite the ask. As looks like that might be Wilkerson making his way towards a checkered flag now as well.
Wilkerson has checked in. Checkered flag is waving. Looks like he was able to hang on to that number 3 spot in class, but we will have to wait and see if Cody May Lloyd was able to make that pass. They were back and forth every lap, Zach, for that final overall podium position. Now we see one of our Pee Wee Squirt riders up and over and into the final finish line chicane, and that is a rider that you can tell they're going to have some war stories to tell when they get back to the truck. You know, Dad's going to say, well, you did good. Dad, you have no idea what it was like out there.
The kid is ready for an ice-cold juice box right now and has certainly earned it after 40 minutes of battle here this morning. Our Pee-wees kicking off the program as we continue to watch here at the Yamaha Racing live drone. Going to wait for the rest of the field to make their way through. So let's take a look at how things got started. Looks like that might be Cody May Lloyd making her way through to a checkered flag, but what a way to kick things off here for round 4 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Series, our MX Trophies race recap. And, man, you want to talk about looking solid from start to finish. Michael Simichowski, little bit of hiccups there. Foot got caught in the rear wheel, and that was not near as big as it could have been. He did a great job of checking up before things got worse, pulled that foot right back out and got right back to business. There you see the 127 making her way through as well, keeping the feet out when she needs. But at the end of the day, Michael Simichowski, you can try to take him down as many times as you want. He's not going to give up, and he takes it all the way to the checkered flag. Well, how about it? The Pee-wees are done and dusted here for round number 4. We get ready for our next moto, Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Girls coming up. But let's take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It was Michael Simichowski leading the way and grabbing the win. Mason Lynch going to grab that number 2 spot. And there it is, Johnny. Cody May Lloyd steals away that 3rd place overall position at the checkered flag. Cole Wilkerson going to drop back to the number 4 spot. Jax Luska, Laney Brown, Lane Fury, Reed Pritt, and Presley Lloyd going to round out your Pro Taper Top 10 here from the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. First race of the day. Well, we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be back with more Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix racing here from the Fox JDay Offroad Series. We'll be right back. JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassinari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS. taking a look at the legendary Moto Museum of none other than the professor himself, Gary Bailey. Actually lived here on the property and might just stop by and give a little bit of the knowledge from the professor himself here as well later this afternoon. But so cool, able to catch up. And if you guys want to hear a little bit more about kind of the professor's thoughts on GP racing, modern day motocross racers in general, go over to Stoke Media and JDay Offroad social media. Our director John Hampton doing a great job of kind of sitting down and actually breaking down the thoughts from the professor. Really cool to be able to get that level of insight. Been here essentially since the conception of the sport here in the U.S. Such an instrumental part of training so many riders. Of course, the legend David Bailey, riders like Travis Pastrana, even here more locally, Cooper Webb, and then our very own Ryan Smith, actually of relation to Gary Bailey and the Bailey family. So really cool to be able to pass down that information from generation to generation, and really cool to hear his insight about what he thinks about racing of yesterday compared to racing of today. So if you want to learn more, want to catch those full interviews, go over to Stoke Media and JDay Offroad social media, and we've got those posted up there as well. And like I said, we might just get lucky and have our very own class session here later this afternoon live on Racer TV and GP TV. Well, we've got a couple of minutes before our next race gets kicked off. We're going to get our riders set up on the line, but we're going to sign off here momentarily on the broadcast. Kind of just hang here, and we'll be back when we get ready for our next Moto Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls coming up here in just a few minutes from the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix, Round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Series.
camera I am? They never told me. I was originally on 10, and then they said like people didn't show up, so they switched me to this camera. And they just never told me what the camera was. So I've been running it, but I don't think they even been using it because I heard they also have been having it. Why they have it right there.
Probably because they can't get the drone back in there, so it's something.
But I mean, I can only get them when they.
Just letting it be locked off.
All right, well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 4 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. This is the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix, and sitting on the line is Moto number 2. Row 1 going to be your Super Mini class. Row 2 going to be our Mini Senior 12 to 15 and Mini Junior 6 to 11. And then row 3 going to be our girls class. Sitting on the line, and there it is. The Fox green flag waves, and it looks like a lone survivor out there in the Super Mini class. This is one of my favorite starts, Johnny. Obviously, I'm a motocross guy. I'm used to the starting gates up at the top, but really cool the way Ethan and the JDay crew have integrated this downhill start, very unique here at Lake Sugar Tree, into this JDay program. You're lining up at an angle. The drone doesn't quite do it justice. You got to control that front brake while also starting that machine. And as you can see, 30-second car going up. Mini Senior and Mini Junior going to be coming up next. And you look in that inside corner, you just see the front number plate of the 617 Simichowski going to be going 40 minutes. Checked it off. Now got a whole nother 30-minute moto coming up next.
Yeah, it looks like we also have the 127 of Laney Brown. It may show up on scoring here in a few moments, as the number 27 was just out there in that Pee Wee race as well. So a lot of riders doing back-to-back double duty here early on this morning. Looking at our Mini Junior 6 to 11, and look at that. Flag drops, and they are off. Bunch of riders here in this one.
Yeah, this is one of our favorite classes to watch, and whoa, a lot of battles going on right off the rip. A lot of these kids, they don't care if you're a junior, if you're a senior, if you're in front of me, that's a problem. I want to get you behind me, and so always a ton of fun to watch. Now, this is the first of our classes where they will have a 2-moto format, so we will see these riders again later this afternoon, just about, let's see what time their second moto is, just about 1 p.m. or so after our first pro moto of the day. Oh, one rider going down just in front of another.
Oh, that's Simichowski.
How about that?
He had some local track knowledge, but not quite able to put it to use. Looks like possibly connecting with another rider there. We can see from our TBT Racing live drone here in about corner number 4. Things starting to dry up, but still very slick on some of these insides, ruts and parts of the track that did not get used just yet. See Laney Brown off the line. Looks like another rider as well here in our girls class.
So our girls off and rolling, should have a clean and clear start here for Moto number 2, race 1 of Moto number 2. Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and girls. Yeah, it looked like that rider might have gone down right in front of Simichowski, kind of ran right into him, nowhere he could go. Get it picked back up, and like you said, use that kind of local track knowledge. He's already got the lines picked out, knows exactly where he wants to put that machine, as does this young lady as well, the 27 ride, looking solid as she gets set for another 30 minutes of battle, this time here in our girls class.
Yeah, going back-to-back, having just done a 40-minute moto and now just starting off on another 30, that is going to be an hour and 10 minutes of racing with just about a 15-minute break in between there. So these riders...
Then you add another 30,
right?
30.
At the
end of the day, so going to be a lot of racing.
Hour and 40 minutes for Laney Brown, Michael Simichowski, and several of these other Pee Wee riders that have already put in 40 minutes here. We can see the track sweep crew getting underway, making sure these riders work their way through. Now we've got our woods cameras up and going. We were told possibly some technical difficulties for our morning Pee Wee race, maybe some rodents chewing through the fiber cable, so that is an expensive little snack for those little critters. But now we can see our Caselli Foundation, our KC66 Pro line here, coming through, splashing through that water. It is our Mini Senior rider out front, and he is now experiencing this course for the first lap around, and man, what great views we have here this morning. We can see the woods in great shape. Just one race so far through this section, and we know this is going to get chewed up, Zach, but getting started here, and now we're back to some of our grass track section. See the mud already flying from, and actually...
That's the 95, yep. Recognize the Mohawk.
Yep, we recognize the Mohawk.
Lynch looking solid on the Kawasaki now. I believe that was actually your lone Super Mini rider out front leading the way. Now we've got 2 different creek crossings here on this LSTGP track. One actually got an option for a jump. Woo, as that rider almost went over the front of the bike. Good save right there on the KTM, but going to be fun to watch. And, yeah, like you said, those fiber lines, not near as tasty as they look, right? Might be nice and colorful, but certainly not a snack. But great job to our entire Stoke Media crew getting that fixed up here on the fly, and now got some extra eyes here in the woods. Got a couple of split lane options as well. So this track, like we talked about, a lot of personality and really going to be exciting to watch, see how that develops and changes throughout the day, as well as we pop on board with your Super Mini leader right now, getting ready to put that first lap in the books. Going to be looking at a Yamaha finish line here in just a moment. Meanwhile, here comes your mini junior, mini senior crowd as well. Man, the Mohawks are popular today. We're looking at 3 different colors of Mohawks going on right now, Johnny.
Yeah, 3 different colors of Mohawks, and you know that's the parents wanting to make sure they can pick their rider out. And a little more slideways action here. You can see the pace picking up in this one here on lap number 2. You can see some more Mohawks here in that FMF Extreme section. More riders working their way through. Oh, and we got one down.
Oh, man, and that's the risk. Like we talked about, things are going great, but it's how much does it cost you if things go wrong? That's what you got to keep your eye out for. Now, here we see our riders making their way through that creek crossing, and where those riders were actually kind of funneling down, that can be a jump. We saw our very own Ian Howes doing a great job of launching over that thing, made it look so easy, but certainly requires a lot of commitment as well. And then this is an interesting section as well. Now, this for our amateur riders, pretty much exactly what you see. They come back across the creek and funnel back in. But that orange tape that you see behind, we just kind of flashed by, that is the Kurt Caselli Pro line, and that is only reserved for our pro race coming up just after 12 o'clock this afternoon. So that is going to be one off. It's not going to have any other tire marks on it, and it is certainly going to be more difficult. I know a couple of our riders not even realizing that was a separate line that they were going to have to run, going to have to go back out into the woods and scope that out here first thing this morning. But take a look at this, a battle through the FMF Extreme section. Look at this, time made or time to be lost. One rider getting hung up big time.
Well, and we've got 2 kind of, we won't call them alternate lines because they're side by side, but we can see as the chaos is really starting to unfold here in this FMF Extreme section from our TBT Racing live drone. So we've got that left-hand line on camera when you come out of the corner, and there's Simichowski. He's already got several laps through this section, so he knows where the good line's at, but even he's having some challenges here, Zach. But this is really going to be a deciding factor, especially in some of these later races. We can see to the right there, the way that section is set up, those riders can actually come out of the corner, go over that first log, and then double through there. Like you said, there was a little preview from that section. Dirt flying, track crew and parents assisting. Simichowski still, we got another Mohawk in front of him there working his way through that section.
Looks like 485 at about 430 here. Bumper-to-bumper traffic. Nobody going anywhere fast. People out of their car, running all over the place.
And, it's really going to loom large, I think, later on in this race. If these riders, as much time as they're losing on such a short track going through this FMF Extreme section, we saw so much in our Pee Wee race just a few moments ago where riders that maybe had some struggles through this section, as more struggles now here. See if we can catch a number on that machine. Looks like a 27 on the plate, which we do have the 27 of Laney Brown. That is not Brown there, so we may have 2 27s out there in 2 different classes. Laney Brown in our girls class. This looks like one of our mini junior riders here on the number 27 machine, getting some help from the JDay track crew there, getting that machine turned around, pointed over the logs. But as I was saying a moment ago there, Zach, we've got some option lines through there. When you come out, if you carry your speed around the outside, don't think we'll see it here in this race, but in some races coming up, we're going to see riders actually doubling up over that big concrete pipe. And now these riders checking in. There is Simichowski for his now 9th lap complete. He did 8 in that Pee Wee race, or 7 in that Pee Wee race earlier. So now 8 laps complete around this facility already, making some moves, making some passes, and working his way up through the ranks. Grabbed a win in our first moto of the day here, and looking to back it up with another solid performance here on what looks to be an 85. He was out there on a 65 just a moment ago in that Pee Wee class. Now stepping up to a little bit bigger machine there. Simichowski using that local knowledge. Although I did see, looks like he comes out of Massachusetts. So a long drive down here for the Simichowski family. A lot of riders in that Pee Wee class out of Virginia, so we got a lot of local riders possibly experiencing one of their first, if not their first, JDay race here this weekend. And now here is your mini senior class leader. It is the 770.
It looks like 177 on the sticker.
There you go.
So we'll get timing and scoring up, let you know exactly what those names are looking like. But that is your leader out of the super mini class, and physically out front leading the way. Like you said, Simachowski leading the way not only in our Pee Wee senior, but in our mini junior class as well. Josh Gravely, or Josiah Gravely, I should say, out front leading the way on the 177. Looks like Steele Henderson in that number 2 spot. Ryland Keats, Mason Lynch, Caroline Dawson out there as well on the 551. Easton Owen, Kendrick Pena, Cole Wilkerson, Michael Simachowski, and looks like Weston Willard rounding out your top 10 early as we hop on board with that TBT Racing live drone. The super mini rider looking solid. Gravely a 4:15 on that last lap through the Luxon last lap times, and he's getting ready to add another one to the books.
Just like we saw with Simachowski in Moto number 1, looks like Gravely starting to get more and more comfortable with each passing lap here around this moto track. We saw him that first lap look like he was keeping the front end high over the doubles, and that is veteran move when you're lap number 1 and you're just not quite sure if you've got enough speed to clear those doubles, get to the downside of those obstacles. Keep that front end high just in case you come up short. Yep. If you're going to need a lawyer and you're going to have a case, you might as well keep that front end high. Now back into the woods there. Another Mohawk. So many of the Mohawks here in our youth ranks this morning. Looking at our overall rundown is Gravely leading the way, Henderson in the number 2 spot, and Ryland Keats rounding out your overall podium right now. Mason Lynch in the number 4 spot, another rider who was already with us in that Pee Wee race this morning. Looks like it is the 426, and that is Ryland Keats there in that 3rd place overall spot out of that mini junior class.
Yeah, Keats looking solid, and I misspoke. Actually, Josiah Gravely out of our mini senior class, so not even out of the super mini class, was looking so strong. I thought there was no way he wasn't, but looking really solid in the top of our mini senior class. Meanwhile, Steele Henderson, Ryland Keats, Mason Lynch running 2, 3, 4 with Caroline Dawson rounding out your top 5, leading the way out of our girls class here at the moment.
And there we see looked like Keats taking that option line around the FMF Extreme section. So we saw so many riders having some struggles there in lap number 1. We'll see how that pans out as this one continues to race on. Things are getting difficult in that extreme section with just only the 2nd race on lap number 2 here. We know that dirt's going to get pushed around before those lugs. Look at this little problem here for Josiah Gravely, your overall leader. Looking like he stalled that machine, trying to get it fired back up, and he needs to take some lessons from Kickstart Kenny because that thing is not firing up. And the way it shut off, it almost didn't look like he stalled it. We may potentially have a bike problem here for our overall and class leader, Josiah Gravely. He kind of came off that roller, didn't even look like he got on the brakes, and the machine just shut off. Almost looked like he reached for the gas cap for a moment there. So hopefully not a situation where somebody forgot to put gas in the machine before the race got started, because just now on lap number 2, or actually starting lap number 3, looks like we may have a new overall leader if Josiah Gravely is not able to get that number 177 KTM machine refired, because Steele Henderson, Ryland Keats, Mason Lynch, and the rest are tracking him down right now.
Yeah, you said it, Johnny. Kind of a weird spot. I was thinking the same thing, a unique area to have something like a stall happen, but hopefully Gravely going to get that thing fired back up, and they're still having problems trying to get it restarted. Meanwhile, Henderson trying to steal away that number 1 spot on the 508 ride.
On screen, the number 8 of Easton Owen looking to move up, currently sitting in that number 8 overall, or number 6 overall spot on the number 8. But look at this. It looks like Gravely not able to get that machine refired, and that means we are going to have a new overall leader here in this one. Now it's the 298, and that is Cole Wilkerson. Saw him out there this morning in that Pee Wee race, still wearing the Camelback. Now it makes even more sense.
Oh, yeah.
We saw he had a 40-minute moto, had that hydration, but we didn't know he was going to go back-to-back and have another 30 minutes with just a very short little break in between there. Back to this section of racetrack, we see the not a lot of rain here in Virginia. Now we got some more people over trying to help Gravely get that machine going. He was your overall leader. He has now given up that position. The machine shut off coming over that roller you see to the right there. Back to the action here, the 298 of Wilkerson on screen, and man, he is cooking through the woods here, Zach.
Yeah, Wilkerson's looking really solid, and another rider, like we said, that has that experience. I think the nerves kind of going away a little bit after that first moto, and not to mention the confidence. He knows where he's trying to go. Maybe didn't have the first moto that he was hoping for. I believe rounding out that top 5 overall, maybe in that 4th spot or so. But now he's got a fresh start. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and this is what I was going to talk about. We see so many of these young riders attempting that extreme section on lap 1, and then a lot of them saying, you know what, I've learned. I don't need to hit that on lap number 2 moving forward. So it might be a little bit longer as far as the physical distance, but I think that's going to save him some time. So Wilkerson playing it smart this time. It looks like one rider having some problems through that extreme section.
Well, we caught a shot there as we were switching cameras of Simichowski coming through that FMF extreme section, a rider that was really clean through there in that Pee Wee race earlier today. And when he came into that section, having started on a further back row from that mini junior class and also having quite a few riders ahead of him on track in his own class, he didn't really have an opportunity to have a clean line through there. But is this our leader?
That might be Gravely.
Looks
might
like
be fired back up.
Yeah, Josiah's got that machine running, had a lot of help there trackside, and he is, look at this, sense of urgency, 10 out of 10. We got the goggles hanging off the left
put 'em
arm.
back on.
Yep, that machine shut off. We saw him kicking and kicking. Had some other track workers and parents there trying to start that machine, but now they have got it going. You got to wonder what that issue was, but he will still be leading in class because he is the only rider in that class. But overall-wise, we saw him get passed by at least 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 riders there, and he is really going to have to get on the gas if he wants to get back to that overall lead. There is the 5:08 machine on screen. That is Steele Henderson, and I believe that will be our new overall leader here and class leader as well. He's showing on screen in the number 2 spot, but he passed Gravely when Gravely was sitting on the side of the track trying to get that KTM machine refired. And here is now your new leader, Steele Henderson, working his way through this wood section here. And you got to believe, Zach, he knows now he is the overall leader. He probably saw Gravely on the side of the track there. They were working on that machine, trying to get it fired. So you got to believe that puts a little bit of extra wind in the sails here for Henderson, charging his way through, entering into this FMF Extreme section. Will it be the option line? Absolutely not.
No.
Right up the middle over that first log with ease, finding the places where the dirt is piled. Look at that, up over that concrete pipe, and Henderson navigating his way through. He's got a little bit of lap traffic there. Front wheel drops into a hole, but I was just going to say it looks like he's going to make easy work of it, but you can see just how tough this section is here, especially for these smaller wheel machines, Zach.
Yeah, threading the needle right there. He was not waiting at all. I have got to go. I was just handed this overall lead. I am not trying to give it back. So Steele Henderson off and rolling. Here is, look at that. So Josiah Gravely has closed the gap back up.
Smooth through that FMF Extreme section. Gravely using those long legs to make up some time on your now overall leader, Steele Henderson. Look at that, sending it to flat. And just ahead of him up on track there is the 5:08 of Steele Henderson. Gravely trying to track him down to wrestle back that overall lead.
Here we go. Going to have a battle headed to us at the Yamaha finish line. Josiah Gravely and Steele Henderson both leading their classes, mini senior and mini junior, but the overall lead is up for grabs. Gravely had it. He's trying to get it back. Meanwhile, here comes Steele Henderson headed towards us as Gravely has about that whole straightaway or so to make up. You can see just at the top of your screen, that was Henderson entering the Yamaha finish line.
But look at how quickly Gravely is making up time. I think we're going to see a battle for the lead here in just a matter of a few corners. Threading the needle through that finish line chicane, sliding the rear wheel around that left-hander. Hard back on the throttle, taking a look over, trying to get eyes on Steele Henderson, your new overall leader with 2 laps complete. But look at this. Josiah Gravely tracking him down. There is Henderson leading the way on that 5:08 machine. He was the benefactor of a bike issue there for Josiah Gravely, but Gravely hard on the charge, trying to track him back down. Like I said, I think we're going to see a battle here very soon. Hopefully we catch all the action here live on Racer TV.
No doubt about it. The Stoke Battle Cam looking at Steele Henderson and Josiah Gravely, 2 class leaders going at it for the physical track position. And you can see those insides starting to open up now just a little bit as well. Most of our Pee Wee riders were trying to avoid them, sweep around the outsides and carry the momentum, but Henderson and Gravely both able to use some of those insides to their advantage as Henderson launches up and over that tabletop.
Through the rollers.
Yeah, fun little corner right there, and that's going to be a fun one to watch all day long as well. Those pro riders going to be jumping their way through it. But no doubt about it, I think Gravely's got the pace. I think the question is, can he limit those mistakes? Sometimes when you know you're catching a rider, you get excited, you try to make it happen quicker than it needs to, and so Gravely, this is where he had problems just about a lap ago, headed into this next corner. As now, no doubt about it, he can see Steele Henderson. No problems this time with the machine, and Gravely is on the hunt.
A little bit of confidence there for Gravely, knowing that in less than a lap's time, he was able to track down Steele Henderson. Now back to Michael Simichowski through that extreme section. We can see the bigger wheels there on that 85 machine offering him a little bit of benefit, whereas on that smaller 65 machine in our last moto, having a hard time. We saw he bottomed out the pipe, especially the last lap through there, having to get some assistance. Look at this rider here.
Yeah, Caroline Dawson making her way through. Known Caroline and her father Alex for quite a while. Great to see them out there. Our Lake Sugar Tree locals, and I believe this is Caroline's first JDay event. So a lot of riders, like we said, a pretty big local following. And then on the amateur motocross circuit, I think a lot of people are familiar with the Lake Sugar Tree motocross course, but a lot of people say, man, I want to try this JDay thing out. I've heard about it. I've seen it here on Racer TV and GP TV, and now I want to get out here and actually try it. So good to have Caroline out there, and I believe leading the way in our girls class right now. But here it is, Johnny. We said we wanted to see it, and we have got it. Steele Henderson and Josiah Gravely going at it for the physical lead at the front of Moto number 2.
Yeah, the lead battle is heating up here on camera. Steele Henderson has the lead. Josiah Gravely wanting to wrestle it back away from him after that bike issue just a lap ago. Now they head into the dense forest here. We'll see if we get a shot of this battle for the lead. But a great format here at JDay. You know, it kind of is a hybrid between off-road and moto, so it's definitely giving some moto riders a chance to come out, experience what woods racing is like, and also some woods riders to get their feet wet on the moto track. And look at this. There it was. The pass.
Oh,
no.
How about that? Slams the door back on him. We thought Gravely had made the pass happen around the outside. Steele Henderson says, I think not.
Multiple lines through this section, and Gravely.
Yeah, that's the Dunlop, one of our Dunlop split lanes as well. So I think those are two completely different routes. They're going to come back together right before that second creek crossing. Here it is. Henderson still holding on to the lead for the moment.
Henderson leading the way in that mini junior 6 to 12 class, and Josiah Gravely leading the way in that mini senior class. You can see the Caroline Dawson there in the number 1 spot in our girls class, Lainey Brown in the number 2 spot. But here it is again, the battle for lead, and now we're going to get to see the true tale of how much faster this FMF Extreme section is. It looks like Josiah Gravely is going to go down. So how much time will he lose, and will he still be fast enough through this section? Whereas Steele Henderson, you see him there in the background working his way through the woods, and that shows you just how much faster that is. He went down, picked it up, and still able to make the pass for the lead.
Wow. That's actually shocking to see.
With a pretty good little gap there.
Yeah, so Henderson going to forfeit the lead over.
Foot off for Steele Henderson there. A little bit of leg swag.
That's a European scrub style right there.
There we go. But Josiah Gravely, showing in the number 2 spot there, has just made the pass back to the lead. It has been an up-and-down battle for Gravely here through the first 2 laps, now with 3 laps complete here. There we see more leg swag out of Steele Henderson, but Josiah Gravely starting to stretch it out, and he's got some lap traffic in front of him. He's going to check up, take his time through that section, and now Henderson also checking up on that double there. So the battle for the lead rages on as they have now lapped the number 298 of Cole Wilkerson out of that mini junior class.
So here they go, headed into the Yamaha finish line. It's a battle. Whoa, the rider's going to come together right there. Henderson trying to stay as close as he can, and that was a white flag. So 1 lap left to go for Josiah Gravely and Steele Henderson as Gravely retakes the physical lead. Henderson trying to chase him down. The battle rages on, and you can see just a bit more confidence on the motocross track, it looks like, for the 177. Skying a couple of these jumps out, maybe attacking the corners just a little bit more, but Henderson got to think if he can stay right behind him, potentially take some notes, figure out what the 177 is doing, make those adjustments, and then don't forget, one of my favorite parts, Johnny, here at JDay, We got a second moto coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon, so things are far from over. Now, as far as course or classes go, these riders in completely different classes, but at the end of the day, we're both racers, or we like to call ourselves racers. We understand you just want to beat the person that's in front of you. So Josiah Gravely and Steele Henderson, you take a look at our Luxon lap times, 5:08 for Gravely, a 5:20 for Henderson, so definitely a bit more pace for the 177, but they are as close as they get. Henderson is sending it.
Hold on. I've seen the leg swag. I'm not sure if that was double leg swag or that was more of a question of what we used to call a flying W. He took off the lip of that jump, maybe trying for a little leg swag, and the other leg slipping off as well. But look at this. Zach, by the eye stopwatch, it looks to me like he has been able.
Him honest.
Yeah, he's been able to. Oh, there we see. Look at
the
that
red
replay.
line replay.
You know, so we're going to back it up. Watch it again.
Back it up. That was nice.
It looks like he's been able to latch on to Gravely's pace.
Yep.
When Gravely, as we saw last lap, was about 12 seconds faster, able to make up that time, regain that overall position. Whereas now it looks like Henderson has kind of latched on to Gravely, and he's learning the track, learning that pace, and this battle may continue on.
Well, and that's what we were talking about. We joke taking the pen and paper out, taking those notes, but for somebody like Henderson, it is a lot easier to realize, hey, if I can just follow the momentum of what Gravely's doing, especially on this motocross track, I think there's a lot of simple jumps that Henderson certainly has the pace to be able to get over, but it's that mental barrier as well. So Henderson really could benefit a lot from this last lap or so, staying within eyesight of Josiah Gravely. And then shout out, we just had Caroline Dawson on screen as well. She was the only other rider I saw on that lap time chart sub 6 minutes, a 5:56 on that last time through. So your girls leader looking extremely solid as well. There you see her, got that One Industries gear, and it looks like she's going to take the easy route around this time, try to bring things home, and we'll be looking at a white flag the next time she gets through that Yamaha finish line.
Well, as you look at this FMF Extreme section, now back to this wood section, we talked about it in our Pee Wee race earlier. When you struggle through that section one time, it's kind of looming in your head, and the next lap around, you got to ask yourself, do I really want to be off the bike and pushing and needing assistance? Sometimes it is better just to save that energy, especially late in the moto here with the white flag now waving. We are nearing the 30-minute mark here on our second moto of the day. These riders starting to really feel the effects of the race and potentially even arm pump, especially. Oh, looks like we've got thought we saw some riders coming through there. Oh, there they are. And there is your overall leader, Josiah Gravely. Oh, you can see just how slick it is through that section. And that was even before they crossed the creek. Now with the water in play there, it's going to get even slicker through this next section of racetrack. Gravely now, he has stretched it out over Henderson. We thought perhaps Steele Henderson might have been able to latch onto the back wheel of Josiah Gravely, but not to be, at least for the moment. Josiah Gravely absolutely just splashing his way across that creek crossing. And now just a few more sections of racetrack before we'll see a checkered flag waving for Josiah Gravely out of that mini senior class, grabbing the win there and potentially grabbing the overall win as well. But there is Steele Henderson on that 5:08 KTM. And this was last lap, Zach. We saw this section. Josiah Gravely working his way through the FMF Extreme section. And last lap, right about here, is where he caught that frame on that log, went down, and still able to make the pass on Steele Henderson, who took the outside line to go around, and that time clean through. And Henderson through the extreme section as well this lap.
So take a look at this. We talked about taking notes, following lines. Henderson doing just that. Not quite as smooth as what we saw Gravely, but certainly, as we've seen, going to be faster than taking that long line. So Henderson says, you know what, I got to bite the bullet. I got to go for it. See what I can do here in this extreme section.
More leg swag for Henderson, but here it is, your overall leader and your mini senior class leader, Josiah Gravely, on the number 177 KTM. Now just one more straightaway. He's got a double out of this corner and then a rhythm section, and Josiah Gravely looking like he's going to get it done and will be your Moto 1 winner here in this mini race out of that mini senior class. And overall, Josiah Gravely on the 177 KTM, narrowly edging out the 5:08 of Steele Henderson. A bike problem early on in lap number 2. Able to overcome that, and our man Zach Herron is headed down to the finish line area to grab an interview with your race winner, Josiah Gravely. Oh. Looks like Gravely working his way over, and there is the 5:08 of Steele Henderson. Grabbing the win in that mini junior class. and second place overall here in Moto number 1. All right, I believe our man Zach Heron is ready with our race winner, Josiah Gravely.
All right, check. All right, thank you, guys. I am here with Josiah Gravely, your winner here for Moto number 2. Josiah, take us through that race. We saw a couple of get-offs, a couple of close calls, but overall, you were the man to beat out there. Take us through it.
Yes, sir. On the first lap, I was doing great. I had a few mess-ups. I kept stalling my bike. I don't know what was going on the first lap, but had a few miscommunications. I got through it, and I did what I had to do. I pulled on the dub.
Hey, I was about to say, man, you kept it consistent. Didn't let those mistakes get you down. You kept charging forward, and we're ready to do it again in Moto number 2, right?
Yes, sir.
No doubt about it. Who's helping you out, man? Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Harley Cox, my granny Rhonda Ingram, my Uncle Dean, Justin, Shannon Va, my dad, Joanne Gravely. I want to thank all y'all for helping me out.
There it is, guys. Josiah Gravely getting the job done here in Moto number 1.
All right, so there you have it. Your overall winner and mini senior winner, Josiah Gravely, getting the job done here in Moto number 1 of our mini classes. And we are going to watch our MX Trophies post-race recap video here to see how Gravely was able to get the job done.
So a great race recap there and a great race in general. Josiah pumped up after that one, did what he needed to, and he's already fired up for that second moto coming up just about 1 o'clock or so this afternoon. Going to be their second moto, but going to be a ton of fun to watch. A full day of racing here from the Redline Oils Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix Round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Series. Well, we're going to catch a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more JDay Offroad racing right after this.
Organizing the industry and building champions. Years of defending your rights to ride into the future.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kirk Caselli Foundation, where focus is the safety of riders and racers on road motorcycles. and GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series, and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful, wait a second, where are we at? That is beautiful Martinsville Speedway, the paperclip, as they like to call it, just about 9 or 10 miles away from right here, beautiful Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park in Axton, Virginia. This is the Red Line Oil's Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix, round 4 of the 2026 JDay Offroad Racing Series. Want to give you that Pro Taper top 10 from our last moto. Josiah Gravely, Steele Henderson, Rylan Keats, your top 3, with Mason Lynch, Caroline Dawson rounding out the top 5. Michael Simikowski, not quite the success he had there in our Pee Wee race as he finishes in that number 6 spot. Easton Owen, Cole Wilkerson, Kendrick Pina, and Weston Willard rounding out your top 10 from round 4, the Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. As we get ready for our next race of the morning, going to jump up a couple of bike sizes as we get some of our C classes coming up next. We'll have our C250 class, row number 1, C Open on row number 2, our C200 in row 3, C Vet going to be in row number 4, and then our BC Open Electric class going to be on row number 5. 30-minute moto coming up in just a few minutes for that.
We're getting them lined up here, and I think this is where we're really going to see some interesting camera shots from our FMF Extreme section. We've already seen that with our 2 races already completed this morning, but as our C classes line up here, you know, this is going to be a big decision for these guys. Probably a lot of them had the opportunity to go out, check out that section, and check out the full racetrack before racing action got underway here today. But, you know, they've got those lines picked out. But it all changes when you're on the machine. You come around that corner and you're staring down the barrel of that big concrete pipe. You know, you got to wonder, how am I going to get up and over that thing? But we're going to find out here in just a few moments as our riders continuing to fill out these starting rows here for our third moto of the day, moto number 1 for our C classes.
Going to be a ton of fun to watch. The C class, you never know what you're going to see. That's pretty much what we like to say here about these ones. Consistency, chaos, what does the C stand for? There's a lot of different opinions out there, but one thing about it, certainly a good time out here at JDay Offroad. I know the 222 machine been having a solid year so far. Take a look as we pull up our points. The 222 trying to continue that trend. That is Evan Kelly. I knew his last name was Kelly. Evan Kelly on the 222 machine. Kawasaki looking solid at the top of the field with 69 points. Drew Glenzel not far behind. And like I said, once again, deceivingly difficult start. Downhill, got to be on that front brake. You can see a lot of the riders having to back it up a little bit. They creep forward whether they mean to or not.
You know, Zach, I was here, like I mentioned earlier, for the Loretta Lynn's area qualifier a few weeks ago, and I was trying to remember back the last time I had seen a downhill start for a motocross track. It's a unique facility here at Lake Sugar Tree MX, and you know, we're seeing it already come into play here early on in the day with some of these riders just rolling up to the line. You know, you put that machine in gear, or maybe leave it neutral, and it rolls forward. Now you got to back the machine up to get behind that white starting line. So not starting from the gate here today. It is a little bit different, but still a very different feature for a downhill start. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, now that rider on your screen, or I should say the man there next to him in the T-shirt, that is one of our very own. That is Josh Hefner, does a lot of work with us here at Racer TV, and his son, a successful GNCC racer. We catch him from time to time on the camera shots out there as well, and glad to have the Hefners hanging out with us this weekend doing some JDay racing. We'll be on the lookout for him here as well, but final few riders taking their place here on the starting line before we get ready to drop that Fox green flag here for moto number 3. C250 Open 200 Vet and BC Open Electric.
We can hear the revs starting to come up. This one is about to get underway here with our C250 looking like it is here on row number 1. A lot of riders lined up. This one is going to be a battle right to the first turn. Look at this.
Henderson giving a little insight here, just telling some lines to go through.
and nothing like insider knowledge on the track there. Shut them down, shut them down. Looks like it's time to go racing, Zach.
Here we go. 30-second car going to be getting ready to go up. Final bit of preparation. Evan Kelly's still over there just chatting it up. He probably better be paying attention to the start as we'll be getting ready to go racing here in just a moment. They'll see that flag go down, and we will be off and rolling. Once again, highly encourage all of you to follow us along on social media, whether that's Stoke Media, Racer TV, JDay Offroad. Got a ton of great stuff leading into each one of these events, whether it's behind-the-scenes interviews, just behind-the-scenes footage in general as to what goes into a race weekend. And then, like we said, got a really unique opportunity to sit down with the professor of motocross. That is none other than Gary Bailey, who hopefully will be joining us here in the studio later this afternoon. But got to sit down and talk to him about a lot of different topics. And Gary, if you know anything about him, he is a great representative of the sport, a great spokesperson of the sport, and was able to break things down only like he can. So you can check all of that out on Stoke Media and JDay Offroad's social media. But you might want to wait to do that because we are off and rolling. C250 headed into turn number 1, and already some chaos. We saw Kelly try to tuck to the inside, but looks like carrying that momentum a bit more around the outside paid off. It's a Yamaha leading in and out of turns 1 and 2.
And I believe that was the rider that Henderson was passing the information along to. So maybe it was, hey, man, swing it around the outside on the start and get to the front. And it paid off for him there, grabbing the lead early here in our C250 class.
Yep. Steele definitely has some tips for him as that Yamaha trying to make quick work of it. Gets out to the front. C250 row number 1 takes off, and still plenty of moisture in this track early this morning, only about 9:40 or so. So the track just now really starting to break in as now we turn our attention to C Open, row number 2. All eyes on that Fox flag. And there it is. A puff of smoke, and they all go barreling into turn number 1. Hefner going to try to tuck it up the inside as well. One rider, a little rich on the machine, is smoking them out.
A little bit of mosquito control.
Yeah, exactly. There's a little bit of repellent there.
You can see already some tear-offs being pulled here. So that, oh, look at this. Whoa, big double and making the pass for the number 2 spot.
Risking it for the biscuit early, trying to make those quick passes while everybody's bunched up. One rider going to leap his way into that number 2 spot. Set his sights on your leader. Here we go. Now the 26 machine, that is Uncle Secatoria. We saw him at our last round. Look at him. He can hear us. He's fired up. He wanted you to come racing at JDay, and he's here at round number 4.
Did you say his first name is Uncle?
It's not, but you got to go back on JDay's social media.
Okay.
He did some pointing Uncle Sam style at CGI, and he's a character, all right?
He's riding wheelies down the start straightaway.
He's got a mohawk under the helmet, all right?
And grabbing the whole shot,
yes,
so
on the rear wheel on a downhill start. That's impressive. Danny Secatoria. Daniel is his first name, but we will only refer to him as Uncle Secatoria throughout the rest of the day today. Because
can we call him Unk?
Unk
going long on that double. Yes, absolutely. Grabbing a handful of that 2-stroke machine here in our C200 class. Railed the outside of that corner, and he is full send here on lap number 1. This one's getting exciting already. We expected to see some fireworks here in our C classes this morning, and it is not disappointing early.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes because Unk didn't have anybody in his class at CGI. It was still sending. Now he's got somebody to compete against. It's liable to get wild. As we take a look at the Wiley vets here of our C vet class, locked in, and believe Open BC Electric in this as well. As the vets get it fired up, charge down into turn number 1. Looks like the 211 machine got that beautiful purple Yamaha. Keeping it clean up the inside. Going to grab that whole shot for C-Vet.
Well, there you have it. We know there's some mud flying here due to the track prep and the conditions this morning, making sure we don't have any dust or at least as much dust later in the day. So nothing better than getting out front and being the one throwing the roost rather than being in the back and having to catch all that roost. So that rider on the 211 machine grabbing the whole shot and already starting to stretch it out over the other riders in his class. But, man, we will jump ahead to some of our other camera shots here and see some different parts of the – oh, wait, one more class. We forgot about our BC Electric.
Didn't hear him coming. That was why. But all right, thank you.
We got jokes this morning.
He can probably hear that, too. He's probably shaking his head right now thinking about that. No, really cool. We had a couple of Starks out. They had open practice here at Lake Sugar Tree yesterday, and really cool to see the electric invasion, if you want to call it. Love them or hate them, they are here, and I think they're here to stay. Definitely a unique opportunity man, one rider getting caught there. You can kind of see that one coming, and weight got off just a little bit, and not the way you want to start a 30-minute moto, but looks to be okay. Back up, under power. I was going to say fired that thing back up, but no doubt about it. Off and rolling.
Power switch on.
Yeah, power switch on, exactly. So,
and now our leaders actually have checked in for one lap complete here.
We're going to take a look back a little bit. Like you said, Johnny, our leaders checking in for one lap. We've got some great shots of some of our sections through the woods. So there is the 714 ride in chase. And, like we talked about, deceivingly difficult, some of these wood sections, the roots, the leaves, just even that loose foliage up on top, the kind of the leaves, the sticks, they can be deceiving. And like we said, there's grass tracks as well, going to be one to watch. Charge into that a little too hard, and it can catch you off guard. But watching on screen right now, the 73 Yamaha looking solid, and we'll get everybody through timing and scoring and let you know exactly who it is we've got out front in our classes.
That 714 rider there on that replay doing his best Hunter Lawrence impression there and tuck in the front.
Too soon.
Nah, that's racing, man.
Absolutely. A fantastic way to close out the Monster Energy Supercross season, and now we are here, Fox JDay Offroad Racing on a beautiful Sunday, and there is that big tabletop. Knew it wouldn't be long before we see some people skying it out, able to get hard on the binders, slow it down, and off into the woods they go. The TBT Racing live drone going to send them off. Like I said, just about the entirety of this Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park track being used. And look at that, some style as well. As looks like the Husqvarna on the charge and looks like in that number 2 spot.
Zach, like you said, we'll wait for our live timing and scoring to update here to get us a rundown of exactly who these riders are running in position. But as we work our way now to the FMF Extreme section, you can see the majority of these riders opting for the alternate go-around. But nope, not this rider, right up the middle. The 714 Sendy. He was on the ground a moment ago, and now he's pushing the pace, trying to make up some ground. But the number 73, this is our first shot we've had from our FPV drone here today, chasing this rider so close we can almost read the name on the back of the jersey. I believe it was Henderson, because that was Steele Henderson who came up with giving him some starting line advice there, helping him grab that hole shot and lead the way here early on in this one. But he's got some company from behind. The Husky rider giving chase. This one is not decided just yet.
And like we said, lap traffic going to come into the mix as well. And yeah, big shout out to our Fox FPV drone. Went from the Ian Howes POV to the Fox FPV, piloted by Ian Howes. He came through this exact section yesterday while I was walking the course. That is where your creek jumps at. We'll see whether or not your leader's actually going to do it right on cue. Let's see. Charges, launches up and over that creek. Didn't even make a splash. And that's about how easy Ian made it look yesterday. We were sitting there talking, really debating, a lot of stress over it, and then Ian just flips the throttle, hops right over it. And you can see that 703.
That's our leader in our BC Electric Open class. He has actually already gone a lap down here before he completed one lap. So that shows you just how quickly our leader, 7 Henderson, his brother Steele, grabbing the win in our mini junior class in our last moto coming up, giving him some starting line advice, and 7 putting it to good work there. Look at that! Ooh,
that was intentional. For a second,
yeah, it looked like he dropped the front. I thought we were going to see a little nose bonk, but man, you see the leg swag, and he is looking smooth here. Even some scrubs.
Oh yeah,
this is
nice little trying to hop over there as well, outside to inside. Henderson getting creative with it early this morning and enjoying this Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park track.
I got to tell you, man, this is some serious bike skill for C-Class. I'm pretty impressed.
No doubt about it. As looks like Gabriel, I believe Hongok is how you say that last name, the 496.
We'll go with that. Hongok.
Chase Black. I know that's how you say that one. In the number 3 spot. Evan Kelly back there in the number 4 ride. And looks like Gannon Geary rounding out your top 5.
496 of Hongok through the FMF Extreme section, jumping over that berm and back. More C-Class scrubs. I love it, man.
Telling you, throwing it down.
He's putting down one heck of a pace, but he is really got to pick up the pace if he wants to catch Seven Henderson out front on that number 34 Yamaha. See now down the final Millionaires Row here, working his way through this left-hand corner, and then it is a rhythm section coming to our finish line chicane, and Gabriel Hancock on that number 496 machine. Man, scrubs hitting the downsides. He's ready to. Maybe he was here a few weeks ago when it was time for that Loretta Lynn's area qualifier.
Well, and that's the beauty of JDay, especially as JDay has kind of started to spread across the East Coast, is we've got a lot of new faces joining the series for the first time. Some of them experienced, some of them off-road racers specifically, some of them motocross racers specifically. We know this is a fan favorite motocross course within kind of the Carolinas and Virginia area, so yeah, anything possible. And with those kind of bike skills, yeah, you got to wonder if the 496, maybe a moto specialist. Not seeing any hand guards, a lot of things leaning towards the moto side. But how about it, Seven Henderson?
I think the biggest thing leaning towards the moto side is the skill on the motocross track.
No doubt about it.
And you can see just railing the berm there, the 496 of Hancock out there just, man, he's already starting to lap up through that open BC electric class. One of the riders out there on that Stark machine. He is just now starting lap number 2. And Hancock already out into lap number 3. So a mix of machines and a mix of riders out here in this one. And it's starting to come into play for the overall as Seven Henderson stretching the lead out front on that number 34 machine. But Hancock had some great speed out here on the moto track. But Henderson, he didn't get the lap times yet, but we can tell. Oh, look at that, man. Just absolutely shredding this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track here today. Gabriel Hancock back into the woods and trying to track down Seven Henderson for that overall lead.
Well, this is something that we've even heard our top pro riders talking about as well, the way you set your bike up for your strength. If you're somebody like a Joey Crown that's maybe got a bit more of a moto background, this is going to be a hot spot for you. You can use the moto track to your advantage. Maybe going to set the bike up just a bit more for that. Some of our more wood-skilled riders maybe going to be a bit more technical as far as the way they set the bike up for the off-road section and including the extreme section. And then I feel like a lot of your riders kind of trying to find that mid-ground, giving a little bit here, a little bit there for an overall performance boost, if you will, from the suspension. But bike setup going to be key. Like we said, we've got these open field sections, we've got some tight technical creek crossings, and then, of course, the motocross track itself as we jump back on board with the Fox FPV drone. Gabriel Hancock looking fantastic in that number 2 ride, still trying to chase down Seven Henderson out front on the Yamaha machine.
Yeah, Hancock taking a look over his shoulder, looking back to see if Chase Black is back there, but we have not seen him. Look at that, carrying the front wheel. I got to tell you, man, C-Class has elevated their game here in JDay Racing, no question about that. But we did point out, don't know Hancock's background or Seven Henderson as well. They both look very, very comfortable here on the moto track. So maybe one of their early delves into the woods side of things. And here it is now. Seven Henderson out front on the number 34 machine. 73 on the jersey, 34 in the registration. He is now working to what will be 3 laps complete here. And ever so closer to, now we see the lap times. And whoa, look at that, a 4:15 the last lap around for Seven Henderson. So absolutely flying out there, Zach. He is starting to open up an even bigger gap. 39 seconds faster than our second place rider, Gabriel Hancock. But look at this, Chase Black actually making up some time on the number 2 spot there in our last lap of racing.
Yeah, and give a shout out to Kiwi right here as well, out of your Open BC Electric. Like we said, going a lap down, but that was the last row to take off. So your lead riders were almost all the way around before they even started. And he's been able to kind of pace off of Hancock as well as Henderson there for a while, just to tick off the pace. But he's able to kind of latch those hooks, like we said, into the back of the 496. 496 might not even hear him back there, and kind of pick up on some lines, pick up on some speed as he continues to lead the way in your Open BC Electric. But yeah, Henderson, you can really just tell the way he's piecing this track together, outsides, cutting back across, really starting to find a flow as Hancock gotten things figured out as well through this extreme section. That was one of the smoother trips we've seen through it here today.
Yeah, and we were expecting to maybe have to wait to some later motos to see that rhythm on the right-hand side of that FMF Extreme section. But no, Seven Henderson and Gabriel Hongak are just shredding that section and showing us exactly what it's going to look like when our pro riders hit the track here in just a little bit.
Man, I'm telling you what, this is prime Lake Sugar Tree motocross right here. We know our friend Ezra Beasley over at Budds Creek, where we'll be at just a little bit. Our next round, actually, he calls it chocolate cake at Budds Creek. Well, here, this is red velvet, all right? This is nice, tilled up, and you can't ask for any better than this. Ryan Smith and the Lake Sugar Tree crew doing a great job of getting things set up. And like we've said, Johnny, it's been a tough year for our dirt farmers, keeping the moisture in, trying to piece things together, and done a great job so far here today as another lap in the books through the Yamaha finish line. The 496, Gabriel Hongak back on the charge, trying to chase down Seven Henderson and trying to keep Chase Black at bay. Haven't caught the Kawasaki on camera yet, but we saw on that Luxon lap times chart relatively consistent as far as the lap times go, as looks like that might have been him making his way through. So the 74 is the 714
That's
on
right,
the bike.
Yeah.
Yep.
We
so
saw him tuck the front earlier in our woods section, and he's not too far behind our second place rider of Gabriel Hongak. So he is still in the fight here for that number 2 spot. He's made up some time after going down, and actually now looking back at that replay that we saw earlier, I think he might have been actually trying to make the pass on Hongak. Hongak full scrub and working his way through these rollers here, but he's got some pressure from behind, the number 74 of Chase Black. Look at this local boy out of Axton, Virginia, possibly explaining exactly why he's so comfortable here on this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track, because you know, living here in town, I would assume this is probably not his first trip down this section right here.
If it is, he's probably been kicking himself all day long saying, why have I never been here before? But no doubt about it, Gabriel looking fantastic and piecing this track together with a great fluidity, if you will. Doesn't seem like he's caught in one spot or another, really starting to get a groove going. As 3 laps in the book. TVT Racing Live Drone catches him through the first of those quick field sections. You can see the grass starting to go away as these riders continue to charge. Here's Unk Secretary making his way through. He's got the Insta 360 on the handlebars. He is fired up.
So not only is he showing off for our cameras, but he's going to have the footy. He's going to have it all on the Instagram, all the bangers, and now he's coming through here out of that C200 class on that number 26 machine.
Let's see. Secretary going through the FMF Extreme section, and sometimes the most extreme part isn't you, but the riders that are down in front of you. But he does a great job, maneuvers through that with no problem. And back out onto the moto track he goes. So Daniel Secretary
just gonna send it right up and over that double there. Unk is doing Unk things. Let's see a little body scrub there over that roller. Look at that, drifting that entire corner.
Yeah, he grabs a handful of that KTM, and you don't wonder if he's on the throttle. He is pushing that thing forward. Had a great showing at our CGI facility GP, our last round, and he heard the buzz about Lake Sugar Tree, saw the course, and said, you know what, I'm making the trip.
Oh, look at this, getting ready now, though, to go a lap down from our overall leader, Seven Henderson, coming around the outside, but Unk is not going to give way. He's not going to let that overall leader through. Look at that, man. That was a amazing little pivot corner there, actually pulling some time on our leader, Henderson.
The Secretary looking solid right now, and glances over, going to let Seven Henderson make his way through, not going to interfere with that lead lap. And I believe Secretary still leading that 200C class as Michael Kesey continues to lead out of our Open B Electric class. David Varner just behind him in the number 2 spot. And look at that, your leader goes down. How about it? The Yamaha tucks the front up at the top end of this corner. So once again, even when you're on the charge, deceivingly difficult. Henderson maintains the number 1 ride, but going to give the lead lap back to Unk. Gannon Geary, want to give him a shout out of our C Open class. The 313 leads the way over Alex Whittle, William Johnson, and then Jacob Hefner back there in the number 4 spot.
Zach, looking here at our overall, Seven Henderson, the rider we see on screen, your overall leader, actually was just putting Unk, Danny Sakatori, in the number 5 spot overall, a lap down. So he has lapped all but the top 5 riders and looking to now put our 5th place rider a lap down, really showing the intense pace that Henderson is running out here this morning. And now we see Hongok now working his way through for what will be 4 laps complete for him as well in the number 2 spot overall and second in our C250 class.
Man, I tell you what, Hongok is not far off. This is the front or the back side of okay, he's a bit further than I thought he was. I thought that was getting ready to dip back off into the woods. I was like shocked. I was like, man, did Henderson have more problems we didn't see? But no, and I tell you what, I like the line 7 Henderson was taking around that one corner. It's got the rollers on the inside. Henderson, the only rider I'm seeing so far, slingshot around that outside, really able to carry the momentum, not having to check up for those slick rollers up the inside. We'll see whether or not Hongok's able to pick up on that line as well. Meanwhile, back into the field section we go. Fox FPV drone taking us on board. If you're sitting at your TV or computer right now, you can pull tear-offs, feel like you're a part of the action.
I'm getting arm pump.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I'm already stressed out. As Henderson on a roll right now, on the rear wheel as well, a power wheelie right there.
We saw that on a Hongok a lap ago, and now Henderson, man, that just shows how much grip is out there in those JDay Woods and grass track sections here at Lake Sugar Tree. 7 Henderson leading the way pretty much from the first turn, going around the outside in the first turn, grabbing that lead, and now continuing to stretch that lead out over Hongok in the number 2 spot, and Chase Black lurking back there in the number 3 spot, not far behind Hongok. We'll see when he checks in, watching outside our Racer TV studios here. We see another rider working their way through here, going around, well, next to that creek jump. And here comes your leader, 7 Henderson. No troubles at all on that Dunlop split lane creek jump, taking the left line, pushing his way through the woods here for another lap complete.
So you can see Henderson working his way through some lap traffic, the second of the 2 creek crossings. Man, I mean, just flowing right now. You can tell really seems comfortable. Seems like he's got his bike set up just like he needs as well. Headed into this FMF Extreme section. He has had this dialed in so far today.
And again, just smooth as butter through there. Leaving no seconds on the table. Little body scrub there, coming back out for what will be 5 laps complete now here in this one, and working his way closer to a checkered flag.
So Fox FPV drone on board, moto style. As outside of the split lane, going to carry the momentum along the pond. See the fans picking their spots out here on the hillside. And we'll watch and wait. See whether or not there is a white flag. And there it is. White flag is out. 1 lap left to go for 7 Henderson. As look at this chaos in the FMF Extreme section. There's Hefner on the 117. Looks like he was caught between 2 riders. Sometimes the most extreme part of the section is the traffic that builds up there. As 7 Henderson on that final lap of racing. We take a look once again, a 4:29 for Henderson. Meanwhile, Hongok dropped it down to a 4:40. Black still maintaining a solid pace of 4:51. Evan Kelly's dropped it down now to a 4:55 in that 4th place spot, with Danny Secretore just over that 5-minute mark. And then Gannon Geary and Leyland Starrett relatively close on lap times as well. Look at this, a little style for the fans there over that big spectator table, as 7 Henderson just about half a lap or so left before he's going to be looking for a checkered flag here for race number 3.
Race number 3 and moto number 1 here for our C classes, meaning that Henderson's got it done once here this morning, but he's got to come out this afternoon and back it up if he wants to win that overall. But a dominating performance here, grabbing the lead in turn number 1 and never relinquishing it. A lot of riders behind him giving chase with Hongok, Black, Kelly, and then out of that C200 class, Danny Secretore there in the top 5 overall. But man, Henderson looking like nothing is going to stand between him and the win here in the first moto of our C250 class here out of Fairmont, West Virginia. So this rider traveling a little bit further here. We can assume his brother, son, whomever it will be. Son, I'm assuming, or maybe it is brother, and we'll go with brother, came up and gave him some insider advice there on the starting line, and he's put it to good use after winning that mini junior class. Steele Henderson, now 7 Henderson here leading the way in our C250.
There he goes, getting to the tail end, just about halfway through, I should say, of that Woods loop.
Now we see our TPT Racing live drone bringing us shots of our FMF Extreme section. We're waiting and watching for the number 34 machine coming through here, leading the way, 7 Henderson, and here he comes with the creek jump. 73 on the plates, 34 in our registration sheet here. 7 Henderson picking his way through these woods here of this Lake Sugar Tree Motocross Park. He's led this one since the outset, and now just a few sections of racetrack remaining between him and a win here in the first moto of C250 and C-Class action.
And I tell you what, Johnny, he's still pushing the pace. You can see the intensity is still there. Knows he's got a pretty good lead built up, but he's not interested in just mailing this thing in.
Nah, once you get in the groove, you just kind of want to carry it to the finish line. Maybe not take any unnecessary risks, but when you're feeling it like he is right now, you just want to kind of keep that pace going, get yourself to the finish line, get rested, refueled, maybe get something from the concession stand. You can see our man Ian Howes there with that Fox FPV drone getting right to the right shoulder of 7 Henderson, showing us exactly what it's like to navigate this Lake Sugar Tree Motocross Park here. 7 Henderson, final section of racetrack, and a checkered flag will be waiting here for a win in Moto number 1 for our C classes, Moto number 3 on the day.
All right, well, that means it's just about time to go get ourselves an interview. Looks like it's going to be with 7 Henderson.
Zach, if you get an opportunity, make sure you ask 7 about the information he may have gotten from Steele there on that starting line that helped him grab that hole shot and ultimately led him here to the final chicanes and a checkered flag waving Moto number 1 win for 7 Henderson out of our C250 class, grabbing also the overall win here in our third moto of the day, our C classes. This one was fast and furious right from the onset. 7 Henderson, back to Unk on screen here in our FMF Extreme section. Unk Sakatori here through the FMF Extreme section. He is going to grab the win in our C200 class and running solidly inside a top 5 overall position. Looks like our man Zach Heron is down and ready with our race winner.
Race winner. 7, we got to start things off from the beginning. Little brother Steele came up on the start line. I'm assuming some information given. What did he do? Because you came out to a great start.
He really didn't say nothing other than it was pretty slick out there.
That's get some positive reinforcement right before you go out there. Well, man, talk about this track. Did you have a section that you felt you were strongest in? Seemed like you were able to kind of piece together this entire course.
You know, it's actually pretty fun. The logs and stuff, that was probably my favorite section out of all of them.
Now, are you a moto guy? Are you a woods guy? Do you feel like you've got a stronger kind of discipline?
I've always raced moto, but I started racing GNCC and stuff. Been doing pretty good there.
There you go. JDay's the perfect win, man. Well, who's helping you out? Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Morgantown Power Sports, Bonsai Suspension, just everybody, to be honest.
Hey, there it is, guys. The Henderson boys looking good. 7 grabbing the win here in Moto 1.
All right, and we're back. Our man Zach Heron getting the lowdown from our C250 class and overall winner there, 7 Henderson. Actually, apologies for the little delay on coming back. We actually had Ricky Russell in the booth here.
Who?
Ricky Russell. Rough and rowdy Ricky Russell. And now we see Kelly on screen, the 222 machine. running the throwback to one of the many riders that used to run JDay. Bubs Tasha always ran that 222, so you got to wonder if that is where that came from. Seven Henderson coming by our booth. And Zach, I didn't get an opportunity to hear the interview, but did you get the details on the?
Little brother
okay.
Steele
Right.
came up and pretty much just said it's sick out there. So just kind of positive reinforcement, right? Setting the good vibes before the flag flies. So and that goes a long way, right? You got a lot of uncertainty, if you will, about what these courses look like. Obviously not running practice like we do at motocross races, and Seven saying he was kind of primarily a motocross racer, but has joined us at some GNCCs. So once again, kind of that perfect blend here. But he said this FMF Extreme section was his favorite part. I think there's something to be said about just the confidence boost you get from actually doubling, a concrete pipe, the log, stuff like that. There's a little feather in the cap that you can add to say I was able to navigate through that extreme section.
Absolutely, and that just goes to show the announcers, we like to hype things up, and we're talking about how it's insider information, local track knowledge being passed along, but in actuality, it was just little brother Steele telling him, track is sick. And he went out there and showed us just how sick it was by grabbing the win here in that C250 class and overall for our C classes here in Moto number 3. As we watch some more riders working their way through the finish line.
Let's take a look at this MX Trophies race recap, as it was a all-out brawl heading into the first couple of corners. The 496 of Hongok hanging solid in that second place spot, but man, no doubt about it, Henderson was the man to beat. Gets it done from green flag all the way to the checkers. We take a look at your Pro Taper top 10. It's Seven Henderson grabbing the win. Gabriel Hongok in that number 2 spot. Evan Kelly worked up to that number 3 ride with Chase Black in the number 4 spot. Uncle Danny Secretary in the top 5. Gandon Geary, William Johnston, Jacob Hefner, Alex Whittle, and Leyland Starrett round out your top 10 here for race number 3, Moto number 1. All right, folks, well, we're going to get ready for another commercial break. We'll be back with Moto number 4, including our women's pro class. We'll be back for more of the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix Round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 4 of the 2026 JDay Offroad Racing Series, the Redline Oils Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. Getting a nice little look at that FMF Extreme section. Already been one of the favorite spots that we've had so far, at least Seven Henderson's favorite spot of that last race. Taking a look now, we take a look at our Dunlop Motorcycle Tires Top 10. This is our series point standings for our women's pro class. Taylor Jones out front leading the way, Kayla O'Neill, Brandy Richards, Shelby Turner, Corey Steed, Mallory Pickard, Whitney Bond, Aura Schmelian, and Taylor Bonecutter, your top 9. But bad news, or tough news we should say, Taylor Jones, your current women's pro points leader, going down and in a big way at our last GNCC. Johnny ended up getting hurt and will not be with us for, it looks like, the rest of the season. Don't want to say that entirely, but certainly going to be some time. Our thoughts there with Taylor. Looks like ultimately okay, as Taylor always is, in good spirits, taking the positives away from it, but certainly a big hit to this women's pro class. Had heard her in the Phoenix Racing Honda crew. We're planning on doing the whole series, and then she was really starting to find her groove in kind of this GP Day format.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously we'll send our well wishes to Taylor. She can get well and get back racing with us here at JDay very soon, or as soon as she's able to. But yeah, a heartbreaker for sure. But that just opens up the opportunity to battle for this points lead here in our women's pro class. We see our riders getting on the line here for this race. I know this is a mix of classes here. We've got our women's pro. I think we have our sportsmen. Actually saw look like Ricky Russell was lining up. He was going to go out and get some track knowledge, get some seat time to get himself ready to go for that pro moto coming up later here in the morning. There we see Kayla O'Neill riding down to the starting line on that 310 machine. So we got a little bit until this one gets underway, but man, the action has been fast and furious here this morning, and we expect to see more of it here in our women's pro class.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and like you said, some of our heaviest hitters in the pro class using the sportsman class as a little track preview, if they will. Now, they're not going to have that Kurt Caselli pro line to look at, Johnny, but at the same time, pretty much the other 95% of the track, they're going to get a really good idea as to how things are looking. Only 2 motos between this race. We've got our 125 pro class coming up. We've got some more of our vet riders coming up, and then that first pro moto just after 1 o'clock. As take a look at this, 2 of the favorites coming into this women's pro class. That is your reigning champ running the number 1, Kayla O'Neill, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's Ellie Winland on the 511 ride. Looks like 211 running. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know that it is.
We'll double check. Double check. But definitely that is Kayla O'Neill.
I know Ellie Winland runs the 511 at GNCC, but I've actually seen this rider, and I don't believe that is Ellie Winland. This rider, I think, was at the last GNCC in Tennessee, but that is definitely Kayla O'Neill on that 310 machine. The big number 1 on the front number plate, recognizing her as our defending series champion and in position to try to gain that points lead with the unfortunate departure of our points leader, Taylor Jones, due to an injury last weekend.
So there's last little bit of preparation here on the starting line. Kind of final words of encouragement. Just trying to keep those butterflies at bay, right? Keep it calm and keep it fun as well. You can always tell the O'Neill family always a ton of fun to be around, and if they're feeling stressed, it's hard to tell because it always just seems like they're having a great time and happy to be out at the races.
Well, everybody on the starting line looking calm at the moment, just kind of waiting and watching, getting ready to get this moto underway here. But once it's time and we see that green flag ready to be waved, we know that the heart rates go up, the enthusiasm goes up, and we start to see a lot of excitement that we've seen already through our first 3 motos of the morning here at Lake Sugar Tree. It's been great racing action. We expect to see more of the same. Man, a lot of Fox signage here. Love to see that from our Fox Racing JDay series. You can see those riders still continue to work their way down to the starting line, checking in and getting lined up. This moto continue to prepare to get underway here.
Yeah, going to be just a couple of minutes before we see that Fox green flag fly. The riders making their way through the big Red Bull arch. Always something special about riding through something like that, right? Makes it feel as legit as it gets. And Man, we've got a legit battle here now at the front of the field with Taylor Jones unfortunately being injured and being out. That opens things up for somebody like a Kayla O'Neill, or we had a great run from Mallory Pickard at our last round, who I do not believe is with us here this weekend. So the points kind of flip-flopping all around, but O'Neill trying to once again back up a Women's Pro Championship here in the JDay Offroad Racing Series.
You got to be in it. You got to be in it. So
without a doubt.
Obviously, Kayla O'Neill, our defending series champion, knows what it takes to get that done. Lining up here today, looking to get herself to the front of the pack and battle for a race win and potentially take over that overall points lead.
We got fans coming up, giving her hugs. That's what happens when you're a reigning champ. That's just the way it goes. So interesting to see the location that our women's pros are lining up at, way on that outside. I know a lot of riders really seem to favor that inside of this downhill start as well, but you can see just how much of an angle they're at as well. So O'Neill and whoever that 5'11" runner is, we'll have to wait and see when they come across the stripe, get the exact name.
We see it looks like G-Dog on the side plate there.
It might not be the legal name, but that's the name I want to stick with. As our women's pro class getting things fired up, row number 1. Give you a look at what this starting list is going to look like. Women's pro going to be row number 1. A vet and A senior going to be on row number 2. As we are off and rolling. Not the start for O'Neill that she was hoping for. Going to try to make quick work as they head off into turn number 1. Schoolboy going to be row number 3, and then our sportsman class going to be row number 4, featuring several of those top pros we expect to see just after 12 o'clock this afternoon.
And G-Dog out front there. That's what we're going to call her for now.
Barking.
If I had to guess, I think, based off what I'm thinking, that may be Lily Sheets.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but we're going to speculate until we get an actual lap and timing and scoring here to see who that is on the number 511 machine. Oh, look at that. A big case for the number 1, the 310 machine of Kayla O'Neill there in the number 2 spot, trying to track down our race leader. Coming up short on that double here. And now we've got our A vet and A senior riders on the line.
They are locked in. They're stretched out. And here we go, off and rolling. Kind of complete opposite of what we saw with our women's pro class. One's way on the outside. These riders all charging down that far inside. And side by side still around turn number 2. Up the hillside they go, and it's still undecided who's going to gain control of this lead. Looks like it might be a gas machine trying to close the door.
Possibly a Sherco there in the number 2 spot. We did see riders already grabbing tear-offs there in turn number 2. We talked about that earlier. If you joined us for our Pee Wee races, a lot of water put down here to make sure that we had prime racing conditions throughout the day, but it's also making for some challenging vision conditions early on in the day here. Now we've got our up and over, headed back now to row number 3. That is our schoolboy 12 to 17 class.
Taking a look at this machine. Looks like a Triangle Cycles back ride. Triangle Cycles right down the road. Actually drove past their Danville location on the way to the track this morning. And they've got that Blue Crew machine. Nothing quite like the sweet sounds of a 2-stroke schoolboy off and rolling as well.
That rider absolutely shredding through this first section. Triangle Cycles logo. Local knowledge.
Yep.
This might be somebody who already has some laps around this Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park motocross track, putting it to good use, and a great pace here early on in this one as we get started with moto number 4 here.
And I'm telling you, John, we talked about kind of that prime time for this motocross track. I think we're starting to enter that. You can see some of these sections starting to lighten up just a little bit. The grip really starting to settle in. It's still got the moisture, but now it's got that tackiness with it as well. As here we go, sportsman class. Big turnout for sportsman class. Like we usually see, a lot of riders trying to take advantage of this, want to use it as a little track preview. Barreling down into turn number 1. Looks like Tyler Medallia, Joey Crown, Ricky Russell, and the rest of the crew. There's Rivers Morris as well on the Kawasaki, all making their way around, but looks like that is T-Dags grabbing the early race lead.
Yeah, so this is a preview of what's to come later this afternoon in our pro race. With T-Dags grabbing the whole shot. Looks like Joey Crown in the number 2 spot. But look at this, Ricky Russell making moves around the outside already. and putting the pass on Joey Crown, but Crown back around the outside and able to hold on to that number 2 spot.
Here we go, taking him to Crown Town right now. Joey hangs on to the number 2 ride. Meanwhile, the battle rages on at the front of our women's pro class.
That is Lily Sheets.
How about a good spot there, Eagle Eye?
The name on the back of the number or jersey there, the 5'11" of Lily Sheets, leading the way in this one early on, smoothly through that FMF Extreme section, and looking to hold the lead at least for lap number 1 here, holding off our defending series champion, Kayla O'Neill.
So here we go, Sheets in control of this right now. Did see O'Neill out here yesterday getting some time on the motocross track. We'll see whether or not she's picked up anything, and if that can help her reel back in the 5'11" machine. She'll be 2'11" on the helmet and on timing and scoring, but Lily Sheets looking very solid right now.
There we go. Smooth through this section of racetrack here, grabbing the early lead. We saw Kayla O'Neill have a little bit of struggles there off the line. Looked like that machine didn't fire up right away, but Lily Sheets putting the pressure on early, taking a look over her shoulder. She sees the big number 1 behind her, which you know that is an imposing view when you have your defending series champion behind you putting pressure on. But right now, Lily Sheets making it look easy, leading the way here on lap number 1. And Kayla O'Neill slideways through that section of racetrack. I like to borrow your catchphrase when I can, Zach.
That's good. It's just cost you a dime.
A dime. All right. Well, I'd like to prepay $100 worth.
There it is. There it is. No, and this is kind of that perfect lead that she's got at the moment. She's able to kind of spot where O'Neill is at, not in a situation where she needs to defend the inside, defend the line here or there, but also at the same time not kind of wondering what's going on. She knows exactly whether O'Neill's making time up on her or losing time. And for the moment, she seems to be handling the pace here on the moto side of things and maybe just a tick faster in the woods. Only 1 lap in the book so far. We'll see how this race develops. 30 minutes.
30 minutes and 1 lap down. We'll see some lap times, expecting these to be around that 5-minute mark. But Lily Sheets looking great here, actually opening up the gap over O'Neill, leading the way here in our women's pro class.
Well, and we talk about the battle versus the war, right? Kayla O'Neill, she's got that number 1 plate for a reason, and she's well aware that Taylor Jones is now out of this, so we were able to catch up with your reigning champ, Kayla O'Neill. Talk to her a little bit about the shakeup here in this championship chase.
Yeah, so defending my number 1 plate, it's looking like it's going to shape up pretty good for me, get some solid points, and, you know, it's all about the big picture, you know, go to all the races, finish as best as I can, and get as many points as I can. It's looking like it's going to shape up pretty good in favor for me, which kind of sucks because it never really goes how I would want to win, but, you know, it looks like it'll be a good points weekend, so I'll take them and then keep my fingers crossed for a bigger turnout at the next one.
So and that's another thing, I think with all of these riders, you know, never hoping for misfortune for other riders, never hoping anybody goes down or has to exit the series prematurely, but at the end of the day, it does work positively in her favor, right? Those points are going to go her direction and potentially could lead to her backing that title up once again. So O'Neill, always just a fan of the sport. She's always, like I said, giving mad props to any of her competition. Even if they beat her, she's the first one to say, you know, so-and-so was the better rider. Hats off to them. And so right now, Sheets doing a great job as well. Now, Sheets, I believe this is her first round with us of 2026, so not necessarily in that points chase. And O'Neill doing a great job of not getting caught up in the hype, sticking to what she knows, not going to override that bike and cost her big time.
Well, Lily Sheets, a rider that I've seen her name a lot so far here in 2026 and even a little bit in 2025. She's been running a lot of the U.S. Sprint Enduro Series, so a different format but similar courses. So I think that she's maybe putting that speed and knowledge to use here in her first JDay race. And I tell you what, no better feeling than coming into your first race with the series, or at least first of this year, and putting yourself out front early. We could expect that if Lily Sheets is able to hang on to this one, or even just the experience of leading here on lap number 1 and well into lap number 2, now continuing to open up the gap over Kayla O'Neill, our defending series champion, we may see Lily Sheets become a regular fixture here in JDay racing and potentially battle for a championship in the future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sheets is looking as comfortable as ever, like she's been here all year long, and once again doing a great job of attacking when she needs to, but also you can see the patience in some sections as well. O'Neill looks like maybe a little bit more sense of urgency, knows she's starting to lose touch with Lily just a little bit, wants to keep that 5'11" in sight if nothing else, try to pick up on some lines or some opportunities. to figure out what your leader's doing. 442 to 446, only 4 seconds difference between the two of them, so still extremely close as one exits the section as the other enters, and that's going to cost big time. O'Neal, though, a good run through that FMF Extreme section, maybe a bit quicker than Sheets even.
Well, the one thing's for sure, that 4-second gap has definitely opened up now as Lily Sheets absolutely pouring the coal to it and stretching it out over our defending series champion, Kayla O'Neal. But O'Neal, a veteran rider, a lot of experience, and like you said, Zach, maybe not wanting to get caught up in the battle, especially early on in this one, knowing a couple things. Number one, it's a long race, 30 minutes. Number two, it's a two-moto format. And number three, she's in a championship points lead, or potentially assuming the championship points lead after this weekend. So the smarter thing to do, keep yourself on two wheels, keep pushing the pace, and live to fight another day.
No doubt about it. Dylan Price leading the way out of that schoolboy class, and it looked like it is still Tyler Medallia out front leading the way in sportsmen with Ricky Russell and Joey Crown 2 and 3. But on screen right now, Lily Sheets, the 2-11. Oh, and she's down. Your leader goes down. Lily having some problems on the exit of that corner. Front end looks like just got a little light, headed out of that rut. And now we are back wheel to wheel, bar to bar. Life breathed back into the number one. Right as it seemed like Sheets was starting to pull away, O'Neal is right back in the mix of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that can be so hard to be in that position as we see a replay of what happened here. Coming up over that roller, leans it over into that left-hand corner, and looking like she just kind of lost the front and couldn't quite get it back under her, pushing that front end out and hitting the deck there. But now starting to open things up just a little bit over the number 310 of Kayla O'Neal. So just when it looks like O'Neal's back in it and going to be battling for the lead, Sheets stretches it out once again.
Well, and that's one of those situations as well where the heart rate spikes, the adrenaline dumps, and it looks like Sheets was probably sitting there talking to herself. You just put in all that work to try to open that gap up, and now you've closed it back in. But like you said, almost immediately puts a second or two back between herself and Kayla O'Neal. So great recovery there from Lily Sheets as she maintains this women's pro lead. Meanwhile, Dylan Price continues to lead the way in the schoolboy class. And I saw Vinny Tomich out there as well. That's a GNCC EMTB racer doing some moto with us, and that is Josh Toth's style. Josh Toth doing Josh Toth things. We knew he was out here, and if I'm not mistaken, Josh actually designing our FMF Extreme section for this round. So Toth, you want to talk about a little insider information. He knows exactly what lines to hit. He helped design it, but man, so much fun to watch. Not only the intensity that our pro riders, or sportsman riders I should say, in this one hit that section with, but they throw a little style out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no better way to have that inside knowledge than to be the guy who actually built the section. Josh Toast, the number 206, throwing some whips through the double-double section there, and now looks like another rider who's getting some seat time in before our pro motos later. That was the number 6 on the machine of Gus Reardon. He's been racing several of these JDay races so far here in 2026. Now going back through, we got the Ken Roxon replica, the number 94 machine there, winning a Supercross championship last night, and out here joining us for JDay today.
I was going to say, you have to switch that thing to a number 1 if he wants to look like a replica. Now, hey, if you're here on site with us, we do have our youth podium and Pee-wee podium celebrations going on right up top by the JDay registration trailer. So if you're here on site, want to celebrate with our Pee-wee riders, now is the time to do that. Head up to our JDay semi. Meanwhile, the heavy hitters in this one, Josh Toth out there, Jacob Thomas, Rivers Morris. I believe I even saw Gus Reardon out there as well. But man, got to love this battle we've got going on at the top of our women's pro class. Lily Sheets and Kayla O'Neal continue to go at it. Jason Gillian leads the way out of our A vet class with Damon Rummel and Eric Geis 2 and 3. And then how about it? Real G's moving silence like Medallia. There it is. T-Dags looking as solid as it gets.
Looking like he's got some retro gear there. Pretty good look for him there on that number 5 machine. Rider that joined JDay this year. I know I believe he had run some in the past, but following along with the coverage from round number 1, battling it out in the sands of Boswick, continuing on to Club MX, and looking like he's chasing the series now and potentially in position to battle for a championship.
Yeah, a lot of shakeups. We talked about the points problems there with Taylor Jones. It looks like Kayla O'Neal having some issues through that extreme section. Oh, and some I don't want to say lap traffic, but other riders getting together with her through that section as well. So that's going to cost O'Neill just a little bit. Looks like Sheets already through this section, but yeah, big shakeup as far as points go in our sports or our top pro class, as well as Ben Kelly not going to be with us here this weekend after also sustaining some injuries at our last GNCC round, which now puts the top 5 within 6 points of one another. So lots of kind of newfound energy, blood in the water, if you will, at the top of that pro class. Probably emphasizes why so many of these riders getting out in Sportsman. Any little bit of information that they can use to help, they want to gather it, as it looks like Sheets getting ready to put another lap in the books.
Yep, so this is 2 laps complete, 3 laps complete now. Lily Sheets continuing to lead the way. This is a section of racetrack that we're coming up to where we saw her have some struggles just a lap ago. Now we have Joey Crown. Looks like Crown. Some other riders working their way through here. There's the 206 of Toth. Again, these guys out there just getting some seat time, learning the track for the upcoming pro motos. Lily Sheets putting another lap in the books now. 3 laps complete, still leading the way. Kayla O'Neill in the number 2 spot in that women's pro class. Back to Joey Crown on the 535 machine out front there.
And you can tell these top pro guys kind of just using this as a warm-up, if you will. You see them doing a lot of looking around, nowhere near the intensity that we've seen these riders have in our actual pro classes. Is look at this, exiting that Dunlop split lane. There was Gus Reardon starting to approach, but that rider looked like had been bit by the Lake Sugar Tree course. It's taking just a moment to get back up.
Yeah, we've seen how slick things are, not only out on the moto track. We talked about that in our earlier motos with the water they put down, but in the woods, we've seen a lot of front end tucks. That rider, someone else actually removing his bike, looks like Gus Reardon there, kind of blocking the trail to make sure that rider was safe. And now he continues on with his sportsman race and track preview. Back out onto the moto track.
So here we go, a great shot down the back stretch, headed towards that Yamaha finish line. Joey Crown just stamps another lap. There goes the 338, and Josh Toth making his way through as well. Oh, problems there for Toth, getting hung up on that post just a little bit.
Looked like he caught a foot peg.
Yeah, just a tad. I didn't even see him drop a foot, though. Still just
Yep, just a little wiggle.
Crazy. And I believe that is Rivers Morris just behind him as well. So we're going to take a red line replay look at your crash that we just picked up on. Watch this. This is extremely off camera. Just gets kicked off. And, man, looked like took the handlebar right to the chin there as well. That is certainly not going to feel good. So great look at that red line oil replay. And, again, it's one of those deceivingly slick sections right there. You might think, hey, it hasn't rained a lot. The soil's got to be dry. Well, it's all shaded. It's all covered as well. It's got that leaves, those foliage. It's all been covering it up. And then we have had rain throughout the week as well. And so it's soaked in just a little bit. And, you know, whether you call it greasy, whether you call it slick as glass, it's one of those ones where you get that weight off balance just a little bit. And that's exactly what can happen in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely, especially on a downhill like that with an off-camber. You touch even just the slightest little bit of front brake, and that is just a quick trip to the ground, which we saw with that rider there. But he did get up, walk off the course. We could see he took a big hit to the chin bar of the helmet there. And now we see the 511, the 211 on the number plates of Lily Sheets, your overall and women's pro leader. It's been a battle between her and Kayla O'Neill, but right now, Lily Sheets stretching it out. We saw her hit the deck just 2 laps ago on the moto track, but she's been able to open that gap back up. Just great pace through this section of racetrack, and looking like she may be on her way to another lap led here in this one.
So Sheets on the charge. It should be popping back out to our FMF Extreme section right on cue.
Looking smoother this time through there.
Yeah.
That was where she had struggles just a lap or 2 ago, but this time smooth through there, no hiccups, taking a look over her shoulder.
It's that lack of hesitation as well. She's fully committed. Look at this. O'Neill is not that far behind. She's in the FMF Extreme section as well. I thought O'Neill had lost a bit more time than that.
She lost a bit more time there in that section.
Whoa!
That was not an intentional scrub.
That was, that one was not It'd been cool if it was like
Listen,
designed like
slideways is cool, as now we see Tyler Medaglia coming up here. Oh.
Threading the needle.
Yeah.
Medaglia pushing forward and going to try to overtake that physical lead if he can catch up to Lily Sheets.
We did see in our sportsman running order, again, a lot of these guys just using it as kind of a warm-up and track preview. Lily Sheets now through 4 laps complete for Sheets, leading the way in our women's pro class. And there is Tyler Medaglia, leader of that sportsman class. And then the 310 of Kayla O'Neill, number 1 on the front number plate for a reason. Last year's 2025 JDay Series champion, but at the moment trying to track down race leader, the 211 of Lily Sheets. And there you see Sheets going the other way. We've seen this one kind of open up, tighten back up when Sheets had the mistake and hit the ground there, but she was able to pick that machine up just in front of Kayla O'Neill. And once she did get going, she's been able to hold O'Neill off now. Look at this. Sheets taking a look over, possibly wondering if that might have been Kayla O'Neill trying to make the pass. She sees the number 5 of T-Dags, Tyler Medaglia, one of the sportsman riders coming up through, and she wisely just kind of checks up, lets him have that position, knowing that it means nothing for her in either the class or the overall. She still is your overall leader, I believe. I don't believe the sportsman riders are counted in the overalls, but regardless, she's trying to win that women's pro class, and she is leading the way. Again, a quick look over, so you know she's working hard on the track, but also working hard trying to keep tabs on Kayla O'Neill. Does not want to let O'Neill get close. She's had to fight her off already a few times.
Well, and the nice thing is you can see she's very aware of people around her. She is double-checking to see who it is, and meanwhile, O'Neill still within eyesight of her. She saw her just entering the woods, just out of touch, not able to show her a wheel, try to make a pass happen, but they've been kind of able to steady out and maintain this gap, as now Sheets having to work through some lap traffic as well. Not to mention, probably going to start to see some of those top sportsman riders push their way forward depending on how hard they're on the charge. Just like you said, Johnny, that is a non-championship points-paying class, so not counted in the overall as far as finishes go, but a lot of these top pro riders using it as that little course preview, gets the body warmed up a little bit, gets you a little better idea of how things look here in real race conditions compared to many of them cycling and walking the track and trail yesterday. So right now it's a great opportunity, and man, I think it goes to show when that first green flag drops for those pro classes, the intensity that they're able to have because of the confidence they have for already knowing the course, it definitely goes a long way.
Well, and when we're speaking about knowing the course is changing. Look at all this dust kicking up. Think back to just one moto ago during our C-Class races. This was perfect dirt. We saw our race leaders riding wheelies down that straightaway and, moist soil kicking up. Now we've got dust, and Kayla O'Neill is having to ride through that dust to try to track down Lily Sheets. And Zach, I got to tell you, if you'd asked me a lap ago, I would have said Lily Sheets was starting to ride away with this one, but something has gotten into Kayla O'Neill. We talked about it, not needing to win this race for the points, in a good position. And Lily Sheets, as you pointed out, we don't believe has raced with us so far here in 2026, so she's not in the points battle. But Kayla O'Neill, a racer is a racer, and it looks like she's kind of lit a fire under herself this last lap of racing, and she is starting to track down Lily Sheets, and she can see her ahead of her on track, and they should be coming here in just any moment. This one may tighten up before it's over.
No doubt about it, and you got to think there's some confidence for Kayla O'Neill here on this Lake Sugar Tree course. We were able to talk to her about it. This is not her first time here. She's actually gotten to hang out here and do a little training with the professor herself. Let's hear what she had to say.
We are at Lake Sugar Tree for round 4 of JDay Offroad, and this place is sick. I remember being here when I was 11 or 12 on my KX100 for an AMA East Hare Scramble, and Gary Bailey was actually here, and I did a training class with him the day before, and he's a pretty gnarly teacher, but I learned a lot.
Yeah, I would say the professor has a thing or two to share with all of us. It is certainly great to have his insight, and
while the professor might have something to say about the feet off the pegs over the log there. But hey, man, I get it. She is full sending right now, trying to track down the 5'11" of Lily Sheets. And look at this. That is actually Sheets right ahead of her on track. So feet off the pegs or not, she's making a push, and she is closing things up. We see last lap, it was only 2 seconds faster for Kayla O'Neill. But this lap, I think she's gone even faster. She's continuing to close that gap, and she can now see Sheets just ahead of her on track. Sheets starting to feel the pressure. We saw her hit the ground once, it looks like Kayla O'Neill was not able to make a pass or capitalize on that crash before, but now all on her own, Kayla O'Neill is tracking down your race leader, Lily Sheets.
And what a time to do it. The white flag flies, the final lap of racing, as O'Neill going to take a deep breath and try to chase down Lily Sheets right in front of her. 30 minutes here for this women's pro race. It's not the 2-hour endurance race that we see out of GNCC. That WXC class kind of got some time to get into the flow of things. This is absolute intensity right from the green flag. And O'Neill, man, got to think, going to give it her all with the lead right there in front of her. And then Sheets probably aware of it as well. We've seen her kind of glancing back time and time again. And right when they get ready to exit off and go back into that wood section, she's going to do almost a full 180. She'll get a full chance to see, oh, wait a second, that is Kayla O'Neill. She's closing in.
Well, 30 minutes of racing, but this one right now is really only about 30 feet apart between your lead riders. Lily Sheets has the lead. Kayla O'Neill wants it. Lily Sheets was quick off the line, and she has led this one the entirety of it. But imagine the heartbreak to lead the whole way and give it up on the last lap of racing. Sheets is digging deep. She does not want to let that happen. We saw her with a crash earlier on, tightening the action up, and then she was able to stretch it out. But Kayla O'Neill has answered back, and this one is going to come right down to the wire.
So here we go. Yeah, the intensity, fitness going to come into play as well, as there it is. Sheets, no question about it. She knows exactly who is chasing after her. She did extend that gap a little bit as far as the lap times go, 36 to a 41. So O'Neill continuing to drop the pace and get quicker as the race goes on. Lily Sheets maybe tightening up a little bit, maybe just trying to stay aware. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell now starting to apply pressure to Kayla O'Neill. Two different classes. We'll see whether or not O'Neill puts up a big fight, maybe tries to let Ricky by and see if she can learn a thing or two from the sportsman rider.
Yeah, and Kayla O'Neill kind of benefiting possibly if Ricky Russell gets around from that draft, but not benefiting from the fact that she did not fire off the starting line and having to come from well behind Lily Sheets. But Lily Sheets has capitalized on that good start. Kayla O'Neill been getting faster as the race goes on. But right now, Ricky Russell looking like he's trying to make the pass out of that sportsman class on Kayla O'Neill. And there's an interesting dynamic there, because if he gets between those two, now Kayla O'Neill is having to eat dust from Ricky Russell, and it's kind of hampering her ability to try to track down Lily Sheets. But that's racing, and they're out there on the track at the same time, and we'll see how this one pans out as we come to our Dunlop split lane.
Here we go. A lot of riders on screen as well. Different skill levels, different classes, all out there at the same time. Could that play a role in how this women's pro class shapes up? Taking a look, watching and waiting. That Dunlop split lane right after this creek crossing. We saw it in, I believe, our Pee Wee class earlier. The two lead riders completely taking different lines. Relatively even split. We've got multiple split lanes throughout this course, and they do a really great job of separating them but keeping the overall time consistent, as O'Neill still right back there behind Sheets, but not able to close it to within 3 bike lengths or so. She has got to get going. They are running out of time.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing here out of the 212 of Russell, I think he recognizes this is a battle for the lead in that women's pro class, not wanting to get mixed up in that, wanting to let them battle it out on this last lap of racing. No points, no bragging rights really on the line for these sportsman riders. Yeah, it looks like he's just kind of cruising now behind Kayla O'Neill, not trying to get in the mix, giving her the opportunity to try to track down the race leader. Obviously, if he makes the pass, another machine in between makes it difficult. Here we go. This could be the tail of the tape from our Fox Racing FPV drone. Lily Sheets. Oh! And when we say the tail of the tape, look at this. This one's going to come right down to the wire. O'Neill through. And Lily Sheets, this is going to be a battle right down to the finish. We saw her over the bars almost, able to correct that machine without going down, but into the banners having to back up. And Zach, this one is going to come right down to the final corners.
No doubt about it. O'Neill is as close as she's been since they were beside each other on the starting line. Only a couple of corners remain. O'Neill doing a good job of not following, but man, those outsides taking a lot of extra real estate, but she launches the uphill. Woo, comes up just a little short, but she's now within a bike length of Lily Sheets. Only one corner left to go.
This one is going to come right down to the wire, folks. Lily Sheets leading the way, but Kayla O'Neill full send down this final section of racetrack. We've got one more right-hander and then up into the finish line chicane, and it looks like Lily Sheets is going to be able to hang on for this one. Kayla O'Neill coming across the line we don't even need to talk about the seconds when we talk about the margin of victory. All we need to talk about is the fact that that one was wheel to wheel across the finish line. I don't know if we're going to get an interview with Lily Sheets. Looks like she went the motocross exit from the track as opposed to the riders turning around and coming back up for a post-race interview. So, Lily Sheets, if you can hear us down there, if you want to turn around and come back up to... Oh, looks like, nope, she's headed out the exit. Zach, I do not believe you are going to get an interview with our race winner, unfortunately, going, we won't say the wrong way, but that's the way the riders exit when they race motocross here. So she did miss the post-race interview, but maybe we'll get a chance to talk with Lily Sheets a little bit later. Doing a great job grabbing the win here in Moto number 1 with Kayla O'Neill in that number 2 spot. Now we see Joey Crown, the 535 machine. We checked in with some of our sportsman riders throughout the race today here, and these riders, again, if you're watching from home, you will see them on track here in just about 2 more motos for Pro Moto number 1, but racing the sportsman class right now, having the opportunity to get out there and get some track knowledge, get themselves warmed up. Actually, just outside our booth here, we do see the number 6 of Gus Reardon. Looks like we've got some more riders on screen, still working their way through that Dunlop split lane. And I believe our man Zach Herron is going to head out and try and get an interview with Lily Sheets, the winner of our Women's Pro Moto number 1. And yep, Sheets is working her way down here, so we'll give her an opportunity to talk a little bit about her race. We got the 225 machine on screen now, working our way through in some of our vet and senior classes. This FMF Extreme section continuing to challenge these riders. And I believe Zach Herron is down with our Moto 1 Pro Women's rider, Lily Sheets.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Yep, I am down here. Lily Sheets taking a long way around there. She got sent off the standard motocross exit. But, Lily, what a battle. Take us through that. Got a great start. And then, man, we had that little tip over, but it seemed like that almost fired you up even more. You and Kayla taking it all the way down to the wire. How'd you feel out there?
Yeah, I got a great start. Just tried to pull away as fast as I could. I think I came out and sprinted a little too hard in the first few laps because by the end of it, I'm not going to lie, I just threw up all over myself coming through the finish line. So,
hey, we can't say you're not giving it everything that you got now. Okay, you're talking about sprinting a little bit earlier. This track obviously going to change a lot. Do you think one section's really going to stick out as a crucial part there to get this overall here in Moto 2?
I don't know. It's pretty fun out there. I keep messing up my lines in like one of those sections, and it's costing me a little bit of time. But honestly, I think the track's going to come out fine. I mean, I almost ate it on the extreme section on the last lap. That would have really made me mad, but it's all right.
It was a good save. We all saw it here on Racer TV and GP TV. Well, who do you want to thank for this first Moto win and an impressive performance?
I'd like to thank Lane Cycle, FXR, Factory Connection, Moto Cuts, my mom. Thank you for bringing me out here since it's Mother's Day. Jake, Brian, Tyler, and everybody else that helps me.
There you have it, guys. Lily Sheets giving it her all and grabbing that first Moto win.
All right, there you go. Sounds like a lot happening out there in our Women's Pro Moto number 1. Lily Sheets talking about really sprinting off the start there after grabbing our whole shot and leading the way over Kayla O'Neill. She says she went a little too hard early in the moto and ultimately gave back her breakfast once she got closer to the finish line here. And when it was all said and done, she was able to grab the win. We did see that miscue in the final lap there through.
Taking a look at that MX Trophies race recap. What a battle it was. Lily Sheets getting out front early, and we could tell she was sprinting hard. The question was she going to be able to go the full 30 minutes? It might have taken everything she had, including her breakfast, but she did get the job done. It came down to the wire, but how about it? Lily Sheets and Kayla O'Neill putting on a show here in Women's Pro Moto number 1, but man, it's like we love to say, first moto is only halfway there. If they finish this close in Moto 1, I can't wait to see how things turn out in Moto number 2. Johnny, we take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. Lily Sheets grabbing that win with Kayla O'Neill finishing literally a bike length behind her, coming down to the wire to kick off that first moto of Women's Pro.
Yeah, that one came right down to the wire, and exciting that we have one more moto for those ladies to come still this afternoon. So even though Lily Sheets grabbing the win in moto number 1, you know, with only 2 riders in the class, she's got to repeat because a second just isn't good enough.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be back with more Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix racing here from the Fox JDay Offroad Series.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Once again, getting an inside look at the Professor's Museum here. Gary Bailey actually just peeked around, let us know he is hanging out with us and going to be joining us here in just a little bit in the Racer TV and GP studios as we get ready for our next group of racers, to take to the track. They're getting lined up on that Fox launching pad right now. And, of course, the Moto Tassanari Pro 125 class, our featured race here in this one, going to be there on row number 1. B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric going to be out there as well, rows 2, 3, and 4. We saw some pretty impressive style in the C classes, Johnny. Let's see what the B class has got.
Well, judging by the style that we saw in that C class earlier on, especially that C250 class, I mean, I'm expecting to see some next level stuff here in these B classes.
It's going to be fun to watch, like you said. I mean, I'm full Bubba Scrub pancakes. I mean, if we're able to keep that trend going, as impressive as those C riders were, but definitely going to be fun to watch as your riders get locked and loaded. They're on that launching pad. Once again, want to welcome you all to beautiful Axton, Virginia, the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. The Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park track. Obviously a extremely well-known, especially if you know your history of motocross. Actually held a pro national through most of the late 80s, I believe even into 90 and 91 as well, before moved over to Budds Creek. And so really cool piece of history here. And there is the man trying to get the job. He's trying to get his shade figured out right now. It's all right. Stay cool there, Justin. Stay cool, all right? Justin Coquinos looking to try to get the job done here out of the Pro 125 class. Alex Fanoof lined up right next to him as well. He's on that retro machine, but don't let the bike fool you. That thing goes just as fast as the modern day Yamaha lined up right next to it. Alex gets the job done.
All right, I'm going to need it right now. Fanoof?
Yes.
All right. This is, we've had some interesting ones here.
Yeah.
I like when they challenge us with the last names. But Alex Fanoof looks like you can hear us sitting on the starting line there. We can see the YZ machine. Man, retro styling, but he is about to be styling out there. And looking good in that Fox Racing gear. Fox, one of the big sponsors here for JDay Racing. We appreciate all the support. You can see all the signage around the track. We got that Red Bull arch in the background. I think it would have been cool if they had put that over the extreme section. But then when those riders jumped up, we might have seen some contact with that arch.
Some bouncing off the bulls there, yeah. But we could take a couple of Red Bulls, though, if you can hear us out there.
Yes.
Crack one live on air.
Yes, please. I like blue, orange.
I like free. Cold, if I had to pick something. Taking a look, 18 photos there lined up with us. Gets all of the great action shots here around the pits and, of course, out on the course as well. Kylie does a great job for us. And the entire JDay crew, man, it's really been cool. I've been lucky enough to be at some of these JDay events in years past before they kind of started to spread across the East Coast. And then 2026 is the invasion of JDay. You know, it really seems like there's a lot of buzz about it. It's that blend of, you know, you've got the motocross, you've got the off-road, and riders like Justin Kokinos, who won that championship last year, kind of had that moto background, had to sharpen up his off-road skills, and has really found his home here. And Alex Fanoof, of course, a big part of the JDay program as well. I know they travel with the series, and it's going to be a ton of fun here in this 125 Pro class, the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, sitting on row number 1.
Looks like only 2 riders lined up, but I got to tell you, I've seen videos from Ian Howes of when this series is up in its home territory. This is a full gate of 30, 40 riders in this Pro-Am 125 class. So if you're at home, you got a 125, and you're this caliber of rider, get out here and give this thing a go, because listen to these machines sing. Kokinos, quick off the line, but Fanoof right there on that vintage machine. And we won't even say vintage. We'll just say experienced machine.
And I tell you what, that was an impressive start strategy there from Kokinos as far as the technical side. He had both feet essentially off the side of the bike, kickstarter with one, and immediately hit the gear shifter with the other. So starting it in neutral, had kind of the big 1-2 punch and got out to an early race lead. But Justin Kokinos trying to pick up right where he left off here in that Pro-Am 125 class.
Yeah, Kokinos looking good, but Fanoof keeping him honest on that. I believe that is actually the same year machine that Ken Roxon won a Supercross title on last night. Or same level of development. Hey, jokes, but we're getting ready to go here with our B250 class. Again, we saw some amazing experience of absolute technique. Look at that. That rider standing up off the line in our C classes earlier, but now here in our B250 class, looks like a good group battling for position here through turn number 1.
Making their way through. Looks like one rider getting command of the lead to start things off. Like I said before, love that we were able to integrate the motocross start just at the top of the hill before our starting lines is the actual motocross gate that they normally run. Whoa, as one rider gets a big kick forward. That was a save and a half right there, and he actually turns it into a pass. How about that?
Zach, you got to love when you can hear the revs through the headset, all the way across the motocross track. So that was panic revs, or maybe it was just the G-forces of trying to use the exhaust to thrust him a little bit further.
Ooh, I think he thought that inside roller was a triple. I thought he could jump all the way up there because he was pretty close.
Quick off the line. Looks like got a couple riders battling for this one. It seems like that outside is paying off for a lot of riders here on the starts. We saw Lily Sheets and also Henderson earlier around the outside in that 250C class, making the move there in turn number 1. Just a little better grip right now. And Zach, you were talking about it during our last moto. At some point you get to the point in the day where the grip, the dirt, and the track is at its best. And I'm going to say, if we're not there, we're getting real close.
We're getting real close, no doubt about it. And especially in some of those sections where more riders have been turning the dirt over, you can kind of see where that main line's developed. And that doesn't mean that those other lines aren't still valuable. I really, especially in those pro classes, we get to see so many different lines taken. I know Joey Crown getting real exploratory out there at CGI at our last round as well, using the far outsides to his advantage. but it's going to be fun to watch. Not to mention, we've actually got design split lines and our Dunlop split lane. Alex Phaneuf making his way through. That was the first creek crossing. Here is Coquinos a little bit further up the trail in that second of the creek crossings. And Phaneuf not far behind. Close, I'm telling you what, don't let the bike fool you. Alex absolutely rips. He was jumping some of the big free ride jumps over at CGI on that machine, and he can go full speed just with the best of them, as getting to see the technical skills of Justin Coquinos on our Fox FPV drone through that FMF Extreme section.
Well, I got to tell you, Zach, to me, these 125cc machines just look like so much fun. You know, I would love to come out and try a JDay. Ethan has actually reached out a couple times. My good buddy Ian Howes, obviously running the Fox FPV drone for us here today, has invited me out. So I definitely will be back. Maybe I'll come and announce part of the day, and I'll leave and go do some motos. And I want to find myself a marketplace 125. Yeah, I could go get a new one, but I think I want to find I want to talk to Phaneuf here and find out what year this is, get myself a 125, because there's nothing cooler than the sound of these machines. And we're watching Phaneuf, but it's actually Coquinos now coming through the finish line chicanes, but great style for Phaneuf, keeping him honest on that vintage age machine. That thing may be near as old as I am.
I'm telling you what, you may not be able to talk to him right now, but we are able to hear from him. We were able to catch up with Alex Phaneuf and talk to him about this beautiful retro 125.
So I started the year off racing vintage. I made it, stepped away from vintage to, race the Pro 125 class and take that a little bit more serious competition, and then I raced the AA Pro class. So in the 125 Pro class, I'm riding a 1990 YZ 125 that we've kind of restored, and we keep that thing running, and I have a great time riding it. And I have a Yamaha 2026, the new anniversary edition, and that's what I race in the Pro class, 252 stroke. Overall, like, a better bike would be the new bike, because it's just, suspension works better power, but at the end of the day, if you just want to go out and have a good time and just have fun riding, I like that old bike. It just always never lets me down, always have a smile on my face.
So there it is, the machine, 7 years older than myself, and still going faster than I ever could.
7 years older than you, and yeah, I was nearly graduating high school. Man, 1990 seems like just yesterday for me. Seems like before you were born for you, because it was 7 years before you were born. But man, it really just goes to show so much of what we see here on screen isn't just machine. There's so much talk about bike setup, about the newest and latest, greatest technology, and it goes a long way. Don't get me wrong, especially at the top level. But to be able to come out here, keep the fun in it, this 1990 machine, obviously I'm sure he's put a lot of work into prepping this machine, getting the suspension set up for him, getting the machine the way he likes it, and he's matching, very closely the lap times of our leader, Justin Coquinos, right now. So Phaneuf doing a great job out there, trying to keep the fun in racing, and we're sure having fun watching him.
No doubt about it. Phaneuf, absolutely fun. Yeah, if you think about it, 1990, the year of this 125 was, I believe there was still a Pro National here at Lake Sugartree in 1990. So crazy how things have all shaped out, but no doubt about it. He is feeling good, looking good, and yeah, I think he's kind of flies under the radar with that machine. I think a lot of people go, oh, look at this guy on the Retro 125. That's cute, and it's real cute as it's blowing past you, because Alex is absolutely ripping out here, and a big fan and big part of this JDay Offroad series. The Fox FPV drone, even trying to keep up with him. Phaneuf hanging tight, but just out of sight up ahead. Justin Coquinos doing a great job, a true professional, and has really kind of developed himself as one of the guys here in JDay. And there you see, getting ready to enter that Dunlop split lane. Quick little brap over that creek, no problem.
Looking at our running order in that B Open class with one lap complete, Caleb Herlong there leading the way over Austin Meads. And then in our B200 class, Zach Johnson leading the way. But looking at the overall, Coquinos and Phaneuf 1 and 2 out of that 125 Pro-Am class, also 1 and 2 in your overall here.
So taking a look, Luxon lap times from our last lap of 4:13 for Justin Coquinos. Phaneuf only 10 seconds off of the 4:23. Herlong of 4:25, and then identical lap times for Joshua Bonds and Austin Meads. And then Zach Johnson not far back there as well with a 39. Woo, a little close there through the extreme section. Yeah.
Held on to it. Coquinos making it look easy from our Fox FPV drone. Now back to our TBT Racing live drone. Oh, man. Fanouf.
Nose high on that one. Yep.
He may have seen what Kokinas did, said, man, I don't want to nose block that thing,
Not
so we're going to send her front end high over this concrete double. And Fanouf, great flow out here on this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track from our Fox FPV drone. Ian Howes, our pilot for the day on that one, and our pilot always here at JDay, doing a great job with that thing. Always amazes me what Ian Howes is able to do. He's likely sitting out, we don't see him, but somewhere outside here, he's sitting crisscross applesauce Indian style with his FPV goggles on and chasing these riders at a high rate of speed. And then our man Gabe from the TBT Racing live drone doing a great job following these guys as well. It's so nice to be able to just follow the action along, see these battles for the lead, and now back into the woods. Man, a little squirrely there across that creek crossing. The number 21, I believe that's Caleb Herlong. That is our leader in that B Open class over Austin Meads. That's a close battle in that B Open class.
It looked like he's got the 91 of Meads just in front of him.
So that is a lead change.
Yeah, could have definitely been a lead change in the battle there at the top of the field. We'll wait for the next time they come across time in a scoring, but it looks like Meads, which if that's the Austin Meads that I was familiar with, a more local motocross racer as well, so been dialing those skills in just a little bit here on the off-road side of things. And this is what we talk about. We've got a lot of riders, motocross racers, maybe not quite confident enough to take the full step into the GNCC off-road world, and this is that little bit of blend where I would be thinking, okay, well, at least I've got the motocross track. I can struggle, and I probably will on the off-road stuff, but if nothing else, I've got the moto track. And man, Meads, you can actually tell, stretch things out quite significantly on the moto track as he gets into that Yamaha finish line area, and it looks like that might be a change at the top of the field.
And you can see how much he opened it up over Herlong, even just in that little section of the motocross track. And Herlong, a big rev on that machine coming across the line on his Husqvarna. We've seen a lot of those panic revs already here early on. That one, not so much of a panic rev, maybe a frustration rev. He's doing everything he can, but the Triumph rider, Austin Meads, able to get around and starting to open up a gap here in this one.
So taking a look, Coquino still leads
look
the
at
way.
The gap.
Yeah, he has really opened it up. Joshua Bonds in that number 2 spot. Bobby Betancourt. Austin Meads leads the way in B Open. So Meads did retake that number 1 ride. And then Zach Johnson out front leading the way in the B200 class.
Looking at our FMF Extreme section, looks like the number 860 having some struggle. 866. Oh, and that is Bonds, one of the top riders in our B250 class. Actually leading the way, Joshua Bonds was just on screen there. Austin Meads still leading the way in that B Open class.
I'm going to say it as somebody that's been here many times. This is prime time. This is, I am FOMOing so hard right now. This track looks absolutely phenomenal.
These are the photos and the videos that when they show up on Instagram that everybody's going, man, I wish I was there.
I should have been there. And people should have been here. No doubt about it. The buzz continues to grow here for JDay throughout the East Coast. And that's one thing about it. You go up to those podium celebrations afterwards, and there are just tons of smiles. So many people that said, I was kind of nervous to try it out, but man, did I have a great time. And Austin Meads having a great time right now as well. The 91 picking things up and really looking solid as he has overtaken the lead.
Leading the way in our B250 class in 3rd place overall, Austin Meads on that Triumph machine from our Fox FPV drone. Look at the gap he's opened up over Caleb Herlong. Herlong led the way on lap number 1. Meads able to make the pass. And now stretching it out. Still Kokinas leading the way in our 125 Pro-Am class over Alex Fanouf. And they are 1 and 2 in the overall. Got some leaders headed our way here. The Dunlop split lane, and here it is. Austin Meads, the number 91, over that creek jump, getting a little squirrely there, kind of going off the edge of that thing.
You can tell that's starting to deteriorate. Deteriorate. I'd have getting there eventually.
Today, Junior. So Meads able to find a little bit of grip there off that creek jump, keeping it upright, but you can see he was headed towards the banner. And we've talked about it. Folks at home, the dirt is prime out on the moto track, but when you get into the woods, slick has been the story of the day. A lot of riders washing the front end, especially on that off-camber section just before the creek jump. Now into the FMF Extreme section. These guys making it look easy, but we've seen this section come into play already a number of times here today. But look at that, Meads. A little bit of style hopping through that section there and continuing to stretch that gap over Caleb Herlong.
The Fox FPV drone is now, we drop back to the 21 of Herlong.
That gap is really starting to open up.
Yeah, and Meads kind of like took that first lap relatively slow. I think he was really trying to feel things out. Not sure that I saw him here yesterday, so maybe just trying to check out exactly how the course was laid out and shaped up. And, man, it was like as soon as he got back onto that moto track, he got comfy and he has started to check out. Meanwhile, here comes the 945 on the Yamaha.
That is Zach Johnson. That is the leader in that B200 class. Looking good, leading the way. A lot of style out here from that Fox FPV drone. Ooh. Looking like he might have low-sided there, but he caught that rut, was able to catch himself.
Yeah, kind of saved it with the throttlers. Ooh, back in, steps out right there as well, just a little short on that step up.
You got to wonder for Caleb Herlong if the arm pump is real, because look at that. That is Meads going the other way. Now look at this. Meads has gotten around Alex Fanoof on corrected time there, or maybe physically already, and up into that number 2 spot in the overall.
Yeah, Meads continuing to get stronger as this race wears on. Once again, a beautiful shot of the Country Club of Motocross here at Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park.
Look at that. We saw Joshua Bonds having struggles in that FMF Extreme section, now giving up the lead in that B250 class all the way back to the number 3 spot. So he's going to have to get back on that horse and ride if he wants to get back in that lead battle. And Zach Johnson still leading the way in our B200 class.
Yeah, taking a look backside of the top 10 overall. Matt Gray in 7th. Bonds there in the 8th place spot. Justin Ingram up inside the top 10 as well. Ingram got a really cool story. Was actually paralyzed for a while. Had to go through a long treatment, and just a really cool story in general to be able to be back here racing at all, let alone at the level he is, up inside that top 10 overall with Joseph Werner in that 10th place spot.
And that's what racing is all about, Zach. You know, these guys and gals, they overcome adversity, do what they love, and great to see Ingram out there not only racing, but doing well inside the top 10 overall here in this one.
So Herlong dipping out of sight of that TBT Racing live drone. Going to cut through those field sections once again. Meanwhile, Justin Kokinos continues to lead the way at the front of that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Austin Meads looks like corrected time in that number 2 spot. Not sure if he's physically caught up to Fanoof yet, but got to think at least close on lap times if he's already able to get within that adjusted time frame.
Herlong looking like he's picked the pace up here, looking like he's getting a little more comfortable. He seemed frustrated, maybe tightening up on the moto track that last lap, giving up a bunch of time to Austin Meads, but he is now back on the charge and trying to put himself back in the battle for the lead here. Fox FPV drone taking some shortcuts.
Back to that creek jump just before the Dunlop split lane.
You know, looking at the overall running order, it looks like Fanoof still in that number 3 spot, but Caleb Herlong not behind by much there, potentially looking to put himself in position to battle for an overall podium here in this one.
Back to the front of the field we go. Justin Kokinos making his way across the motocross track. There is Herlong through the creek crossing. And did just see Alex Fanoof check in at that Yamaha finish line. And I can see just outside of our studio, Meads was just exiting the FMF Extreme section. So still not physically caught up to him, but on adjusted time should be in control of that number 2 spot. Meanwhile, this gentleman right here, Justin Kokinos, got to be just having fun right now out front, throwing some style over the big tabletop and closing in on a first moto win here for 125 Pro-Am.
Phaneuf on that 1990 YZ 125 doing such a great job here today in that number 2 spot in that 125 Pro-Am class, chasing Justin Coquinos, leading the way in that one and the overall. Austin Meads up into the number 2 spot overall. Caleb Erlong in 4th, and Zach Johnson, your leader from that B250 class, they're in that 5th place spot overall.
He doesn't just want the win, he needs it. I got a laugh out of Johnny. There it is.
You got jokes today.
It keeps me going.
I like it. That may have been the 522 of Joseph Werner there, just running inside the top 10 overall here in this one with 4 laps complete, working on lap number 5 of this 30-minute moto from our TBT Racing live drone. And now back to our Woods camera shot here. Alex Phaneuf making it look easy.
So take a look at this. Meads actually splits the difference between the two of them, about 4 seconds slower than Coquinos and about 7 seconds faster, than Phaneuf. So Meads is on the charge. We'll see whether or not he can physically catch up to this rider right here, Alex Phaneuf, the 1990 YZ 125, just a ripping.
Blowing up that berm.
On the charge. And Alex always looks so comfortable. So cool to see such a modern riding style on a machine like that as well.
Zach, we were talking earlier about how this track will continue to shape up. We saw Phaneuf through that corner there, kind of went out wide into the grass, opened up that corner, cut across the rut. As the ruts are shaping in, it looks like Phaneuf is kind of preferring riding in the fluff, staying out of those ruts. Don't know if it's a machine thing or just a personal riding preference, but he is just really making his own lines out there.
Well, and to your point, we even just saw Meads right there trying to do the same thing. And the drier sections, like we said, they've been working moisture into this motocross track, but the off-road section, they have not. And so you can see kind of that harder base, square-edged, hard-pack type chop that we get going to start to develop already, even in these grass sections. As soon as that grass is ripped up, it starts to really get a bit more hard-packed. And so maybe flirting just left or right of that main line, a bit smoother. And like you said, for somebody like Phaneuf, trying to get that power and keep the momentum flowing on that 125, the fluff might be exactly where you need to be.
Well, right where he needs to be for sure is Justin Coquinos leading the way in that 125 Pro-Am class and leading the way in the overall. Man, just railing that right-handed corner, getting into the berm, and carrying all of the speed on that YZ 125. Coquinos showing why he's out front here, just absolutely shredding this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track.
Yeah, Coquinos is having fun right now as well. He's great at managing his effort level, knows exactly when he needs to sprint, knows exactly when he needs to just keep things down, and he knows he's just got to do it one more lap. So there it is. White flag is out. Justin Coquinos one more time around here for the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class.
TBT Racing live drone bringing us the footage. Justin Coquinos working his way on his final lap here in this 125 Pro-Am moto. Led it right from the start. Alex Phaneuf put up a big fight early on that vintage 125 machine. Now you've seen Coquinos kind of made a little mistake there and standing up, knowing he's probably got enough gap to carry this one to the finish line. Looking like not a huge sense of intensity. You can see the relaxed riding style, and he is maybe saving some energy for moto number 2.
Well, and we know Coquinos uses this very similar to what we saw Ricky Russell and Joey Crown using the Sportsman class for. Now, this is a championship points-paying class, so when he needs to, we've seen the intensity from Coquinos in this class, but doing what he is right now, getting out front, building that gap, you'll start to see him managing a bit more. On this last lap especially, you'll see him looking around a little bit, maybe even trying some different lines out, not to mention throwing some good style for the FPV drone as well. But Coquinos, a very intelligent rider, like we said, their champion from 2025, and you don't get there by luck. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He also is really good at adapting and kind of seeing how the track looks now and how it's going to look here in just a little bit. One moto separates this class compared to our pro race. We'll have one vet rider class coming up here next, and then we'll have our first pro moto of the day. So Coquinos kind of on a scouting mission here for this final lap, hoping to just find some special line. And then don't forget, both for our Sportsman and for this, all of our pros, they're scouting some lines out, but don't forget about that Kurt Caselli pro line. Only for our pro class coming up just after that second creek crossing, and no riders having gone across that yet so far this weekend. So that's going to be an added shake-up as well. But Coquinos right now doing a little bit of looking and a whole lot of ripping as he is closing in. Look at this. This is like wheelie alley, as we're going to call this, because everybody's on the back wheel here. Final lap for the 444.
There you see it from our Fox FPV drone. Justin Coquinos leading the way in this 125 Pro-Am class. And when you say defending champion, actually our defending pro class champion, having won that championship last year, and we will see him out here in just about 2 more motos in that pro race and looking to do battle. Hopefully for him, trying to back up this win if he's able to hold this one to the finish line here in this 125 Pro-Am.
Yeah, such a great closing to the 2025 JDay program. Justin Coquinos and Brandon Gregoire going down to the wire, both in this 125 class and in the pro class. Gregoire just edged him out here in the 125 class for the title, but Coquinos grabbing that overall championship for the pros. And so a little bit of splitting of the championships there, but man, Coquinos, he's been fired up. I got to talk to him at the awards banquet for the 25 season, and man, so he was so excited to see the growth of the JDay series, and not to mention, you know, I'm a Carolina boy myself, and getting to ride at some of the legendary spots up in the north that JDay goes, like Unadilla, like Southwood, like some of these really big popular spots that don't have a lot of races. That's exactly what JDay's brought to this area now as well. You don't really get to race at Club MX or somewhere like CGI, or even a facility like this here at Lake Sugar Tree to have this kind of GP style race. Really cool to see what JDay has brought here across the East Coast.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Ethan's been doing here with the series, really seeking out new facilities, and Coquinos looking to bring this one to the finish line here for the win in this 125 Pro-Am class. All right, the final stretch, up and over that double, got one right-hander, and then he is into the finish line chicane, standing up and taking the victory in this 125 Pro-Am class. Justin Coquinos taking a look over his shoulder at the checkered flag. He's going to make a right. He is going to be met by Zach Herron. We're going to get the lowdown on what the track's like, what that race was like, and a slow wheelie backwards up the start stretch there for Coquinos. But a big shout out to Alex Fanoof there in that number 2 spot, looking to work his way to the finish line. And then we do still have several battles in our B classes. We'll get you the top 10 rundown here in just a few moments. But Justin Coquinos victorious in 125 Pro-Am Moto number 1 here from Lake Sugar Tree. And like we got some more riders working their way through here. Finishing up a welcome sight, which is a checkered flag. Looks like Zach is ready with our race winner, Justin Coquinos.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Yep, hanging out here with Justin Coquinos. I don't know what's more impressive, the race or the wheelie afterwards, man. But all kidding aside, we've talked about how you've used this. It is a serious class for you. You're chasing this title, but it also is a bit of a scouting mission as well for that Pro Moto Lake Sugar Tree. What are we thinking about it, man? It certainly looks fun out there.
Yeah, it's a blast. Moto track was sick. Luckily, I got to spin some laps yesterday. So really, it was just trying to figure out the woods. I honestly, I don't know if I needed that. I needed to find some good lines because I felt like I was a little all over the place the first lap, so I kind of had to back it down a lot. And then I put in some fast sections, which was good. But yeah, like you said, just kind of scouting.
All right, well, Justin, we'll see you out here in this first Pro Moto.
Yeah, for sure.
There it is. Justin Coquinos gets the job done in Pro-Am 125 Moto number 1.
So there you go, folks at home. Coquinos with the win in that 125 Pro-Am class, and we'll see him back again here in about 2 more motos in our pro racing action. Our defending series champion looking strong here today at Lake Sugar Tree. And here's how it all went down in our 125 Pro-Am class. Coquinos quick off the line. Alex Fanoof giving chase on that 1990 YZ125. So an interesting storyline there, and Fanoof looking very strong throughout. Meads grabbing the win in that open B class. But Coquinos, there's Fanoof, working his way through from our MX Trophies race recap here on this one. A little bit of swag, a little bit of a scrub, a little bit of a whip, and then Wheelie Alley, as Zach Herron dubbed it on the final lap of racing. A lot of riders getting a lot of grip. and Coquinos led this one wire to wire, grabbing the win. Here from the Yamaha Racing finish line, we'll do our Pro Taper top 10 overall. Coquinos, Meads, Fanoof, Caleb Herlong, Zach Johnson, Mac Gray, Josh Bonds, Bobby Betancourt, Justin Ingram, and Joseph Werner rounding out the top 10 here in this one. And we will get ready to go for our next moto. And if you're watching from home, only one more moto until our pros will be on the line. And we'll be back with all the racing action live right after this.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kurt Caselli Foundation. Their focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycles. And GNCC. The Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross. Cycle News. Dirt Bike Magazine. Stoke Media. And Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. Taking a look at the paperclip, that was Martinsville Speedway, just about 9 or 10 miles away, not far at all. As sitting on the line now, we've got our B Vet, our Super Senior, our Masters, B Senior, Women's BC, C Senior, and Vintage classes sitting on the line. Now, Johnny, you look far to the inside. There is a Honda machine, the number 16, wearing some red and white Moose racing gear. That is none other than my father himself, Dean Herron. I'm going to find out whether or not all the advice I've been getting yelled at over the years, he actually knows what he's talking about or not. No, all kidding aside, I think I might be more nervous than he is right now. He is sitting on the line. It's been, I don't even know how many years since his last motocross race. I want to make sure that's clear. He is a motocross racer, but I don't know if he's done an off-road race as long as I've been alive, Johnny, but he is.
So wait, hold on. You're saying you don't know how many years since his last motocross race, so his last race period?
Last race period, yeah. It has been 5+ years minimum since he has raced at all, and then an off-road race at all, including any kind of wood section. It's been, going to be 29 soon, so it's been a while, we'll put it like that. So he's fired up. He's been coming to the Lake Sugar Tree open practices. So remember those riders we talked about really feeling like the moto track was their strong suit? That's probably not him either. But you know, all kidding aside, it's going to be a ton of fun. This will be the first time I've gotten to announce a race that he is a part of, and so it's going to be a ton of fun. He's in that Masters class.
So Papa Heron going out there to try to get it done here in that Masters class. We're going to see him and all these other riders in action here in just a few moments. They're continuing to line up Zach, worth mentioning, I just stepped out of the booth to use the facilities here, and it's starting to warm up. Oh, there we go. There is Papa Heron. He's given us the hang loose sign. We'll see if he's able to hang loose out there for the next 30 minutes once this one gets underway. Doing battle. He's got the handguards, he's ready for the woods. He's got handguards. He's dialed.
He is the definition.
He's got tear-offs.
If nothing else, you're going to look good. So the kit looks good. He's fired up. I'm nervous. If you can't tell, I'm a little nervous. All right, I'm supposed to be standing over there with him. I got to hang here with Johnny. We're trying not to be too biased, but it's going to be exciting. No, all kidding aside, it's so cool. We talk about the family atmosphere of racing, right? At the end of the day, I think I can count on one hand the number of times that I've lined up on a starting gate without Dad right next to me, and really cool to be able to kind of do it the other way around. So excited to see him back out there. That's his buddy Coop there on the number 18 ride. So it also is cool to see kind of the crew. These guys have grown up racing together. They're now 50 and 60 plus years old, and it's really cool to see that fire still there as well. They like to go ride. They ride more than I do now, and on top of that, they're getting to line up and do some JDay racing as well. They've seen it. They kind of experienced here on Racer TV and GP TV, said, wait a second, you're going to Lake Sugar Tree? I'm in. Sign me up. So really exciting stuff, and glad to have them hanging out with us.
Well, a lot of nostalgia here at Lake Sugar Tree, and obviously we see some nostalgia on the starting line. Looks like an older CR there, and that rider seeing the opportunity to, maybe he watched those pro motos from here back in the days, in the 80s and the 90s, and now he's out here, and he's going to bring out that old vintage machine and blow the soot out of the exhaust as he rings that thing out here on this Lake Sugar. And there goes that one. So we'll call that one there like the vintage, and then the one that just came by there, Bomber.
Yeah.
Because that looks like a dual shock machine, looks like a much older either Suzuki or Yamaha machine there. So really bringing the fun and nostalgia here at Lake Sugar Tree this weekend, and some great racing action with some really memorable machines for sure.
So all of our riders kind of getting their spots dialed in on the line. Should be taking off here in just about 6 minutes or so, 11:40. The start time is this is our last moto before that first pro race of the day. You do not want to miss it, but this is going to be a fun one to watch as well. Another one of those amateur or vet classes, I should say, that has a lot of great battles in it, man. We've got don't really have the favorites set out that we maybe have in some of our pro divisions, so you never know what you're going to get, but the riders certainly fired up and going to be a fun one to watch as well. Great track conditions, still plenty of moisture in that motocross track. The off-road section really starting to develop some personality as well, so great time to be here at the Redline Oils Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix, round 4 of that Fox JDay Offroad series. Like we said, make sure you guys are following JDay Offroad on social media. Got all kinds of great behind-the-scenes action as far as what goes into prepping the course. Some of the incredible people that we get to talk to throughout the series as well. You guys can find all of that on our social media pages. B-Vet going to be our first row here, Johnny. Kind of taking those last deep breaths, getting locked in, as the kids say.
Well, they're getting locked in, but we're still loading the starting line here. And, those riders, we're starting to talk about the fact that it's getting warmer out there. We're told high temps up into the 80s here today in Virginia, so it's definitely starting to warm up, not only on track, but off track as well. So these riders trying to find some shade, staying behind one of these big trees here at Lake Sugar Tree until it's time to go to the starting line, but that time appears now. We see that rider with the elbows up. He is anticipating the start, doing a little stretching, and the enthusiasm is reaching an all-time high as we get ready to get underway with this B-Vet class, and also Papa Heron out there in the Masters class. We got a lot of classes out here for this one, and if you're just tuning in from home, we have our Pro Moto number 1 coming up next right after this one.
So here we go, final bits of preparation. Last few riders taking their spot on that Fox launching pad. As B-Vet Road number 1, seeing a couple of familiar machines out there. So some of these riders not going to be their first time out on track.
I believe, is that Jigs Festini there? One of the riders will be joining us in our pro class here next moto up, looking like he's supporting another rider on the starting line there.
So last little bit of prep here. Shouldn't be just a couple more minutes before we go racing. Yeah, that is Jigs Fustini, one of the top riders we've got in our pro class. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he is one of those riders up within a couple of points of that series points lead, with a big shakeup coming into this weekend. A couple of our heavy hitters exiting early with injury.
I believe you said it was 5 riders separated by
top
6 points.
By 5, yep.
Yeah.
So, and that was including Ben Kelly, who we know is not with us here today. So certainly going to be fun to watch.
See the elbows up and the anticipation building. Not for everybody.
Nothing like a little bit of Red Bull shade there.
I love it.
Gives you wings and gives you shade.
Open call to anybody here at Lake Sugar Street Motorsports Park if there's any Red Bulls laying around.
Yeah, please. So here we go. Final few moments of preparation as we watch and wait. B-Vet going to be the first line off. And it shouldn't be long now.
We wait and we watch.
With bated breath. And once again, interesting to see almost all of those riders lining up far on the outside. Here we go. 30-second card is in the air. And now it's all about that Fox green flag. Riders are locked in, and here we go. Race number 6. B-Vet off and rolling. Angling to turn number 1, that 94 machine. One of those riders I talked about already seen out on course. Might have figured some things out for that first turn. I'm pretty sure he was pretty fast off the line in that other moto as well, picking up right where he left off and getting out front early.
B-Vet underway. We've got 3 more classes left, I believe, in this one.
So Super Senior and Masters coming up next.
And hear that crisp bark of that 2-stroke
machine.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Maybe I'll start on the same route.
Yeah, I believe Super Senior and Masters do start at the same time on the same row. There we go. Papa Heron trying to run that inside.
That number 16. An eye on that machine. Look good, feel good.
He's kidding. Oh, yeah, he is not scared to get physical here. Let's get them while they're all bunched up.
Oh.
What are we checking up for, Dad? Come on.
Oh, he goes for it. Ooh, hangs the rear wheel a little bit, but smoothly over that double here.
He's been coming to practice days here, all right? The moto track is where we're – look at this. That's what we're talking about. Moving forward.
Folks at home, if you could see the proud Papa-son moment here for Zach Heron. Things get a little squirrely, but Papa Heron out there laying it down.
Neither one of us are very stylish, but if nothing else, I'd rather look good than go fast.
All right, we've got our B Senior, our Women's B, and our Women's C off the line all together here in this one. A lot of riders diving down into turn number 1, and it is a Beta machine grabbing that pole shot from our TBT Racing live drone.
So B Senior, Women's B, and Women's C taking off.
Really starting to dry up here, it looks like, in this one. Looks like that was our girls class winner earlier on.
Yep, Caroline Dawson jumping up into that women's class as well. I'm not sure if she was Women's C or Women's B. I know they were kind of debating back and forth, but once again having a bit of track experience now. Definitely going to probably see a bit of a different course than she saw here early this morning. As how about it? The Can-Am machine, our C Senior and Vintage class, sitting on the line. Last row to take off, and there we go.
If you follow along with ATV racing coverage, Can-Am a household name in the 4x4 ranks, but back in the day, back in the 80s,
oh yeah,
the Can-Ams oftentimes ruled the woods in hare scrambles, GNCC, all kinds of off-road racing. Folks like Johnny Martin, the owner of Spring Creek MX and father of Alex and Jeremy Martin, was a factory Can-Am rider back in the day. They're represented out here well today in this vintage class.
So we see Evan Kelly on the 222. He's got a older Kawasaki. He rides here in this vintage class as well.
KDX.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Good save. Little dab of the foot there.
That checkered flag umbrella kind of threw me off for a moment there. I thought it was a 3-turn race. Sending the KDX up over that big step-up tabletop there. Feet off the pegs, sending it.
Going for it. Looking good, feeling good right now. So here we go at the creek crossing, the Dunlop split lane.
See that vintage CR machine. There's Papa Heron. Rolled off the creek jump, but right through the creek. Making good time. So how much seat time would you say Papa Heron has in the woods?
Not a lot. And like I said, the time that he does have, it was prior to Zach's existence. So it's been a while. I don't think there's been a whole lot of off-road prep coming into this. But he's on. Oh, and he's down.
We had to catch
Where's
that
the
on
beep
camera.
button? Beep, 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 beep.
We had to catch that on camera. He's wiping the mud off the grips. Fell in the possibly the worst section of racetrack. He is struggling to remount that machine. Those hands are going to be slippery. The grips are slippery.
So one thing I told you, fine.
Don't fall down?
Don't fall in where it's wet.
Apparently he did not listen to your pre-race advice.
All right, now we're just coming from the rear. It's all right. We're fine. Now let's take a look. Sounds like we had a pretty gnarly crash in the FMF Extreme section. Man, we've talked about a couple of nose picks, but that was just a full-on case right there. The red line replay.
Get that man a lawyer because he has a serious case.
Yeah,
Papa Heron.
Let's take the easy route, Rob.
Papa Heron deciding he wants no part of that FMF Extreme section, at least not on lap number 1. Maybe he'll warm up to it as the race goes on.
God, I hope not.
But a great opportunity for him to get out and race. Obviously, JDay coming here to Lake Sugar Tree. And like you said, the first race that he's been able to race in that you're announcing. So
really
pretty
cool.
Momentous day here for the two of you guys.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, it's truly, like I said, I've grown up racing my whole life. He's done tons of races since he was my age and even younger. And it's cool to see, like I said, how into it they are. He's got a couple different friends that are out there at the same time as him. And at the end of the day, he's just out there to have a good time.
And your dad's an industry guy as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Local Parts Unlimited rep, Triangle Cyclist, who we mentioned earlier. He's their Parts Unlimited rep, and been around this Lake Sugar Tree course. Came and watched the Pro National out here. So, growing up in the Carolinas, so it's really just cool to be able to be a part of the first JDay Offroad race we've had here at Lake Sugar Tree.
Well, Zach, I have to say, I think we may be past that prime point. We're starting to see the track.
Starting to see her get a little dry.
Yep. I think there may be some track prep at some point here. We did see them putting water down on the start stretch.
Yep.
So we may see some watering in different parts of the track if they have the opportunity. A busy schedule here, racing from 8 a.m. until the final Pro Moto, finishing up right around 5 p.m.
Yep.
So a long day of racing, but a great job the track crew has done. We're just about halfway through our program here for today. And the track's still looking to be in pretty phenomenal shape out there at the moment.
So, watching our leaders make their way through.
With our overall leader, Austin Sudreth, leading the way on that number 94, and then Nicholas Turner in the number 2 spot, and Alan Alford rounding out your top 3 overall, and you can see the rest of them there on screen. Gabrielle Minichi leading the way in that women's B, and Jamie Geary leading the way in that women's C class.
Todd Gales out of that C senior class, just in front of Derek Luxka. And then Geis leads the way for your vintage class on the 319.
I saw we had an other there in the vintage, so I'm wondering if that was the Can-Am. They didn't even have the brand to be able to put it in. Oh, update in the overall. Eric Geis out of that vintage class, taking over the #1 spot in the overall. So a great lap 1 for Geis there.
How about that? Seeing some of those vintage machines making their way through.
Papa Heron in the #3 spot in the Masters
We're running
class.
into podium, baby. That's all we need. Keep the laps. Keep it moving forward. Keep it rubber side down.
The 353 of Nicholas Turner on screen there. 3rd spot in the overall. Working his way through the FMF Extreme section. Making a pass on one of our vintage class riders. Sending up over that double.
You can see some of those riders just starting to move a little outside of that main line. Some of those ruts getting not only a bit deeper, but they kind of get those chewed out acceleration bumps in there as well.
Absolutely, as those ruts start to get rougher, I think we'll see a lot of the lines starting to change up here. And keep in mind, we are not yet quite halfway through our program. So the track that started off as smooth as glass, fully prepped, now starting to get some character to it and really starting to challenge these riders and machines.
So on the screen, Sudrith
back to the overall lead.
Solid.
Likely because Geis has not yet checked in with 2 laps complete, but we'll see if Geis is able to maintain that overall lead or if Sudrith has been able to wrestle the overall lead back away.
And you can see Sudrith starting to find a little flow through those rollers as well. I hadn't really seen a lot of riders actually jumping through there, but just behind that Can-Am machine.
Oh, that was either the Yamaha or Suzuki. Can-Am was red. Can-Am was red.
And you're the colorblind one.
Well, yeah, but I can see the difference between red and yellow. If it was red and green, I might struggle.
Fair enough.
Sudrith following him from our TBT Racing live drone, and now into the woods, leading the way in this one. We'll have to wait and see when Geis checks in if he has been able to maintain that overall lead out of the vintage class. John Lee leading the way in that Masters class over Gregory Likens and Papa Heron, Dean Heron, rounding out your top 3 in that one. In the B Senior, it's Mark Hodeling and Rob Kavanaugh, your top 2 in that B Senior class, having checked in now with 2 laps complete. Women's B, it's Rachel Watts, Carolina Dawson, and Gabrielle Minichi. So a big shakeup there in our women's B class now with 2 laps complete. Then women's C, it is Jamie Geary, Christine Kavanaugh, and Kayla Reichen are your top 3 in the women's C class. C Senior, it's Derek Luxa and Todd Gales. And still waiting for Eric Geis to check in out of that vintage class and see if he has been able to maintain that overall lead.
So right now, Sudrith on his own out at the front of the field. Meanwhile, take a look at the TBT Racing live drone over top of that FMF Extreme section.
Now to our Dunlop split lane. Here is your leader.
Yolita.
Sudrith taking that creek jump. You can see that as the lip goes away, those riders starting to land short into the water, making a splash. We'll see how that plays out with our Pro Moto coming up next. We saw that jump had a lot of lift earlier on in the day. Riders able to easily clear that section. Now, as the dirt's kind of getting eaten away, much harder. And there it is, Eric Geis back to the top of the overall leaderboard out of that vintage class, able to, on corrected time, continue to lead the way here in the overall.
Watching 2 different ways to navigate through that FMF Extreme section. Sudra puts power to the ground.
Geis really getting the most out of that vintage machine. We haven't seen him on screen a whole lot just yet, but making it work out there, able to overtake the modern machines here on that vintage machine, making it look easy. Eric Geis on that number 319 Kawasaki. But Sudrith now checking in with what will be 4 laps complete. And looking at the lap times, look at that. 11 seconds faster for Eric Geis. Sudrith with a 4:37, Nicholas Turner with a 4:54, Jetmar with a 5:08, and you can see the rest of the lap times down through there. Don't see Papa Heron's lap time on there, but we're going to assume it's probably going to be like a 4:25. He's going to be just a little bit faster than leaders this lap around.
Yeah, that's why we assume. Yep. It's I would like to see, though, Geis on camera if we can find him, because, man, to be able to run that kind of pace, I mean, as we've seen from Fanoof, certainly doesn't mean that, you know, an older bike doesn't mean you can't still go fast on it, but, man, Sudrith is really putting an impressive pace together, and for Geis to still be that close, pretty impressive as the 94 continues to click off laps here for Moto number 6. Like we said, Pro Moto number 1 coming up next. Grab your popcorn, your drinks. You do not want to miss it. Little dab of the foot there.
See, he's running some alternate lines here, moving around. He's got some lap traffic in the mix. Now back to our Dunlop split lane. This rider's now riding next to the creek jump. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out throughout the day. You can see just to the right of our camera shot there was a little lip. It's kind of really got eaten away as the riders accelerate off the edge there. And now landing into the water almost just as fast, just to drop down and ride through that creek.
Well, and to your point there, Johnny, I was kind of surprised this morning to see people rolling off of that, because I thought it was too steep. And as soon as I saw that, I knew that lip was going to disintegrate almost immediately. And so be curious to see the speed that our top pro riders will be. They'll probably won't be trying to jump, but it'll still. Oh, man. Down, and talk about the worst spot.
He looked like he caught that tree right to the chest as well, but he is up and riding that machine. Here comes one of our vintage CRs working their way through. Not in our vintage class, actually, in one of our age classes out here. Sweep rider coming around. Check on that rider, but I think he's already up and going. The FMF Extreme section continuing to challenge these riders, as now we can see some of the logs starting to break loose and roll around there. So that will be an additional challenge through that section as our Pro Moto comes up next, and for the rest of the motos throughout round number 2 of our motos here today.
The extreme gets extremer.
Extremer.
Man, solid from that rider right there. Did a good job keeping the balance.
We saw that last log actually kind of looks to be the smallest, or one of the smaller ones in the section, but it's given a lot of riders struggles. We saw Lily Sheets in our women's Pro Moto get right to that log right there that CR is on, and almost went through the banners, almost costing her that moto win, but ultimately able to get that machine pointed back in the right direction, get moving and hold off Kayla O'Neill right down to the finish line.
Fox FPV drone picking up a paddle on track right now.
One thing you always notice is riders that are not super familiar and comfortable on a moto track, they seem to sense a little bit of comfort by letting off just before the lip of a jump and end up casing. It's like, just give it there we go again. Just give it a little bit more and get to that downside.
Be a lot smoother.
Yeah. It's, but, you know, they learn as the moto goes on, and you learn to either get on the gas a little bit harder or just let off completely and roll it. We got that one smooth there. Soft off-road suspension, sometimes not ideal for these moto tracks. As we see here now at our Yamaha Racing finish line, riders working their way through that final chicane and out for another lap. Eric Geis still leading the way in this one from our vintage class, back to the top of the leaderboard. But Austin Sudrith about to check in now with 4 laps complete. He will bounce back to the top of the leaderboard when he checks in, but we'll have to wait until Geis checks in again to see if he's been able to maintain enough pace to continue to hold off Sudrith for that overall lead here on corrected time.
Yeah,
another shake-up in our women's C-class. Christine Kavanaugh now to the top of the board in that one.
Yeah, the crew's been trying to find Eric Geis. We want to get him on camera. We know it's a Kawasaki machine, but like we said here, very similar to what we have in GNCC. You're assigned a number, oftentimes does not match the number on your motorcycle, and so Geis flying incognito right now. We know he's on a Kawasaki, but we'll see whether or not we'll be able to track him down before the end of this one, but certainly been putting up a great run. As Sudrith now already another lap complete, jumps right back to that number 1 spot.
Alan Alfred leading the way in that super senior class, and John Lee, Gregory Likens, and Dean Papa Heron still rounding out your top 3, followed by Barry Nelson, Joe Norder, and then to our B senior class, Mark Hottling and Rob Kavanaugh, your top 2 in that one. On screen, it is Austin Sudrith on the number 94 machine, leading the way in this one, but on corrected time, Eric Geis continuing to lead. We'll see when he checks in. Nicholas Turner should be checking in here too on that 353 Husqvarna in the number 2 spot.
Funneling off of the moto track once again.
So the battle between our B veteran class and our vintage class rages on between Sudrith, Geis, and Turner. Sudrith and Turner out of that B veteran class, Geis out of that vintage class, battling it out over those overall podium positions. There is a Kawasaki machine, but that is the 222 machine, not the 319 of Geis.
Evan Kelly back there in the 6th overall spot. Caroline Dawson right behind him.
Leading the way now in that women's B class. She's got around Rachel Watts to take the lead in that one. We saw her out in the girls class earlier today in the youth ranks, and she is making tracks and making her way to the front of the field.
Kelly doing a good job of hopping out of the way there. Did want to have that battle. Meanwhile, there is the 786 on the back of the jersey.
Kelly leading second in that vintage class behind our overall leader, Eric Geis.
I believe this might be Geis coming through the finish line.
I think you're right.
Right now.
He's got duct tape, three strips of duct tape. If our camera crews see him out there, he is on a big old Kawasaki KX machine. 3 strips of duct tape for the number plate. And then leading the way in our Masters class, it is still John Lee. Back to our leader on track physically, Austin Sudrith, leading the way in that Vet B class. Oh, up close and personal with our camera. Outside the tape. Things getting a little hectic there at the creek jump. Dunlop split lane, they're wanting to make it a 3-way split.
I believe that was Likens, who's just in front of Dean Herron. I need the AMA ref. Like to launch a complaint here.
Typical family and crew member protesting while the race is still going on. I love it. All in good fun. That was not an intentional line there. It looked like he got a little squirrely coming out of the creek and just ended up in the track markers.
That camera operator did not do what I asked, but all kidding aside.
All right, and Geis now checked in, and there he is on screen. We're finally getting a shot of the 319 of Eric Geis leading the way in this one overall and in our vintage class. First shot we've had of him here on camera. Looking like he's just cruising, but obviously carrying great speed, able to outpace Sudrith, Turner, and the rest. Walkertown, WC?
I was going to let you take it.
I'm going to say North Carolina. I believe
enough.
that may be a typo. Walkertown, West Coast.
Yeah.
West Side?
Your leader out of the west side. Eric Geis looking good, riding good right now.
Geis really looks like he's just cruising, but man, he must be carrying some great speed. throughout sections of this track because he has been leading this one since the outset out of that vintage class. Oh, there we see blowing up that berm, putting all that KX power to the ground. A lot of these riders say these vintage classes are some of the most fun. You know, you get to ride a machine that in its heyday was one of the best out there, and it just kind of brings back that nostalgia. We've talked so much about the history here at Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park, and Eric Geis and many others bringing some of that history back.
No doubt about it.
Watching now at our Dunlop split lane, waiting for our leaders on screen. 5 laps complete now for Austin Sudreth. He has actually already checked in, and Geis quite a bit further back on track, but because he started in one of our later rows with the time correction, he is your overall leader.
Yeah, and just like you said, Geis not doing anything flashy, anything where you're like, oh, he's clearly that much better, but just flowing. You don't see him dabbing feet anywhere. You don't really see any big mistakes from him. And it has certainly paid off so far. Has got to think. Won't be too much longer before we'll see a white flag coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. We should see a white flag for our physical leader, Austin Sudreth. And actually, it is out and waving. We didn't get a camera shot of it since we're following Eric Geis here. And Geis, you can see, just feet on the pegs. Got a lot of bike skill there. And he is through the FMF Extreme section, following him here with our Fox Racing FPV drone. This is your overall leader out of that vintage class. Austin Sudreth has checked in. If you're looking at the running order, he is showing as the overall leader, and for the moment he is. Geis still needs to get to the finish line and check in. Taking a look over his shoulder there, and uh-oh, is it a bike problem for Geis? No, he's waving to the camera. He's having too much fun out there, Zach.
Might have thought that was the bike problem. I heard that next to him, said, what is that buzzing? That bike should not sound like that.
You got to wonder if Geis even realizes he's the overall leader at this point, just seemingly nonchalantly cruising around this track. We'll wait and we'll watch our live timing and scoring as he checks in here in just one more corner. Such great flow, making it look effortless. Eric Geis across the finish line, white flag waving. We'll take a moment to update here, but Austin Sudreth, and there it is, Geis back to the top of the leaderboard, still leading the way, making it look so easy out there, Zach.
Yeah, very impressive. Like we said, super smooth. Doesn't seem like really on the charge. Meanwhile, Sudreth should not be far from bringing out the checkered flag physically, out front leading the way.
Out of Walkertown, West Coast. There is your physical leader on track, Austin Sudreth, out of that veteran B class. Don't know if he even knows that he is racing one of those vintage riders for that overall, but nonetheless leading the way in that veteran B class, looking to grab the win here in Moto number 1 for these guys and carry that momentum into his second Moto later today, up and over that section and through the FMF Extreme section. This is it. One final trip around the backside of this Lake Sugar Tree motocross track, and Austin Sudreth will be the winner of this veteran B class on the number 94 Honda. Ian Housen, our Fox Racing FPV drone, bringing us all the action, eating roost so you don't have to be here. But if you're not here, you're missing out on some great racing conditions and great racing action as Austin Sudreth, final section of jumps here, working his way to the finish line for a win in Moto number 1 of our veteran B class. Sudreth has led this one right from the get-go, and now into the final chicanes. Sudreth going to get the job done here with the win in Moto number 1. He will join our man Zach Heron here just past the finish line, get his thoughts on the race. Some more riders now checking in. We'll be waiting and watching for Eric Geis to check in, see if he's able to maintain that overall lead out of that vintage class and grab the win in class as well. Checkered flag waves, and next up it is our Pro Moto number 1 coming up. If you're at home and you're joining us, make sure all your friends have joined us too. And I thought that was Geis coming through, but Zach Heron getting ready with Austin Sudreth. Get a little race recap here from our race winner in that Veteran B class.
All right, yeah, thanks, Johnny, hanging out here. Austin Sudrith first to bring out that checker flag, man. We're having fun out here at JDay, man. Take us through Lake Sugar Tree. What do we think about it?
It's good. The moto's tacky. It's everything's coming out nice. All the split lanes seem pretty even. So I mean, you really gotta be on your game if you're trying to pass somebody in them. It flows good. It's a little hot, but I mean, we're enjoying it.
Hey, no doubt about it. Expecting big changes for Moto 2?
I hope not.
I hope not. Well, yeah, exactly. Right back here talking to me, man. Well, one more time, who's helping you out, helping get this win?
Oh, man, I want to thank the good Lord for keeping me safe. CSR Motorsports, Johnson Farms, JR Marshall Enterprise, X3M Suspension, all my friends and family.
There it is. That's Austin Sudrith bringing out the checker flag here for Moto number 6.
All right, folks, there you have it. Austin Sudrith, your Veteran B class winner, and Eric Geis still working his way to the finish line, looking like he is going to grab that overall victory. Lining up next, it is our pros, but I believe we have a race recap for you here on this one with Austin Sudrith taking the win. And here it is. This was our... that was our vintage. And now here, Sudrith on that number 94 Honda, just all the throttle and working his way right to the front, right off the start. We see some of our vintage riders working their way through. Those guys looking like they're having just too much fun out there. A big crash in our FMF Extreme section. That rider coming up way short on that double, but he was able to remount and continue. Sudrith out front, led this one wire to wire, quick off the line. And then it was this rider right here, the 319 of Geis, who was able to get the overall victory. But the Veteran B class win goes to Austin Sudrith. Get you a top 10 rundown of how things shook out here in this moto. It was Austin Sudrith, Nicholas Turner, Eric Geis, Alan Alford, James Jetmar, Kenneth Tchaikovsky Sr., Matthew Bonds, Aaron McAfee, Mark Hodling, and Jarrett Hubbard rounding out your top 10 overall here in Moto number 7. And next up on the line, it is our pro riders. So if you're just joining us or if you've been watching, we got some hot and heavy action coming your way here very soon. We're going to have all the racing action live here on Racer TV right after this.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 4. Round 4 of JDay Offroad, presented by Fox Racing, powers up the East Coast. The AMA East Grand Prix Regional Championship Series rolls into Axton, Virginia for the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park Grand Prix. The pro class is stacked with the top 5 within 6 points of each other. The course is epic. The heavy hitters are here to do battle. Who will take the top step of the Red Bull podium today? Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 4 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad season. This is the Redline Oil's Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. Live from Axton, Virginia, as we are getting the line settled for what will be our first pro moto of the day. Riders taking their position on the starting line.
All right, as they're lining up, our pro riders coming to the starting line, we're joined in the booth by Moto Royalty. The professor himself is in studio with us to call the racing action, and we sure are glad to have you in studio with us. We appreciate you coming in and joining us. You spend a lot of time here. We've seen your Moto Museum, but tell us a little bit about your history here at Lake Sugar Tree. And
well, I've been here since 1974. I came here and actually did a school. There was a guy named Mr. Mills that actually created this whole thing to start with, and he asked me to come here and do a motocross school. And it's funny because I was standing up on the hillside just about where we are right now, and pointing across the hill over there. Man, I'd like to have an acre right over there across. Well, where would you like it exactly? And I go, well, kind of over in those trees. He, well, let's go look at it. So we went over there and we took a look at that area, and I said, how about right there? And he goes, well, let's mark it off. And I said, okay, we haven't talked about money yet, so we should probably talk about that. So, yeah, we came up with a price, and I ended up building Gary Bailey's Cycle Barn there, or I actually had a bull taco dealership there for about 4 or 5 years.
Well, I tell you what, Gary, we got to take a look here at our points breakdown. Our top 6 within 5 points of each other. Now, Ben Kelly out front leading the way. He's got 53 points, but unfortunately was injured at our last GNCC round and is not here with us. Now, Tyler Medaglia, Jigs Fustini, Ricky Russell, and Joey Crown, all within just a couple of points of that points lead. Gus Reardon back with us after an injury as well in that 6th place spot. We've got quite the battle from some heavy hitters, some coming from more of an off-road background, others almost exclusively a moto background. But we heard you talk a little bit about on our social media. You kind of like this blend of what these GP races offer, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Oh, I love this. You know what I was just thinking about this morning, and I almost forgot about it. About 12 years ago, I actually did a GP race here, and we used the Supercross track, and we used the moto track. I actually went down the main paved road during the race and cut across to get a little variety, kind of the California vibe that we used to do. And, and some woods. And this response was not what I expected it would be, because for me, these type of special events are great. I'm really surprised we don't have more of our local motocross guys here. That blows me away. I know when they run a woods race up here in Martinsville, about 15 miles from here, they'll draw 400 riders for the wood stuff. So, you know, I think maybe it's media, because I didn't know that much about JDay. I didn't really know what it was either. So, boy, if we can get the word out, because to me this is great. You need to have this variety. I always taught my guys in the schools. We actually did some trail riding in the schools on the first day to balance things, to improve their balance. So, you know, this type of stuff for me is just a skill that raises your level, and it reminds me of Jet Lawrence and the things that he does and the things he gets. This guy's balance is unbelievable in what he can do on a motorcycle, and I see it as a balance. And now I'm looking at Deegan, and I'm going, here comes Deegan, kind of the same kind of a deal. And boy, these guys are just amazing. But this is great.
I tell you what, guys, we are going to sign off here for just a moment while we play our national anthem as opening ceremonies commence for our first Pro Moto. So there it is, the national anthem sung, and now things start to feel real. The butterflies get to stirring, and we get ready for our first pro moto of the day. 30 minutes coming up as just about 1 minute before we see that 30-second card go up. Gary, we see a lot of different types of preparation. Some riders getting fired up. They're beating the chest, almost trying to get that adrenaline to dump before the flag flies. Other riders, calm, stoic. What do you think? Kind of a one way versus the other? Do you think one's better? Is it rider preference?
I think it's rider preference. Everybody has a different way of doing it. I think that a lot of guys say they get nervous. I go, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing, getting nervous. That means you're ready to go and you're fired up. I think if you're too calm, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you're not really ready. So, yeah, I like the fact that people get nervous a little bit. I see some of the guys beating on their helmets, beating on their chest. Whatever it takes for you to get in that mode, do it.
So here we go. This is going to be a ton of fun to watch. Right to the moto track, we're going to start things off. Ricky Russell, Gavin Simon, Jigs Fustini right up the inside. Tyler Medaglia right next to them. Joey Crown and Justin Kokinos dead in the center. It looks like Josh Toth way on that outside. All eyes on the inside of turn number 1, and we are pro racing. A horrible start for Ricky Russell. Could not get that machine to fire. Meanwhile, Justin Kokinos, he said he was looking around at that 125 Pro Moto. Well, right now he's looking at an early race lead with Tyler Medaglia, and looks like now Jigs Fustini just behind him, or is that Gus Reardon actually now in the number 3 spot?
Yeah, it looks like, I think it was Fustini there in the number 3 spot, as it looked like Joey Crown had a little mistake there, got a little wide in that corner, opened up the door, and Jigs Fustini absolutely charged through it. But out front leading the way, we saw the kickstart on that machine.
Oh, yeah.
Meaning he's on that YZ 250 two-stroke, and then Medaglia in the number 2 spot. This one is getting interesting already here early. There we see Josh Toth.
Oh, Joey Crown down.
Man, that had to be a big crash where he's at. Looked like he may have connected with another rider in the air there.
And that was, you could see the sense of urgency from Crown. We know his sprint speed, especially on the moto track, hard to keep up with no matter who you are. So Crown now got his work cut out for him as we watch our A250 class make their way into turn number 1.
It's a good thing you guys know who these are. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know who most of these. Crown, I recognize the name, a couple of them, but I'm glad you can recognize who they are.
Oh, absolutely.
I can.
And we'll get timing and scoring up here once they get that first lap in the book, make it a little bit easier for us. But certainly some notable names, some from the off-road world, some former Canadian national champions. We've got Joey Crown, who you said you were familiar with. I know I've seen him out here at some races throughout the years as well. So nice range of moto specialists, off-road specialists, and the perfect blend in between.
Well, and Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, but Joey Crown, I don't know that he had necessarily planned on racing the whole series. And then coming out of Club MX there, and you know that where he stays, and he's a suspension tech there. He got the JDay bug, and he's been chasing the series ever since, and now he's in the mix.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Joey Crown kind of, just like you said, caught the fever and put on an incredible performance, going, I believe, 2-1 at CGI, and now with Ben Kelly out, finds himself in a fight for this title. Now makes his way out here to Lake Sugar Tree as your A200 and A Open class get off and rolling.
Looks like the track's holding up pretty good. Ryan does a really good job, though. I mean, we have the moto that lasts all day long, and geez, it's just crazy how good he keeps the track for most of the day, particularly as it gets hot and it gets only like 90 degrees out. It's really become a challenge. And I love this obstacle here.
Yeah, it looked like Josh Toth had made some moves forward as well. There goes Gus Reardon on the Phoenix Racing Honda.
And Zach, just like we had talked about, as Kokinos continuing to lead the way here, this is our KC66 Pro line, and things getting interesting. Look at that, up the bank.
That is a significantly shorter line. I was talking to Don Hampton earlier. You see how much time it cuts off. Fustini actually able to pick up a couple of spots with that move as well. Look at this. Josh Toth getting racy.
I saw him talking about this on your earlier broadcast this morning, the drone shot that they had. Actually, it was a GoPro camera you were showing. And I saw him talking about that option right there.
Yeah, that Kurt Caselli Pro line only reserved for this class, so they are the first bikes to touch it all day long. Look at this, 1, 2, and 3. Kokinos, Fustini, and Medaglia right there. And Josh Toth looking really racy as well on that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki, actually the designer of our FMF Extreme section for this round.
And I love that section. Yes. Oh, I was back there looking at that just a couple of races back, and it just adds that new element. I love that arena cross thing that they do. It's just it takes a rider with a lot of skills.
Yep.
And I've even seen a lot of very talented riders have problems with those.
Well, and it's less about speed, more about technique, the technical understanding, the balance, like you talked about, even Jet Lawrence being known for. It really slows things down, but it also is one of the most action-packed sections that we see at each and every round of JDay.
How about the first guy that showed up on a trials bike? Remember that back
in
the day and did really well with it?
Yep.
That was pretty crazy, but that bike was just about perfect. And then they started converting bikes to make a crossover between a motocross bike and a trials bike.
Well, and we talk about that here at JDay as well, right? You've got to have the stiffness to be able to hit these jumps here on the moto track. The speed's obviously a bit higher, but you see riders like a Kokinos that's kind of got that blend figured out, a little bit softer, maybe a little too soft in some areas of the moto section, but God, does it work really well in the off-road section. So Kokinos putting up quite the fight, and this is the second time that we've seen Justin on this 252 stroke. Started the year out on a YZ450 and really seems like he is comfortable on this 252 stroke, and we were able to catch up with your current pro leader, Justin Kokinos, and talk a little bit about his decision to run the two-stroke.
Mainly, it's just it's the starts. I struggle a little bit with starting that 450. So I know that old reliable kick and go. So I know I can get some good starts in there if I'm good. Where pushing a button, it's hopefully this bike starts. At least with the two-stroke, it's like if you're good, you're gonna get the whole shot. So. So yeah, that was the main reason. And then when we go back to up north to Southwick and maybe Unadilla, we'll be back on the 450, I think.
And so how about that, Johnny? Really cool to see the options available to Justin Kokinos, and reliable, the kick and go. How about it?
The kick and go working out for him, grabbing that early lead. But look at this. Now he's got heavy pressure from the 5'11 of Jigs Festini. Just when it looked like Festini was under fire from Medaglia, now it's Festini who's flipped the script here, and he is battling with Justin Kokinos for the lead, with Tyler Medaglia still right there in the mix in the number 3 spot. We saw Medaglia miss that inside line in that Kurt Caselli Pro section, and it looks like now Josh Toth getting up into the mix. And there is Reardon has now made the pass around Ricky Russell, and then it is the 249 of Gavin Simon. We didn't have a camera shot of it, but when I was watching here outside the studio, I'll tell you what, Joey Crown is a ways back. He's got a lot of ground to make up after that crash just a few corners in here. But Kokinos looking really strong in the woods here on that YZ250. Festini in the number 2 spot. Then it's Medaglia. And Josh Toth has bridged the gap. And look at this. It looks like now Gus Reardon has gone down. He got around Ricky Russell and then crashed on that off-camber, lost a spot, and he's now under fire from Gavin Simon in the number 6 spot.
Yeah, Ricky Russell trying to make some quick moves. Kokinos once again up that quick. And it's going to cost Bustini, but he may be able to pick the machine up and still get going before Medaglia is able to catch up to him.
Shows you just how much faster that line is. He went down, and then Josh Toth making the pass there as well. Man, that is a very, very fast line, but I can't imagine it's going to hold up for very long the way they're chewing that out already.
You know what I see when I watch that? There's so many guys, particularly moto guys, that don't even know how to loft the front end to get over something like that. They'll try the loft, they'll spin the tire and run straight into the bank. These techniques are things that are so important. If a rider goes down in front of you sometimes in moto and you get jammed up in it, to be able to pick that front end up, wheelie over the top or whatever there and go, it's huge.
Well, and to your point there, Gary, you look at our top runners here right now, Kokinos, Medaglia, Fustini, Toth, Russell, Simon even, all of them with off-road experience. They've raced GNCCs, they've raced a couple of JDays now with us, and so maybe having a bit more of that technical side, whereas somebody like a Joey Crown who now pops into that 10th place overall spot, not only is Crown maybe a little less experienced on the off-road side of things, a little smaller in stature as well. You could see somebody like Fustini, a taller rider, Ricky Russell, putting those feet out, using that to help balance them when they do slam into that creek bed.
And I think really to illustrate just how much faster that was, it wasn't even like Fustini really picked his bike up that quickly. I mean, he was trying, but it was a lot of time that he was down on the ground, had to pick that machine up. Medaglia opting to go out around the end there and come back and not go straight up that wall. Still, Fustini able to pick his bike up and stay ahead of Tyler Medaglia, just showing how important that line choice is in that section.
When I was doing full-time schools all the time, our first 30 minutes of the class was always little things like wheeling up over the top of this, wheeling over a log. doing slow balance. We used to actually do a thing where you ride along with your front wheel on top of a rut and your back end down and ride across it. I even challenged them to ride through that with one-handed a lot of times, and it really, really just helps you to learn to use the core of your body a little bit more and not always rely on the bars.
Well, I tell you what's going on right now here. When we take a look at our Luxon last lap times, Coquino's hammering down a 4-minute flat, a 4:02 to a 4:04. So identical lap times for Medaglia and Toth. Meanwhile, Fustini just a couple of seconds faster on that last lap. But on your screen right now, Jakes Fustini currently sitting in the 3rd overall position in points. Medaglia just behind him, 2nd overall. Both of these boys know Ben Kelly is not in the mix anymore. We're battling not only for points, but for a potential points lead.
Well, I'll tell you what else I saw. If you look at the left side of your leaderboard there, Joey Crown now up to the number 8 spot in the overall. He was outside the top 10 on lap number 1, so he is on the charge after having that crash just a few corners in here on lap number 1. But this on screen is the battle for the lead. Jakes Fustini trying to track down Justin Coquinos, and just behind them, Tyler Medaglia, Josh Toth, and the rest, all pretty much nose to tail.
I tell you what, Professor, how cool is these FPV drone footage? You want to talk about learning some lines, learning the way they develop this track. Doesn't get much closer than that.
This stuff is crazy. In fact, you know, when I was watching one of the earlier ones this morning before I came over, I was looking, I know every piece of this property, and as they were going around with these drone shots, I go, yeah, I know where that is, I know where that is, I know where that is. So, yeah, after you spend quite a few years here, you'll learn all of that for sure. But this is great. I was looking at the lap times there a minute ago and how close they are. I only have a lot of riders that say, man, I was the fastest guy out there, but I finished 5th. But I got a bad start.
Yep.
When you're running the same lap time as the guy that may have won, if you get a 6th place start, by the time you get out there, the leader's gone. So this start is huge, huge. And I had a young lady this morning that I was just talking to that's going to be doing the training classes here in the next couple of weeks. And she was talking how much she struggles with her starts. And I was telling her a little key thing. She said, I never thought about that.
Here we go. This is our KC66 Pro line. Coquinos up clean. Fustini up clean. Now Medaglia, this is his first go at it, and he is up clean. He knows he cannot miss that line. He's been losing time. Look at this now. Reardon goes for it. Ricky Russell around the end, and Reardon was the rider on the charge, but that little mishap right there costing him not only positions but time. And looks like Russell went down in the go-around line, and now Gavin Simon has picked up that number 5 spot.
That attempt to go up there where he didn't make it, if you saw, he didn't carry as much momentum as the other guys did, and you got to rely on that back tire to be able, when it hits there, to compress and pop up over the top, and he didn't get that.
Yep, very similar to what we're seeing with some hesitation through that FMF Extreme section with those logs. If it doesn't kick you all the way over, it can cost you big time. But now, Gary, you were kind of one of the creators or the innovators of using film to study motocross racing. You've got an archive that I always love looking through, and I know you've recently digitized that as well. But for these riders right here, with the coverage that we have here on Racer TV and GP TV, not only is it cool, it's a tool.
Well, and they don't use it as a tool so many times. They see it, but they don't look at all the details of it. And for me, when I started using video was when David started turning pro, and I thought, well, you know, football uses all of these films all the time, and they go back and review them to look at the good stuff, the not good stuff, what the other team's doing. And I go, why are we not using that in motocross? So for me, it was like, boy, this is a great tool. What David liked about it more than seeing himself was the fact that he could see the riders behind him or way up in front of him what they were doing, so he could learn from that.
Taking a look right now, definitely some things going to be watching between Moto 1 and Moto 2 for our pro riders as Coquinos continuing to hit his marks here, Johnny. I think, Justin, in those first rounds or two, maybe it was the lack of comfort on the 450, maybe just like Gary talked about, just the bad starts, but man, Coquinos seems like he's been able to execute those starts, and that momentum has carried him to continuing to lead the way, but Fustini's on the hunt.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm seeing here. We talk about studying film. I'm studying the film on screen in front of us, and I'm watching Jakes Fustini. It seems like every time he gets comfortable and gets close to Coquinos, Tyler Medaglia responds and gets right there to his rear wheel. So it goes from offense to defense, and now look at this. Medaglia getting hung up in the track markers there, and not sure if Toth was able to make that pass, but that little mistake from Fustini jammed Medaglia up, and now we've got a shake-up for those lead positions, and it looks like it was Toth able to make the pass. So it seems like every time Tyler Medaglia gets into this battle for the lead, something happens. He missed that pro line the first 2 laps, or chose not to take it, and now it was a run into the back of Jakes Fustini, dropping him back to the number 4 spot.
Josh Toth, one of the most technically well-rounded riders that we've seen here in the JDay circuit. He's got the hard enduro background. He's got some moto experience, raced pro nationals, and of course raced here at JDay as well before, as the Fox FPV drone picks up our Stoke battle cam. Justin Kokinos and Jigs Fustini, a couple of J's, going at it for the lead as Fustini takes a glance over the shoulder.
Another little trick that some guys don't know is when it gets real dusty like this, the closer you can stay to the rider, the better it is. The further you're back, the more dust there is, and the harder it is to read. So if you can stay right on that guy's tail, that's a big advantage visibility.
Well, and on top of that, Johnny, as we see the dust starting to get thicker, not a huge breeze carrying through, so it's kind of just lingering. Those other riders having to check up ever so slightly, but every 10th counts.
Absolutely. Every 10th counts, especially in such a quick, intense format of racing like this. Ricky Russell on the hunt now, trying to get around Gavin Simon to gain back that number 5 spot. We have seen Ricky kind of back and forth in the pack here, some mistakes. But here comes your lead battle, and it is Kokinos, Festini, Toth, and Medaglia all wheel-to-wheel coming through this section of racetrack here.
So your top 4 wheel-to-wheel to wheel-to-wheel as your Luxon lap times pop up. Look at this, doesn't get much closer than that, a 4:03, so a bit slower for Kokinos, and 0:1 for Fustini, a 4-minute flat for Medaglia. And then look at this, Josh Toth, I believe the first rider we've seen dip into the sub 4 minutes, and he might have just dipped into the lead as well. He's gotten around Fustini, who looks like maybe having some bike issues, as that machine's starting to smoke, and I believe that was the pass for the lead, Johnny.
It was. Right up the inside, Josh Toth on the number 206 was able to grab that lead. And also notice when you were looking at the lap times, the fastest rider on track last lap was this rider right here, Josh Toth. Ooh, big kick there, but able to keep that Kawasaki machine underneath him. And now from your Fox Racing FPV drone, Kokinos with a big kick as well. And then Festini still trying to work his way around Kokinos. And Medaglia actually made the pass now up into the number 2 spot. He was hesitant to take that Caselli Pro line early on, but now using it to his advantage to get into that number 2 spot. And Festini still looking frustrated, trying to get around Kokinos.
Line choice right there. A lot of guys are going to that inside, which is a taller hump, but more for me is that outside opens up the corner. And if you look at all forms of racing, and we can go dirt track, we can go cars, we can go motorcycle, whatever. The more you can enter from the outside, and the more you can cross back in, the more momentum you can carry around that corner. And I think that's huge, and I think that's what some of the best guys do.
Certainly working for him right now as Gavin Simon continues to stay up in this fight. A solid run for the 249 as well.
And Simon was the benefactor of all that chaos in the pro section 2 laps in a row. You know, he's kind of been sitting back there, almost losing touch with the lead group, and now he's right back in the fight for a podium position there, sitting in that number 5 spot. But he's got 3rd and 4th right in front of him. But here is the battle for the lead. Medaglia has closed up the gap now on Josh Toth. Toth seemingly a little bit quicker in the woods and definitely fast in that Caselli Pro section. But Medaglia has the moto track dialed, and he makes a move around the outside. See if he's going to follow through these rollers. He does, hopping through the rollers. Josh Toth on the number 206 leading the way, but Tyler Medaglia now applying heavy pressure from the number 2 spot.
Here we go. You talk about a fight. This is a featherweight brawl as Josh Toth and Tyler Medaglia go at it one more time up and over the big tabletop before they dip back into the woods. TBT Racing drone catching a little roost there as well. Now let's see. This is definitely going to be a bit stronger of a section for Toth. Seems like the off-road is where he's able to shine, but Medaglia, he can just sink those hooks into it, Johnny. If he's able to push the pace like he did that last lap on the moto track, that might be where we see the pass happen.
Absolutely, and speaking of shining, Josh Toth, it's been a struggle of a season so far for him here in 2026, and this may be his opportunity to really put that feather in his cap, get that confidence rolling. A big injury towards the end of 2025 that he has still been recovering from, that broken femur, just saying a lot of pain, not really able to ride during the week. This shorter format, though, gives him the opportunity to show his true skills, and this guy has bike skills for absolute days. We see so many of these riders, I don't want to say struggling, but being challenged by that Caselli Pro line there, and Josh Toth making it look like it's just a little bump he's hopping over. So good on the bike, this guy, always feet on the pegs. And, you know, Gary, you talk about riding technique. Josh Toth is a case study in technique. This guy just has skills for absolute days.
Yeah, and you know, learning to do things, I think even on a moto track, learn to do things with your feet up. And this, I'm going back to Jet Lawrence again. This guy can go through stuff, everybody is sitting down with their leg out. He goes through it standing up, goes just as fast and with more control than they have.
Look at the gaps that have now opened up. Man, that battle over 3rd is getting absolutely torrid. But Josh Toth and Tyler Medaglia are really starting to march away now from Kokinos, Festini, and Simon sitting in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place spot. Got to give it out to Medaglia, though. He has put the hooks into Josh Toth, even through this Dunlop split lane and all through the woods. He is drawing to the rear wheel. We're coming up, though, to that Caselli Pro section. Looks like we got some lapped riders in the mix as well. Toth, we've given him all kinds of shout-outs for how good he is technically, and right up and over that bank. Medaglia goes down.
Oh, look at this.
That may be the race right there, folks.
Wow, a heartbreak for Medaglia. He was right there. Still have yet to see that battle for 3rd place make their way through. There is Kokinos just now entering the frame.
That's not going to work.
And look at this quick decision-making from Fustini, Simon, and Russell going to follow in suit. Simon going to try to make a move, and he does. So look at this. Gavin Simon now going to move up to the number 3 ride.
Yeah, Simon riding very well. Like I said, looked early on like he was riding a bit tight, and he was losing some time. But, man, that was a heartbreaker for Medaglia. And then Kokinos now starting to lose touch with this lead group as well. There's Medaglia exiting the FMF Extreme section. Gavin Simon now up to the number 3 spot. Jigs Festini in 4th. Seemingly just in the wrong place at the wrong time so many times so far in this race. He was, I don't want to say hung behind Kokinos because Kokinos was leading and had a great pace, but Festini looked like he had more, and now he's having to make passes on Gavin Simon and also all the riders in front of him after he was up in the mix for the lead early on.
Tell you something I'm seeing, looking at that section where they got to go over that tube right there. I was down there watching it, and you know, it's almost the same exact jump as when you go past the Lake Sugar Tree sign, that tabletop that's right there. In fact, you're going faster literally over that tabletop by the LST sign than it takes to jump the one over there. But people see that big gap in between there and they go, nope, I don't think so.
Yeah, the mental barrier certainly, that's kind of the big myth, if you will, around the extreme section. Yes, it is extreme, it's technical, but it's often not as extreme as you make it, and we see the little hesitations oftentimes make a difficult section much more difficult than it needs to be.
Absolutely, and you know, that's just rider confidence, and I think that's what you get from what kind of training you do during the week is what makes the difference on that. If you don't do the right training during the week, how are you going to get there on the race day and be able to perform?
Well, and the proof is in the pudding, just like Johnny was talking about. A rider like Josh Toth, so well-rounded. Doesn't seem like you can catch the guy off guard, whether it's blinding dust, slopping around in the mud, moto conditions, hard enduro conditions. Josh is always a rider, comes into it with an open mind, and you can kind of see that mentality in his riding style as well. Just doesn't seem like, even when they came to that Kirk Caselli line on the pro lap, no hesitation. Kept the momentum flowing, just like you said, Gary, had the momentum on the back end to put him right up and over that lodge, is once again turning a sub 4-minute lap time with a 3:59.
Well, we're following Tyler Medaglia here on screen. This is your 2nd place rider, but one thing you can see is Josh Toth is now really starting to stretch out that gap. That pro line coming in so clutch for him last lap, up and over it clean. Medaglia made it up over the bank, but lost his balance, tangled with that tree, and actually he himself fell back down into the creek, having to climb out, and that's what has allowed the 206 of Josh Toth to really open up a gap here in this one. And I tell you what, with the lap times he's putting down and the way he's riding, Tyler Medaglia is really going to have to dig deep. We could see from our drone just a moment ago how big that gap was. It was 2 full turns on the motocross track. Josh Toth now opening that up.
So back on board the Fox FPV drone, trying to hang on to the 206 of Josh Toth. Meanwhile, great transfer right back to the 5 of Tyler Medaglia, 905 on the helmet.
And that gap is growing.
Yes. Well, and now, and Gary, we see this from time to time too as well. One mistake leads to another. You get that sense of urgency. You almost start overriding the bike as well. Medaglia still in a great spot. A lot of people, easy to forget, 2 moto format, things are far from over.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that happens in all types of racing. You get behind, you're going to try to make it up, and then you start losing traction, and then you're just fighting the bike, and now you're getting more tired. And it's like sometimes you got to just, I like what Kickstarts Kenny said. I'm just going to do what I do every week.
Yep. Look at this. Josh Toth now having issues.
They're going to pull his bike up over the ledge there. He doesn't know how much of a time gap he has, but that section is getting so challenging. Medaglia is saying, nope, I'm going around. So even though Toth crashed there, he's still going to end up gaining time on Tyler Medaglia as Medaglia goes around.
And I would not be surprised if Toth may be one of the only riders to go for that line, as Simon, I don't think he meant to, but kind of was getting pushed that way.
you're going to have to hit that with more authority now. You're not going to be able to go up there slow and just, well, I mean, he got over it pretty good.
And Ricky Russell has picked up.
Did you see how that played out? Ricky Russell took a look, saw Jake Festini going to the right there and saying, no, if I can make this, it's still worth the time.
Yep.
And he waited until they were able to drag the bike up in front of him, Gavin Simon, and then he went for it, made it clean, and made the pass.
Did you notice he didn't do the big wheelie?
Yep.
He just went just high enough to set it up on the top so that it didn't have to flip the front end where it killed all that momentum into the bank.
And now he's up and battling for the number 3 spot just that quickly. Ricky Russell is back in this one in the 4th spot and putting heavy pressure on Gavin Simon for the number 3 spot.
Man, so how about this? Medaglia, Fustini, and Russell all sitting 2, 3, and 4 in the points coming into this round. Meanwhile, Reardon and Kokinos 6 and 7. Hey, 6-7 in the points battle. The kids are yelling it. I might as well acknowledge it.
Reardon has been very fast looking
Yes.
at the lap times, but he has just had so many unfortunate incidents, been in the wrong place at the wrong time and made some mistakes himself, and it has cost him running back there in that number 7 spot. But now he's putting pressure on Kokinos, trying to wrestle away the number 6 spot. Kokinos with that great start, but just a few miscues and looking like he's starting to feel the effects of the pressure right now.
Couldn't see. Looked like that might have been Rivers Morris, who's not in our pro class. As Kokinos and Reardon set sight on another lap of battle. Yo-yoing within a couple of bike lanes. Meanwhile, Toth, Medaglia, Simon, Russell, and Fustini, your top 5. Cole Johnson leads the way out of your open A class in front of Nash Pearson. And Dustin Clotter looks like, as we said, Toth continuing to try to stretch things out at the front of the field in your double A class.
Here we see the lap times and things slowing down for Josh Toth. Obviously, we did have that crash. Nobody under the 4-minute barrier on this one. Fastest lap of that lap, Tyler Medaglia with the 4:03, so he made up 6 seconds on Josh Toth. So even though he went around, he was still ending up able to make time.
And I'm looking at the 4:05 from Ricky Russell as well. We saw him jump up now into the number 3 ride. Could he sink his hooks into this lead as well, try to chop things down on Josh Toth?
Look at that. I believe that was Jake Festini behind. It almost looked like he was behind Kokinos and Reardon there, so something may have happened. We'll have to wait and see if that was in fact him or if that was a lapped rider. Can't tell.
Hard to tell from that shot. Joey Crown kind of maintaining that 8th place position, not able to move up.
Our leader's likely going through that Caselli section right about now, so that has really been a huge deciding factor so far in this one with 6 laps complete. If you make it through that line clean, it is such a massive time advantage.
Boy, how these drones have changed things to be able to see. I mean, can you imagine sitting here trying to broadcast this and not being able to see any of this? It'd be a total guessing game.
Side-by-side battle, and Reardon finally makes the pass on Kokinos. This one has been going for quite some time, and Reardon very aggressive, but Kokinos trying to take that position back.
So a true back and forth on the backside of the top 5 right now. Just outside the top 5, actually, if Fustini is still in that 5th place spot. Meanwhile, here is that Kurt Caselli KC66 Pro line. Medaglia taking the wide way around.
Don't know if Toth went up and over or if he elected to go around as well, but one thing we know for sure, here in a couple seconds, when Ricky Russell comes, he's going up over that line, no question about it.
Let's see. So Simon had actually gotten back around Russell.
Russell was still fighting with Simon
he had
for
made
that
that pass
3rd place
happen,
spot.
yeah.
Here's your leader on screen, the 206 of Josh Toth out on this moto track from our Fox Racing FPV drone. And Toth holding a slim margin over Tyler Medaglia right now. Again, we do not know if Toth was able to make that pro line this last lap. If he did, he most likely opened that gap up because we did see Tyler Medaglia take that out around go around line.
Are you guys surprised that we haven't seen a second line attempt coming out of the creek right there?
We actually did. Ricky Russell had has twice now tried to make an in-between line, but there's a rock or something there, and that's why he fell in the creek the one lap. He tried to make an in-between line, so something in the water there is preventing them from being able to make that cleanly. But
I've heard that term before, something in the water.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, something in the water for Justin Coquinos. He was able to be very quick off the starting line on that YZ250, but he has now dropped back a few positions running in the number 6 spot.
331 machine making his way through.
Cole Johnson leading the way in that open A class. We've had such great coverage and such a fun battle here at the front of our pro class. We've kind of neglected to talk about these other classes, but Dylan De La Cruz inside the top 10 overall out of that A250 class. Leader on screen, Josh Toth, working his way through. We'll see what the gap is from our TBT Racing live drone here in just a moment.
And I tell you what, Josh Toth, no stranger to JDay. He's designed the FMF Extreme section for this round, and we were able to talk to Josh kind of about the history here of JDay and his part in it.
I've done quite a few JDays in the past. I was around since the beginning and early days, and there for the first Pro 125 event, and yeah, it's just a blast, all of them up there really, and has brought out motocrossers, off-road racers, and just elevated everyone's game up in New England.
So just like we talked about, that well-roundedness, and Josh, a perfect example of that right now. We've seen him in pro motocross, we've seen him at the top of GNCC, and now we're seeing him at the top of the AA field here in JDay.
Yeah, Josh Toth riding very, very well. And like we were talking about earlier, he's been struggling through the early parts of 2026 after an injury late in 2025. But we are starting to see right on screen in front of our very eyes Josh Toth coming into form. Looks good, hitting his marks, always great bike skill. Taking a look over to see where Medaglia is at, coming the other way. But he is leading this one right now and looking strong as we near the end of this first Pro Moto here today.
Josh Toth just trying to hit the marks now as the FPV drone tries to hang on for dear life. There you see Medaglia just behind, kind of maintaining that gap but not able to close in much at all. Looks like that might be Dylan De La Cruz out of our A250 class.
Inside the top 10 overall, but already going a lap down, showing the pace that these top riders are pushing here in this one.
We will watch and wait. Is this
Ricky Russell has now gotten around Gavin Simon, I believe. That is not Simon there.
That was Alex Fanoof. That was his more modern 125.
Here's your second place rider, Tyler Medaglia. Leader Josh Toth has already come through. And here it is. No, Toth also now going around that KC66 Pro line. So that's showing just how difficult that section is getting.
And you can almost see this is a straight wall where they've been hitting, and this is kind of cupped backwards. So curious to see whether we continue to see that line develop potentially in the center of your screen. But
did you see the right wrist?
It seemed like where the sun is over there. That looks like that might be a place where you can cut.
Yeah.
Did you see the right wrist there?
No, I didn't.
Of Medaglia. There was a lapped rider. He thought he saw him, and he absolutely just wide open rev bombing him, let him know he was there. But the rider still did not move out of the way, nor did he allow Medaglia to make a pass there. So Medaglia lost even more time in that section.
T-Dag's working his way through the extreme section and getting back into what I would consider to be his strongest part of the course, the motocross portion of this Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. Josh Toth getting ready to hit that Yamaha finish line, and got to think we'll be closing in on a white flag here soon.
I don't know if it would be white, or is it still 30? Yeah, because I mean, they should be checkered at this point, but yeah, the white is out. Okay, so they're going to do one more.
So white flag, 1 to go for Josh Toth. Here at the top of the AA field, there is Tyler Medaglia in that number 2 spot.
He has fought so hard, but Toth has just had an answer for everything he's thrown out the last couple laps here. Toth now just one more lap to put the finishing touches on this one. Seemingly now that KC66 Pro line not so much in play, as almost all of the riders opting to go around all the water that's been drug up out of the creek onto that line, making it so slick that these riders are just taking the out around line. And it looks like to me, Zach, the out-around line is starting to develop a little bit quicker. Originally, there was a lot of debris. Now that they've got a beat-in rut down there at the end, they're able to navigate that section much more quickly, even in the go-around.
Well, and I think it's just the certainty of it. Even when the riders felt like they were confident, I mean, we've seen all of our riders from Josh Toth to Ricky Russell to T-Dags having issues on that line. When it pays off, much like the extreme section, it's great. But it's when it doesn't, how much does it cost you? So at this point, Toth comfortable with his lead. I got to think T-Dags also probably thinking a little bit of big pictures. Josh Toth is in 10th in your points. Tyler Medaglia is in 2nd. He is currently in the position to be the big benefactor of points and take over this points lead here at the top of the AA class. Not to mention, it's only first moto. Tyler been extremely consistent throughout the season, whereas Toth, like we've talked about, had a bit of up and downs.
Yeah, we're watching Toth on screen leading the way in this one and less than half a lap remaining. But looking back, it looks like Gus Reardon really on a charge now, has gotten around Coquinos, he's gotten around Festini, and he is up to that number 5 spot in the running order, just behind Ricky Russell running in 4th. Russell still putting pressure on Gavin Simon. We thought he had gotten around him, but I didn't actually see Simon in that camera shot, so my guess is something happening to Ricky Russell and Simon further ahead on track in that number 3 spot.
Luxon lap times, dropping it back down, Toth to a 4:03. Medaglia and then Ricky keeping it super consistent there at the 4:05 if he has checked in for that next lap yet. There is T-Dags in that number 2 spot. Still charging hard, but just not quite that same edge that we've seen before.
If you notice, there's that 3:58 for Gus Reardon. So we talked about how he was absolutely shredding early on, seemingly just in the wrong spot at the wrong time, costing himself positions. And now he is showing that yet again as he has put in the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest of the riders on that lap. Toth going to go out and around, which would leave the door open if Medaglia can get here quick enough, even with some lap traffic in the mix. But it looks like Toth is going to avoid that scenario. We'll wait and watch here for the 9:05 of Medaglia.
I was going to say, you think that line's become impossible?
It's just become so difficult with the water that's drug up it and the way it's chewed up. You could see the riders catching that V, and it just stops the machine dead. Look at that Toth. Interesting line there. Tried to make a pass, realizing that was not the move. Had to check up and wiggle his way through those trees, but that's all right. Josh Toth has enough of a gap. He's going to be able to hold this one to the finish line, barring some unforeseen circumstances. But nonetheless, that insurance, look over the shoulder. Here's a bike behind him. He wants to make sure that it's not the 9:05 of Medaglia. But Toth has this one in hand here on this final lap of racing.
Coming down to the final quarter of a lap or so back onto the moto track, and all that's left is to take it through that Yamaha finish line. Josh Toth trying to grab this first moto win. T-Dags in that number 2 spot, and then the battle rages on for that final podium spot here in Moto 1 with Ricky Russell and Gavin Simon. But no doubt about it, here it is, final corner, and it will be Josh Toth grabbing your first moto win out of your AA class.
There we go. Checkered flag. Josh Toth takes the win. Our man Zach Herron is going to head down, get an interview with Josh after his win. We now see Tyler Medaglia crossing the finish line. He will hang on to the number 2 spot. An up and down day for him, but ultimately a good ride here in Moto number 1, keeping himself in a great position. Gary, obviously with the 2 moto format. Oh, look at this. A battle down to the wire. Gus Reardon and... Okay, that's Gavin Simon behind him. Thought it may have been Ricky Russell. So not sure if Russell did check in the number 3 spot. We'll see in our top 10 run, or number 4 spot. But looking like Reardon and Simon checked in there. With the 2 moto scoring, Gary, obviously a win at number 1 is great, but you got to beat the guy that finished second in moto number 1, because if he wins moto number 2, that's the tiebreaker for the overall.
That's it, and that's why I always loved and I loved it back in the day when we ran 3 motos too, because that really mixed things up. It just so much more than this. But yeah, my son David, sometimes he wasn't really worried about the first moto so much, but he learned so much in the first moto that it set him up for what he needed to do in the second one.
Absolutely. So Zach Herron down at the finish line. We'll see if he is ready with an interview with our race. Not ready yet. He is working on tracking down our race winner.
I'll tell you something that my son David used to do. When he was racing, he and Brock Glover were racing all the time. David said, you know what, I don't mind if Brock gets the whole shot and I can follow him for the first 2 or 3 laps. because he's really good at doing the early part of the race. Brock was good, and David could learn some lines from him. He goes, so I'd rather do that than worrying about what he's doing behind me.
Well, it looks like Zach has tracked down Josh Toth, and it looks like we'll get some in just a moment. Josh able to grab the win here in Moto number 1, setting himself up nicely for this overall. Zach, we'll throw it down to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Here I am with your first Moto winner, Josh Toth, man, putting on a show for us. I didn't quite get the start that you were hoping for, but started making some quick passes, and then got to think the spot of the race is that Kurt Caselli Pro Line. Talk about the decision-making that has to go on there and the chaos that ensued through there.
Yeah, that was definitely a make-or-break situation in the Caselli spot. And, yeah, it definitely helped me huge. I made like 3 passes in 1 lap, and then I almost lost it again the next lap going for that line. So it was tricky and just a real gamble, you know. And fortunately, I got out front and was able to, like, just have a little buffer so I didn't have to take the line every lap. And, yeah, I wasn't expecting that performance, but I was stoked with it. My riding was great.
Hey, you certainly made it fun for us to watch for sure. We'll see you try to do it again here in Moto number 2.
Thank you.
All right, that's your first Moto winner, Josh Toth, getting the job done.
Well, there you have it, folks. Josh Toth surprising us and surprising himself. Even he wasn't expecting that performance. And just a moment here, we'll show you just how he was able to get that win. Didn't have a great start, but was able to fight his way through the pack. And here we go. As they took off, quick off the line, it was the number 1 YZ250 of Justin Coquinos. Tyler Medaglia around the outside. Jigs Festini popping up the inside there, and things got wild. Joey Crown having a pretty good get-off here early. We didn't get a shot of that, but you can see Toth in the dust trying to make passes. Festini was very strong early, putting pressure on Coquinos, but when it came right down to it, the tail of the race was this KC66 line where they were able to just bounce up that bank and make moves. And, man, that's really how things shook out, Zach.
I'm telling you what, Johnny, when you see riders like Josh Toth shaking their head afterwards saying, I knew it was going to be gnarly, but I didn't quite realize it was going to be that gnarly. It just goes to show how much fun these JDays are. We've got a ton of media here hanging out with us. Everybody kind of catching the fever like we talk about it. If you haven't heard of it, now you have. This is the spot to be as we hang here at the Yamaha finish line. The last of our riders making their way through. No doubt about it, Josh Toth putting on quite a show for us here at the Double A Motos. As looks like our sweep riders making their way through clean and clear. We take a look at our Pro Taper top 10. It was Josh Toth grabbing the lead. Look at that. T-Dags in the number 2 spot, but Gus Reardon able to work his way back into a podium spot and snag that 3rd place position. Gavin Simon and Ricky Russell going to round out your top 5. Jigs Fustini, Justin Coquinos, Cole Johnson, Joey Crown, and Dylan De La Cruz round out your top 10 for Moto number 1 of your Double A class. Well, how about it? Like we said, the fun just beginning as we get ready to kick off our second Motos coming up next.
Are we going to commercial?
And here we are. So the first of our second Motos, we drop it back down to the small bikes, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls. Coming up, there is the 177. Josiah locked in, going to try to make it a sweep here.
Not very quick off the line, but we saw he had some struggles in Moto number 1 and was still able to come back, despite his machine shutting off, able to come back, get that overall win and class win in that senior mini class. Next up, it is our junior mini. And this was where we saw Henderson really put in that big charge, able to come up and battle with Josiah for that overall victory at some point. But, man, Josiah out there making tracks early on, pushing the pace and trying to get away with this one while we wait for our junior mini to take off.
No doubt about it. Well, Gary, thank you so much for joining us here in the Racer TV and GP TV studios. We hope you enjoyed it. I know you're eager to get back out there and pick some spots to watch the rest of these second motos.
Definitely going to check some stuff out, and I appreciate you inviting me up here. And I might come back and see you for the next one. Because,
you know where we'll be?
I like this view.
Yeah, it's right. Best seat in the house. No
right.
doubt about it. Well, that is the professor himself, Gary Bailey, hanging out with us here. So awesome to be able to have his insight and be able to call some pro racing with him here from Lake Sugar Tree.
All right, now we see our mini juniors 6 to 11 and our mini senior 12 to 15. Looks like that was a split row start for these guys. The dust starting to kick up here. A lot of water put down earlier in the day, but now the sun and the wind drying everything out, making the track conditions challenging in a different way. This morning it was slick for our Pee Wee riders because of all the water put down, tires packing up with mud, and now here we see it look like we've got Dad jumping on the machine for the number 8 rider, trying to fire that machine back up. He does get him going, and he will take off in pursuit of the rest of his class there. Mohawk in tow. And looks like we've got one more row to get off and rolling here, and this is our girls class here in Moto number 1, the second time through. We did see our Pee Wee Moto earlier today. They ran the entirety of their 40 minutes all at once. This is the second round, but the first moto of our 30-minute motos here with our youth classes.
Good start. Girls class. As we see her head to the backside, another very familiar Lake Sugar Tree native, not far from here. Spun many laps around this track. As she makes her way through the backside of the track, gets ready to dip off once again. Very different looking than what we saw here in our first set of motos. And we talked about kind of entering that prime zone. Johnny, the track, not quite there. Certain sections like this still got a little bit of moisture in it, some traction, but certain spots getting a little more worn out, a little more beaten out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we look at this here, it's one of those deals where the track is prime right up until it isn't. Certain sections still right in that sweet spot, but other sections really starting to get dusty. You can see that dust kicking up, going the other direction through that grass track, and the dust starting to get thick enough that it really became an issue for vision for our pro race and several of our other races. These riders having to charge blindly through, and you could see there getting into those dust berms, really starting to kick up the dust. They're looking here as they work their way through. The track starting to get dustier and dustier.
So watching right now, Steele Henderson on the 508 making his way through. Seeing some different lines develop through that creek.
All right, watching our leaders come through in that mini junior class. That is the 617 machine. Our Dunlop split lane, things really starting to get slick here in the woods. We've seen so many riders going down. Now to the 508, this is Henderson. We saw him up in the battle for the overall in Moto number 1. A little bit different line there.
Yeah, that was not where I expected him to go with that, but it honestly worked pretty well for him.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of riders, that final obstacle there, they're actually kind of riding up over it. I don't think it was originally designed to be able to do that. It was meant to be a wall, but once that dirt kind of got moved around, now they're able to just ride up over it.
Looks like that's Simichowski there on the 617 machine making his way through as well.
We saw him take the win in that Pee Wee race earlier, and then did quite well in this mini junior race. But
and that was the easy go-around line there that he was taking.
Yep. Yeah, we did see him working his way through that FMF Extreme section a number of times on both the 65 and the 85. But at this point in the day, he sees how chewed up that section is getting. He says, hey, we're going to play it safe. I heard some of the pro riders had struggles in that KC66 Pro line, so we're going to play it safe, take that out around line, and make sure we get it to the finish line without incident.
Well, we're going to get some answers. The professor is headed that way. He said, I'm figuring it out. I'm going to go find that line if I have to ride it myself. So we'll get some answers about at least where they should be going when we get our very own Gary Bailey back with us. But right now, our mini junior, mini senior Super Mini and girls class all off and rolling. Pretty stacked Mini Junior class as well.
Out front, it is still Josiah leading the way. Henderson in that number 2 spot in the overall and leading the way in that Mini Junior. Look at this, another rider having some struggles in that FMF Extreme section. The number 8, we saw Dad or someone having to help him get that machine started, and the struggles continue for the number 8, getting hung on that log, just stopping his forward momentum. Up over the handlebars he went, and now they're going to have to get him going again. One of our girls class riders now coming through this Dunlop split lane. You can see how much deeper that water is getting, and even the ruts coming out of the water there really starting to get chewed up, making it a challenge for these small wheeled machines. The 508. Back into the woods for lap number 2. Looks like the number 8 was able to extricate himself from the predicament he was in that FMF Extreme section. Now he's out onto the moto track and ready to complete another lap of racing. Absolutely flying on the moto track. We saw him struggling just a little bit in that FMF Extreme section, but he has this Lake Sugar Tree moto track absolutely dialed in. Even a little leg swag there coming out of that corner from our Fox Racing FPV drone. This rider is on a mission to make up the time he lost. And that looks like it's Easton Owens. But out front leading the way, Josiah Gravely out of our mini senior 12 to 15 class with Steele Henderson in the number 2 spot in the overall and leading the way in that mini junior class. Caroline Dawson leading the way in that girls class with Lainey Brown in the number 2 spot. Rylan Keats 3rd overall. Oh, look at this. Caroline Dawson up to the number 4 spot in the overall. She has passed quite a few of the riders in that mini junior class now. Out of that girls class, she is absolutely shredding out there. Here comes the number 8 of Easton Owen. He has, again, this moto track absolutely dialed, but that FMF Extreme section giving him all kinds of challenges earlier on here in lap number 1.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. We talk about a strong and a weak section. That is just survive this section, and then you feel really good in some other sections. So the Mohawk carrying him on. And meanwhile, Steele Henderson taking that far to be on the rider's right-hand side. Meanwhile, look at this.
He has made the pass physically on Josiah Gravely. So we saw this in race number 1. Gravely having some struggles. The machine shut off. He took him quite some time to get it refired, but he was able to track down Steele Henderson, get back around, and win that overall. Now, it looks like Gravely, I'm certain that was him. It definitely was. I could tell by the riding gear.
Yep.
Still showing in the first spot in the overall on our live timing and scoring. But Steele Henderson has not only made up the time gap, but he has physically passed Gravely now. You can see the 426 machine. That is Rylan Keats, 2nd place in our mini junior. And here is the battle for the overall lead. Henderson has it. Gravely wants it back, and this one is really heating up, Zach.
I'm telling you what, Johnny, if you think back there to Moto 1, Henderson got stronger and stronger as the race went on, and I think that momentum's carrying forward here into Moto number 2 as well. Immediately gets on the moto track and puts a couple of bike lanes between himself and Josiah Gravely in that number 2 ride. 2 different classes, but like we said, this is pride on the line. Mini senior versus mini junior. One's got the lead, the other wants to take it back, and Henderson trying to put a lap lead in the book. Ooh, Gravely nose high on that one.
Yeah, we could see that. That was definitely an air wheelie for sure. Gravely absolutely sending it, trying to close the gap down. To me, something just looks a little off with Gravely. I don't know if it's him or the bike, but it almost looks like the rear end of that machine staying very low.
Yeah, dropping down almost. Well, there it is. Henderson officially a lap in the books. Takes over that overall lead. Meanwhile, Gravely on the charge, trying to track him down.
Steele Henderson absolutely finding something here in Moto number 2. He's been able to not only get around Josiah Gravely, but Gravely, even though he is pushing now, doesn't seem to be able to close up on Henderson like he was in Moto number 1. Moto number 1, for those of you that didn't join us, Josiah Gravely was out front kind of running away.
Like, look at how close they were through this FMF Extreme section. Henderson really calculated with his line choices, and then boom, there he is, Josiah Gravely, kind of more just bonsaiing through it. Worked pretty well through that line, and it got the feet off, kind of helping him crawl through it, but they hit that moto track, and Henderson hit an extra gear.
I'm wondering if Gravely's bike is down on power or something. It seems like when he gets on the gas, he's just not accelerating like we would expect to see. But nonetheless, Henderson is on rails right now and continuing to open up just the slightest of margins over Gravely. Now, keep in mind, folks, this is, look at that, the lap time for Gravely is 6:04, so something definitely happening there. Lost well over a minute to Steele Henderson, but whatever it was, he hasn't been able to rebound like he did in Moto number 1 when he had the bike issue. Henderson still looking like he has just a bit more pace than Gravely right now.
Yeah, and Henderson just looks consistent as well. Gravely, even when he looks fast, it doesn't look like he's able to maintain it, so we'll see whether or not he's able to settle down, maybe kind of just figure the pace out of Henderson, figure out maybe some lines that he's taking as well. Oh, problems right there.
And that is our number 8 rider. Yep. That is Easton Owen. He absolutely shreds this moto track, and then when we get to this FMF Extreme section, he has been struggling. It's one of those things where at some point, I know Dad probably wants him to take that line, but maybe the line around would be a better move for him. He's given up so much time in this section, but hey, you're never going to get better at it if you don't practice it. So he's getting it figured out.
We've got 2 Mohawks in one section right now. As trying to see who that is down in the center. A couple of Mohawks and a No-Hawk. As it's not even, look at this, another Mohawk in the mix. This one's green. As it's not just about getting through the section. If you tip over, the bikes stall out, and then you're in such an awkward position to be able to refire the bike.
Well, and the energy that you're using trying to pick the machine up and push. I mean, obviously Dad's helping him out, but yeah, that's the number 8 ride of Easton Owen. 2 laps in a row has been absolutely snake bitten by that FMF Extreme section. But now he's back on the part of the track where we've seen him absolutely turn it loose. Easton Owen hard on the throttle, and look at this. Up and over that big double jump. No troubles on that big double for Easton Owen. He is loving this section of track, but I got to believe at some point it's already starting to weigh on his mind that he's got to go back through that FMF Extreme section again because it has been his absolute nemesis.
I think he attacks the moto track so hard because he's mad after the FMF Extreme section every time.
He rides the moto track like he's mad at the dirt, and he rides the Extreme section like he's scared of it. And I can understand why, because it has bitten him 2 laps in a row. But again, these young riders learning such valuable lessons out there. It seems like in the Extreme section, just not carrying enough momentum into the obstacles, and that's what is costing him that forward drive. Keeps kind of bottoming out on those logs, flopping over, short legs too on that machine. It's just been a struggle for him. But still up inside the top 10 overall. And this is it.
Look at this.
The battle for the lead. Josiah Gravely has it back, but just like that, Steele Henderson boxing him out. We're seeing block passes now and repasses. Leg swag. Steele Henderson has been sending the leg swag all day long. At one point, the double leg swag. And look at this. Gravely now up the inside, and he's got the legs off.
Wow.
This is just all go. And the machine shuts off. He's having
there's something going on with the machine. Oh, and you can tell the goggles coming off, the emotions getting high now. As looks like he's kicking the leg up there. And we'll take a look. Our red line replay back through the FMF Extreme section once again. We thought they were close a lap ago. How about this side by side? For a moment, Josiah's got the edge, and you can see Henderson just dump the clutch, said, I've got to go. And Steele steals it back. And there you see problems.
And that, it looks like a bike issue, but the way he was holding his leg looked like it also may have possibly been an injury.
That's kind of what I was. It looked like he was kind of kicking the leg up.
But
it looks like he's just hanging out.
Yeah, we got the medical flag out. I think they're sending some assistance for him. He landed really hard off that jump. The leg came flying off, so we'll hope that it's nothing too serious for him. Maybe just a twisted ankle or banged his knee there. But he was in a battle for that overall position with this rider right here, Steele Henderson, the 508 machine, now all alone out front, leading the way out of that mini junior class and now leading the way in the overall as well. Josiah Gravely will be dropping down in the overall running order, unfortunately, after possible bike issues and potentially looked like he may have jammed his leg up there sitting on the side of the track watching some riders go by. And look at this. Caroline Dawson up into the top 3 overall now out of that girls class. Absolutely shredding out there, Zach.
Yeah, just chatting with Caroline's dad a little bit earlier, and he said, man, we really like this style of racing, cool format, and Dawson's super comfortable around here at Lake Sugar Tree, seems to be finding her groove here in these second motos as well.
Well, and with the departure of Gravely, now that will make her
Bump her up to
second place overall.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So
second place rider in the girls class on screen.
The 127, right? And you can see how deep those ruts are getting as well as they're exiting the creek. Meanwhile, here is Caroline Dawson on the KTM ride.
The 551 machine up into the second place spot in the overall with the unfortunate early departure of Josiah Gravely from our race here today. Axton, Virginia, though, like you said, comfortable with this facility, local. This is about as local as it gets when you have the same zip code as the track you're racing at.
No doubt about it.
Steele Henderson leading the way in that mini junior class. Ryan Keats in the number 2 spot. Simikowski in the number 3 spot. And that is your podium position in that mini junior class.
Yeah, really cool to see. I've known Caroline and her father, Alex, for quite some time. And I remember when she was still back on a 50, just kind of getting started, and gradually has grown and grown as a rider, found her flow, found her strengths, and really cool to see them out here at JDay enjoying themselves as well. And nothing like adding a couple of trophies to the collection in our girls, and I believe our women's B class as well she's out there in. So Caroline making the most of her day out here at JDay, and here we go. When she comes across the line, I believe she should overtake that second overall spot.
Yeah, and looking at, I think she is going to bump up to that number 2 spot in the overall. We'll see once things correct here. But, looking at that, I believe she actually grabbed the win in that women's B class as well. So a great day here for the Dawsons at Lake Sugar Tree for the JDay. She is absolutely ripping out there.
Does sound like it was an injury that took our mini senior leader out. So Josiah possibly injuring his foot. Hopefully going to be okay after that one. We saw him kick the leg up, and can't say that he wasn't going for it, man. A great battle between himself and Steele Henderson. The lap time's relatively close there at the front of the field as everybody's starting to settle into a groove. Kicking off our second motos here with mini senior, mini junior, and our girls class.
Caroline Dawson leading the way in our girls class and second place overall. An absolutely phenomenal ride for Caroline here. Here is your leader on screen, Steele Henderson, the 508 machine. We saw him in a wheel-to-wheel, bar-to-bar battle with Josiah Gravely just a lap ago. Gravely injuring his foot, it looked like, pulling off, and now all alone out front. Steele Henderson riding the ride that dreams are made of, leading his way not only for this mini junior class but for the overall as well, with the P2 in moto number 1 for the overall, winning that mini junior class. I don't believe they actually award overalls, but I guarantee you he's going to tell his friends all about it.
No doubt about it.
And he earned it.
Yeah, and if they question it, he can pull it up on Racer TV and GPTV. Say, here, look, watch, prove it. No doubt about it. You've heard of the man of steel. Well, this is just the man steel.
I like it.
Out front, leading the way, and he's finding a flow, too. You can see that little bit of expression here. Obviously, the leg swag as well. That's almost Danger Boy-esque in the sense of you start throwing some attitude right in the heat of battle. You're enjoying it.
With the white flag out, when we saw that leg swag in moto number 1, when it was the double leg swag, that wasn't Danger Boy. That was just danger.
Yeah.
It was a flying W, kicking that one leg off, the other leg flying off as well. That's something that maybe when they go back and take a look at that, I know the professor, Gary Bailey, would say, hey, boy, keep that foot on the pegs. You're not scrubbing. but he is scrubbing the competition right now, out front, leading the way here in Moto number 2. 4 laps down. White flag is waving one more lap around here at this Lake Sugar Tree Motocross Park. And Steele Henderson, the only rider under 5 minutes on that lap time, shredding out there and on his way to what is starting more and more to look like a sure win here.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's just as quick, if not faster, than what they were running in those first motos as well. So Steele has found a flow here in this second moto, been able to push just a bit harder as he's working his way past some lap traffic. But a solid, hard-fought win for Henderson if he's able to take it all the way to that checkered.
Yeah, looking good, looking smooth, hitting his marks, and just clicking off leg swag. All the leg swag. I love it.
Guy has hip flexors of steel after kicking that leg out so many times. Caroline Dawson,
second place overall and leading the way in our girls class. Caroline Dawson on that number 55 machine, 551 in scoring there. Absolutely putting in a phenomenal performance here. Now we head over to our FMF Extreme section, and right on cue from our TBT Racing live drone, carnage ensues.
Yeah, I can't say it's not consistent here at the Extreme section. It is certainly, it really is interesting to me to see how many of these kids are taking it lap after lap. I mean,
I'm going to be honest with you, Zach.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and be the guy.
Say it.
The parents.
Fair.
The parents are saying, you better take that line. I'll be there to help you. And I understand you're never going to learn if you don't challenge yourself. But at the same time, you know, when you're in a race, the idea is to get to the finish line as quickly as possible. And when you see riders that lap after lap are just, you know, whether it be the machine or them, just not equipped properly for that section, let's build one at home and practice it there at the race. Let's take the fastest line, which for a lot of these riders is, in fact, as we saw Caroline Dawson there, that out-around line.
Yep.
And smooth, no mistakes. And look at, she's rewarded, sitting in the number 2 spot overall. Haven't seen her on the ground. She's been riding very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to be said about picking and choosing those battles, no doubt. As the Green Mohawk making his way through. Unfortunate news there for Josiah Gravely, dropping out of that Super Mini class, and Steele Henderson, the benefactor, already was out front, but certainly not having to deal with as much pressure as he was, as he's now closing in on the final lap, waiting on a checkered flag.
Here we go from our TBT Racing live drone. This is a section entering into our FMF Extreme section, but nope, back to the Dunlop split line. Steele Henderson on the 508. Only a few sections of racetrack standing between him and a checkered flag waving. 2 moto wins on the day for Henderson is what it's starting more and more to look like, and an overall win out of all of our mini divisions. There's the number 8 of Easton Owen. He is now up into the 5th place spot overall. So despite his struggles in that FMF Extreme section, he is riding very, very well on the rest of the course and making up a lot of ground. Simikowski up to the 4th place spot now in the overall, putting in a good ride as well.
Closing in on 100 hours, or 100 minutes, I should say, of racing here now. Meanwhile, there is your leader one more time through the Extreme section for Steele Henderson.
100 hours would be a long
that would be pretty brutal. 100 minutes is pretty brutal too, though.
Oh, come on.
I'm a moto guy.
Well, a moto guy with leg swag. Woo! That's what Steele Henderson is. He's out on the moto track, sending the doubles and working his way through the final corners to put the finishing touches on a masterful performance that he's put in here today. 2nd overall, taking the win in that mini junior class in Moto number 1, backing it up here with another class win and also an overall moto win here in Moto number 2. Steele Henderson looking like he's going to get the job done, taking the biggest trophy out of that JDay semi back with him back home to Fairmont, West Virginia, and grabbing the win here in Moto number 2, standing up, enjoying it. But nope, we got to send that last double. Make sure the crowd's seeing it. Just in case there's a trophy girl over there, got to make sure that we impress her as well. Steele Henderson into the final scoring chicane and taking the win here in Moto number 2 in our mini junior class. Our man Zach Heron headed down to the finish line podium area to get an interview with Steele, and his brother Seven actually riding past our booth right now, and he is headed to the line for his second moto as well. Some more riders now checking through at the Dunlop split lane here. Mohawks abound. Checkered flag continues to wave, and more Mohawks. All right, Zach, if you're ready with our winner, we're ready to hear from you.
All right, yeah, here I am down with your overall winner. Steele Henderson gets the job done. Steele, I got to ask, was it style? Was it a little bit of chaos? What's going on with the leg swag, man? You been practicing that?
Yeah.
It looks good. You were in an all-out battle. Josiah, unfortunately, having to go out of this with an injury, but did you make any big changes between Moto 1 and Moto 2? You really look strong out there.
Got the log section better this moto than last moto. I crashed on it last moto.
Do you feel like that was where you made the biggest difference?
Yeah.
You think your older brother, Seven's going to be able to match this intensity? Has he got leg swag to match yours?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if he can get it done. That is Steele Henderson, your overall winner out of our mini divisions.
Well, there you have it. Steele Henderson with the overall win, a 1-1 performance on the day for him in the mini junior class and 2-1 in the overall, getting it done. We got a little race recap for you to show you how he was able to get that done here. See the battle he had with Josiah Gravely. They were side by side in the extreme section, and Steele Henderson able to go up over that big obstacle, making the pass. Josiah Gravely, unfortunately, experiencing a small injury. He did exit the race a little bit earlier, but then Steele Henderson, leg swag and all in the final lap of racing, carried the momentum to the finish line and grabbed the win here in Moto number 2 and the overall.
So how about it? The second motos are officially off and rolling. We take a look at your Pro Taper top 10. It was Steele Henderson grabbing the win. How about it? Caroline Dawson grabbed second overall. Rylan Keats, in that number 3 spot. Michael Kimichowski fourth with Easton Owen rounding out your top 5. Weston Willard, Kendrick Pina, Mason Lynch, Cole Wilkerson, and Cody Pruitt going to round out your top 10. Here from round number 4. Well, we're officially a second moto racing, and we've got plenty more to come. But first, a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Fox JDay Offroad Racing right here on Racer TV and GPTV.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kurt Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC. the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series, and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Beautiful Martinsville Speedway, just down the road, literally just down the road, 9 miles away from this legendary track as well. Lake Sugar Tree, home of Pro Nationals in the late 80s, early 90s, and now home of round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series, the Redline Oils Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix, as we have officially gotten our second motos underway. Just wrapped up our mini racers, and now taking a look, it's going to be our C classes coming up next, which means you never know what we're going to see. Road number 1 going to be your C250 class, C Open, C200, C Vet, and BC Open Electric, all sitting on the line. As the riders picking their spots out, should be throwing that flag here in just a few minutes.
Zach, when you talk about what you may see in these C classes, what we saw in Moto number 1 was Steele Henderson. Seven Henderson, Steele's older brother. We just saw Steele out there in that mini moto grab the overall and 1-1 moto scores to get the job done. But Seven Henderson, great moto skills. Out on the moto track, we saw him scrubbing jumps, throwing leg swag. I mean, just perfect form, so I expect to see more of the same. And it wasn't just him. There was a lot of riders out there in these C classes, definitely looking like they're local products out of Virginia or somewhere close here that are spending a lot of time on a moto track. They look comfortable. They look like they had things dialed in. And we're going to see how it all plays out here in just a matter of a few moments.
Well, and I tell you what else I like about the way this Lake Sugar Tree course is set up is you've got the moto track, but then you've also got some of these field sections where your moto specialists are a little bit more comfortable opening the bike up. Only a few of these technical wood sections are really tight where you would need to be a wood specialist and really feel confident in it. So it really is that perfect blend of a little bit of moto, a little bit of off-road.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what JDay is all about. GP-style format here, and it mixes the multiple different disciplines together. You get to see riders that really shine on one section of the track versus another.
Now this section is pretty difficult.
I saw him talking about this on the earlier broadcast.
So that KC66 Pro line was that one's as technical as it gets. And like we said, our very own professor, Gary Bailey, out there trying to scope out maybe that potential B line, if you will. A lot to be gained and a lot to be lost in that very short section of racing, but always cool to see such a unique opportunity only available to those pro riders. These C classes not going to be going through that line. Nobody but our pro race, which will be our final race of the afternoon, going to be touching that KC66 line. And if you thought it was brutal by the end of the first moto, just wait till the final lap of the final race of the day.
Well, a couple things there, Zach. I mean, I think it's good that they didn't leave that in for the rest of the racers, because we saw as that line developed and as that section developed, it became quite a challenge for even our pro riders. Not that many of these riders wouldn't be able to make it, but to make it consistently, we saw even the pro riders really struggling to get up as the race went on. They were getting stuck, or they would make it up, lose their balance at the top, fall back into the creek. And it really, truly was the big, in my opinion, and I think it would be hard to argue, it was kind of the deciding factor in that first pro moto that we saw just a few motos ago with Josh Toth, the one rider that was able to consistently get up it throughout the first 4 or 5 laps of racing. And even Josh, the last 3 laps, took the out-around line. He just realized that the risk wasn't worth the reward. He had a decent little gap on Tyler Medaglia, and he decided it was just, let's not risk it for the biscuit anymore. Let's bring this thing home, surprising himself even, getting that win. But as we shift our action now to our C250 class, again, Seven Henderson trying to back up that win from Moto number 1. Oh, number 94 on a Suzuki.
That's looking familiar.
Late entry, Ken Roxon.
Hang on now. So kick-starting it and getting ready to kickstart these second motos for our C classes, C250 sitting on the line. Here you see the 714, I believe, grabbing a podium finish there in our first moto, if I'm not mistaken. 74 on the helmet. Saw that Kawasaki rider go down early. Be very curious to see what he's able to do if he limits those early race mistakes. Had a solid pace, if I remember correctly, on those lap times. But you got to be in the fight to be able to make something happen. Evan Kelly, he's got some time out on track as well, running not only this C class but our vintage class as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he is actually your points leader in this C250 class as well. Yeah, it sounds like they're getting the machines fired up. Final bit of preparation underway before we get ready to drop the flag. C250 going to be your first row.
Now we got Unk out there.
There he is, Secretary. Looking good, feeling good. Just got to do it one more time.
Unk out of that C200 class, throwing all kinds of attitude, leg swag, arm swag. I think he might have even had some neck swag. It was a real show that he put on there in Moto number 1.
Like I said, we've seen a lot of Mohawks over the helmet. He's one of the only guys I know rocking one under the helmet. He takes it off, throws a little bit of concrete in that thing, and it is sticking up right.
I think I'm going to go for that look. You think I'd look good with the Mohawk?
I do. You got to be colored, though.
Blue.
Come
I
on.
don't know if I still have a picture, but Chris Borich can show you a picture of me with the Mohawk. We were doing haircuts in the Florida house one time many years ago, and for about a day, I went to dinner. We went out to Longhorn, and I had a Mohawk. It was quite a scene. But
I had a neon red Mohawk in 3rd grade.
Mine was just my normal hair color. All right, 30-second board is up.
It's enough hair talk.
C250. I'm too old for this stuff.
That's going to be
I got to
my
be
next
old
one.
and grouchy. Oh yeah,
Eminem. Josh Merritt
like
style,
that.
and not
I
so
like
Slim
that.
Shady. So here we go. C250, laser focus.
Laser focus.
Now, you want to talk about distracting those riders on the line right now. They're going to think,
Come on,
who was
tell me
that?
you've watched the roast of Tom Brady.
I get it. I'm just.
Look at that.
Look at that great
off
start
the line,
from Evan
Kelly.
Kelly. Wow, that is significantly better of a start than he got. Meanwhile, it looks like Seven Henderson didn't quite have the luck he was hoping for. Slings around that outside. Looks like going to funnel into that number 2 spot.
And we saw Seven Henderson grab that hole shot around the outside Moto number 1, but in Moto number 2, starting about 7 to 10 miles behind the other riders, still able to work his way up to the number 2 spot, and just like that, takes the lead.
Yeah, you could see that intensity right over. It reminds me of Joey Crown almost. Nose strike while the iron's hot, while everybody's right there together. Seven Henderson takes over the number 1 ride.
Looking so strong here, early stages of Moto number 2. Looking to back up that win in Moto number 1. Seven Henderson, he's got big shoes to fill. Little bro was just out there, grabbed not only the class win in that mini junior class, but also the overall win as well. So Seven looking to say, hey, what you did, I'm going to do too.
Here we go, next row off and rolling. Looks like it's the 313 going to lead them in. Hefner trying to peek to the inside on the Yamaha. Not quite close enough to make the pass happen. Burn blasted here in the C Open class. So they all funnel into that inside line just after that double. And a pass for the lead. As we flip back, C200 coming up next. Danny Secretore there on the 26 KTM. Got some company from the Husky.
860 machine. Quick off the line. Unk getting caught asleep in his recliner, but making it look good. Wheelie off the starting line.
Like I said, the only guy I've seen wheelie a downhill start. As Unk put the power to the ground.
And around the outside. Not quite able to get it done in turn number 1. But he's running that Insta 360, so he's going to have all the footy for the gram.
Oh, getting Cindy over the double. And doing a good job of not following as well. Going to try to take the long way around. Sets him up for the inside in this next corner. This might be the pass. Secretary makes the move. Final row. No, C-Vet before our final row. So Kosha on that 211 ride.
off and rolling there is our C-Vet class here in their final moto of the day.
Looks like the Yamaha
211
is going to gain control of that. Taking a long way around.
That's me right there. Big doubles. Those are trouble.
Big trouble.
Now we've got our BC Open Electric. Just a battle to the first turn, at least in the last one.
Yeah.
Looks like that rider on a Suron, the other rider there on a Stark. But the Suron got the jump and then absolutely washed the front end in those slick conditions in Moto number 1 and hit the deck hard. But he is back to give it another go here in Moto number 2. And they better get that moto off and rolling.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw in the first moto. That last row getting started just before your leader puts the first lap in the book. So within, probably by the time they peel off the motocross track, they will have Seven Henderson right on them.
He's going to lap them both before they get off the moto track. He was in the corner coming to the start line. All right, here we go from our TBT Racing live drone. The sounds you're not going to hear because that was our electric class, but back to the woods. The battle rages on in our C classes here.
There we go, Hefner on that 117 Yamaha making his way through.
And this is your overall leader now. 3 turns in, he has caught that Open Electric BC class, making passes Seven Henderson. See the power of that Stark machine, though.
Yeah. And Henderson stamps it. So getting through that electric class and going to start to work his way through the tail end of the field as he is, looks like all by his lonesome out front. Here is, looks like the Kawasaki 714 sitting in that number 2 spot. We said we were curious what he'd be able to do without that early moto mistake. And running inside the top 3, hanging on to that number 2 spot for the moment.
But this rider out front absolutely shredding, kicking up dust and already working his way through even more lapped riders here already early on in lap number 2. Seven Henderson on a mission. This was our Wheelie Alley,
yes,
I believe you call it. And that was a really good name that you gave it.
I really appreciate that.
FPV drone bringing you the footage here. Seven Henderson taking that outside line. The FPV drone looking to make the pass. Headed back to, that is the leader of our electric class. Oh, that was interesting.
He definitely can hear the drone.
Hey, when in doubt, if you're not sure if you want to take a left or right in the split line, just take the middle.
Yep. There goes the 211 Dakota Kosia leading the way out of your C-Vet class. And whoa.
It's the first miscue we've seen out of our overall leader, Seven Henderson.
But you can see, look at the ruts exiting that creek bed right there. That has really started to break away as the riders have continued to splash up on that. So walked it yesterday and looked extremely simple, but as it continues to get chewed up, starts to get more and more difficult.
Chase Black is the rider in the number 2 spot in the overall and in that C250 class. We saw him take a little soil sample in Moto number 1, but running solidly in the number 2 spot here in Moto number 2, just ahead of Evan Kelly. And our second place rider for Moto number 1, Gabriel Hongok, is sitting back there in the 4th place spot with, looks like the leader of our 200C class, Unk, Danny Sakatori, rounding up the top 5 overall.
So having Seven Henderson, a 409 on that last lap. Things much tighter behind him, though. 4:57, a 53, a 45, and then a 37 there for Black. So Chase Black has certainly picked up the pace here in Moto number 2. Got to wonder if that early race crash in that first moto threw him off his game some, tweaked the bike up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if Hognock can really kind of rebound. He had really good pace in Moto number 1, actually keeping pace with Seven Henderson for quite a while early on in the Moto before Henderson was able to get away. And sitting back there in that number 4 spot in the overall and looking at the lap times, definitely not ideal lap 1 for Hognock.
So we'll see if the Husky can move his way forward. Meanwhile, the Yamaha out front of Seven Henderson, looking like he's out on a Sunday cruise here at this point.
See some new lines starting to develop in between the existing ruts. We talked about it earlier, Zach. As those ruts get deeper, they also develop acceleration chop. The riders kind of seeking out some smoother ground as the soil continues to just be tortured here with all the races and all the riders. They're finding new lines, trying to find some clean running room, really trying to find some smooth places to get through these corners.
Jacob Hefner looks like actually leading that open C class. Meanwhile, you see a little more hesitation there. The 7-Eleven machine working his way through. Michael Kesey out front in that BC Electric class, saw on the Stark machine.
Those ruts are really going to make it challenging for the riders to jump through in the later classes as that bank continues to deteriorate. There he is, Unk.
Secretary up on the pegs and on the charge. Continuing to lead the way. Oh. You see that root kind of sticking out just across that line.
Put a quick little dab and right back on the throttle. Secretary wants to make sure he grabs this win here today. Got it done in Moto number 1 and looking to do it again here in Moto number 2. Watching from our second creek crossing here. 2 laps down. Working on lap number 3. Again, Jacob Hefner leading the way in that C Open class, followed by Gannon Geary, Wyatt Welton, William Johnson, Alex Whittle, Patrick Short Jr., and the rest.
So watching both of our creek crossings here. The Dunlop split lane between the two of them.
Here comes your leader making some more passes on lapped riders. Seven Henderson. Nobody seemed to have anything for him here today. Henderson's just came in cleaning house. Yeah. Steele Henderson grabbing the win just a few moments ago in our second mini moto, both in that mini junior and the overall. And now Big Brother 7 doubling his way up to the FMF Extreme section from our FPV drone here, courtesy of Ian Howes and Fox Racing. Switching back over to Gabe Scholl and our TBT Racing live drone there as well. Back and forth, back and forth.
Drone to drone. Got a whole Air Force squad here of drone pilots helping with the JDay Offroad coverage. And man,
that was the drone filming.
That was the drone, yeah. Drone squared. Droneception. As Henderson so confident here on the moto side. Definitely got a big kick over that double in the extreme section. You saw the double foot grab trying to hang onto the side of the machine, but another lap in the books. The 34 checks in and checks out.
Look at this now. Hongok up to the number 2 spot. We had mentioned that looked like he had a rough lap number 1. He has made some passes and now up to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any fight in the Kawasaki of Chase Black. Meanwhile, this is the perfect spot to be in. Not under any immediate pressure behind you. You know you've got the pace. Just able to go where you want, put that bike where you want.
See that rider taking the upper line there in that Dunlop split lane section. A little safer. Don't have to come across that slick off camber. Making it work.
So you're going to hang here just before our Dunlop split line. Take a look at some of the other riders in the pack making their way through.
When they get here.
I was about to say, a little bit of a gap here, surprisingly, actually. As there goes one of our sweep riders checking in, making sure everybody's all good on course. Meanwhile, there is Hongok. Was second overall the last time through, puts another lap in the books.
Continuing on in that number 2 spot. Hongok 3 laps down. Chase Black in the number 3 spot. Evan Kelly 4th. Hunk, Danny Satori in the number 5 spot. Jacob Hefner 6th. Gannon Geary 7th. 8th. William Johnston and Michael Keese out of that electric BC class rounds out the top 10 overall.
Watching right now the 714 or the 74 of Chase Black. I can't tell if that's Hongok at the top of the
I think
screen.
it may be.
I was wondering how close they were.
Yeah, it is.
So this is second and third in class and overall.
This is the battle.
So we'll see whether or not Black can close things back in. Hongok made the pass happen.
I believe Hongok's the first bike up there, not this first one, but that one going.
Yep, the one just dipping off into the woods.
Black throwing everything at it. They're getting a little loose.
Charge.
Realizing he has an opportunity to potentially put himself in second place overall for the day. Really going to have to get moving if he wants to track down Seven Henderson way out front on that number 34 Yamaha. But Hongok and Black battling it out over this number 2 spot. A new shot. We haven't seen this one yet.
Yeah, Fox FPV creeping back up the hillside. There goes Hongok. And there is Black. So it is close. Callie might have even made up a little bit of time in that first part of the wood section.
The dust is real.
So a bad lap for Black there as he was 10 seconds slower than Gabriel Hongok. Evan Kelly just a couple of seconds off the pace of Chase Black, and then Seven Henderson, meanwhile, several seconds faster with a 4:08. And I don't think that was Hongok. I think that was the start that we were looking at. So the white plastic fooling us there, as looks like more work to go for Chase Black if he wants to catch up to that number 2 ride.
Still continuing to work at it. Seven Henderson out front leading the way. Our FPV drone carving its way through the woods. Here is Hongok, 496. Working his way through that Dunlop split lane. So this will show us just exactly how far back. See, there is. He was just out of our camera shot there, but there is Black in the number 3 spot, just a few seconds behind. So he's looking like he's really picked up the pace this lap, able to match the pace of Hongok in front of him. There's Hongok again in the number 2 spot, 496 machine, throwing everything he has at it, but just behind him, it's the number 74 of Chase Black, trying to track him down. The battle rages on.
So battle inside your top 3 overall is your second place ride of Gabriel Hongok, trying to distance himself from Chase Black. And man, putting together solid runs to the extreme section like that is a good way to do it.
Looking like most likely a white flag this lap when the riders do come through here. or at least next lap, I guess, when Seven Henderson comes through. He's almost a half a lap ahead right now at this point. He is absolutely pulled away from the field. The battle over second rages on between Gabriel Hongrak and Chase Black.
So the Fox FPV drone hanging on board with Chase Black. We'll watch and wait.
A little brake tap action there.
Love to see it. Not looking like a white flag out yet.
Got the start coming by, no sound.
He's there though, we can see him.
Now it looks like Hongak has opened it back up over Chase Black. They were a lot closer in the woods. But it seems like the pace that Hongak has on the moto track is drawing him further away from Chase Black. 4 laps complete with Seven Henderson working on lap number 5. Just about any minute now we should see him working his way through either that FMF Extreme Enduro section or just finishing up the woods, popping out onto the moto track. I believe will be a white flag waving, and there he is.
Henderson on the charge through both of the creek crossings and getting ready to head towards that FMF Extreme section once again. As the Henderson crew looking to bring some hardware home.
Double wins for the boys is what it's starting to look like here. Seven Henderson just really needs to keep it on 2 wheels for one more lap of racing here. Those will be some proud parents. And who do you think gets to pick dinner on the way home?
Ooh, I don't know.
They both, if it finishes the way it is, they'll both have won the overall in their sessions.
Yep.
And they'll both have won their classes.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I guess the tiebreaker would be whoever finished first.
Whoever wished Mom a happy Mother's Day
That's
first.
Right,
yeah,
that's right. I like that. Mom gets to pick.
Mom gets to pick. They get to cook dinner for Mom.
The fact that Mom brought them, or allowed them to come racing on Mother's Day, still no white flag.
Wow, so surprising.
5 laps complete.
Ooh, close call right there. Rider doing a great job of correcting.
7-11 coming down that off camber nice and slick. We've seen a lot of riders hitting the deck through that section. You see the rider in that Dunlop split lane taking the upper line, trying to get a straighter run down that hill so as not to have to come across those sniper routes sideways. They are known for taking out a front wheel. Now it's the second place ride of Gabriel Hongak here at the Dunlop split lane. We'll see, has he opened it up over Chase Black on the number 74, 714 on the plates. And he is still there.
Yeah, he has, but not by a ton.
Yeah, not quite close enough to really make a move, but he's really hanging close enough to just keep him thinking about it.
Meanwhile, there was Brian Castellino out of your C200 class, sitting in that number 2 spot right now. There is Black on the Kawasaki.
Looked like he was taking a look at our camera there. Maybe he's saying, "Hi, Mom, happy Mother's Day."
Exactly. One of these riders excited to have themselves shown on Racer TV and GPTV. Make sure you guys are following along on social media as well. Lots of behind-the-scenes action, everything from setting the course up, track previews, track maps, as well as all the information for the rest of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad series on JDay Offroad on social media. And, of course, follow us on Racer TV as well. All of our upcoming events. As Hongak getting ready to
across that Yamaha finish line as well.
Coming across the line, still no white flag waving. We will be waiting on Seven Henderson any moment now for what surely will be a white flag waving. Over 5-minute lap times for these riders. And looking at what's looking to be a 7-lap race. So they're taking the 30 minutes to an extreme, giving these guys a little extra track time.
Hang on board with the Husqvarna in that number 2 spot, waiting on Seven Henderson to pop out of the woods. And should be approaching that extreme section here before long.
Dakota Kosia still leading the way in that C veteran class. John Fury in the number 2 spot, and Philip Pritt rounding out your top 3. As we see Michael Keese on screen there, leading the way on that B Open Electric. He's actually coming by our studios, heading for the finish line right now. But this rider right here, Gabriel Hongak, in the number 2 spot overall and in that C250 class, holding off Chase Black, but not able to do anything with Seven Henderson at the moment. Seven Henderson been the class of the field here today, grabbing the whole shot in Moto number 1, leading pretty much wire to wire. And then in Moto number 2, terrible off the line, all the way in the back of the pack. But by the time they got to about turn number 3, he was able to make the pass, and he has not been challenged since.
So coming down to the nitty-gritty, only just over a lap or so to go as we watch and wait for Seven Henderson. A 4:18 on that last lap for the Yamaha as he gets ready to make his way to the Yamaha Racing finish line, just past us here in the tower. And there it is, white flag is out.
Woohoo! Woo! You know that's exactly what
Yes.
Seven Henderson and the rest of the field is saying here.
Certainly been a tough one.
Floating his way around this moto track here at Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park. Seven Henderson, really not much more we can say about him today. Dominant.
Yep.
Impressive. Determined.
Ready for B class. I'll say that one.
I would agree. He is going to do some damage when he moves up, whether that be in moto or here in JDay or wherever it is that he chooses to go racing. Rider out of, I believe, Fairmount, West Virginia. Great speed here on this moto track. A very, very seasoned looking C rider.
Well, and on top of that, he did say he comes from a moto background, but I believe said had done some GNCC, so he's got some off-road experience as well.
Did you see the leg swag?
I missed it.
It must run in the family.
Without a doubt. There's no way you've got hip flexion like that if it's not genetic.
They're both practicing. Yeah, I heard you ask Steele if he had practiced the leg swag. He said, "Oh yeah, absolutely."
They've got the hip bands out there. They're just
they've got a big single in the backyard, and all they do is just practice leg swag all day. I love it. Well, whatever practice they're doing, it is paying off because Seven Henderson leading the way, looking to grab another moto win and the overall. TBT Racing live drone bringing the action, jumping down now into the woods, and this is how big the gap is. This is our third place rider, Chase Black, who is just a few seconds behind Gabriel Hognock, who is in the number 2 spot, and they are nearing now almost a full lap behind Seven Henderson.
Yeah, when we say top of the field, he has truly just about completely lapped. I'm not sure whether he's caught up. There is Kelly. I was wondering whether or not he'd gotten to Kelly yet or not.
If I remember correctly, he lapped Danny Seccatori in the, and there is, I believe is that Seccatori right there? Nope. But I believe he lapped Seccatori in the first moto. I could be wrong on that, though.
One thing about it, certainly not under any pressure, able to put that bike where he wants and enjoy this last lap here on a beautiful Sunday in Axton, Virginia.
There went the leader of your electric bike class there. Waiting and watching, will it be Jacob Hefner next? The 514 machine through 5th place overall, or Danny Saccatori in the 6th place spot? Or will we see our leader, Seven Henderson, coming through to put those riders a lap down? And there is the answer to the question. Seven Henderson has lapped up to the top 5 overall here in this race in only just over 6 laps of racing.
Impressive, Johnny. There's no other way to put it. I mean, really inconsistent as well. Very different style of track from first to second moto. A lot of changes, and whether he made the adjustments on the bike or just adjusted the riding style, looks just as comfortable here as he did in that other one. And look at this, a potential problem for Chase Black as he dropped back to the 4th place spot. Evan Kelly now picking up the number 3 ride, so potentially some issues for the 74 Black.
Yeah, we saw him up battling with Hongok for that 2nd place position, now dropping back to 4th with Evan Kelly making the pass. Kelly was a little ways back in this camera shot here, so something must have set Chase Black back.
Got to wonder, meanwhile, not much left to wonder about this. Seven Henderson just about 1 corner away from bringing out a checkered flag.
All right, folks, he's done it the easy way. Moto number 1 grabbing the whole shot, leading wire to wire. He's done it the hard way, almost last off the line here in Moto number 2, charging through the pack in the first few corners to grab the lead and taking a commanding victory here in Moto number 2 and our overall. Seven Henderson. What a ride for this young man here today. His brother set the bar just a few moments ago, taking the win in the Mini Junior division and also the overall win. Seven having to come back and prove that he's still the big brother in the house, getting the job done. 2 moto victories, a 1-1 performance, and the overall for Seven Henderson. Our man Zach Heron is headed down to the podium to catch up with Seven, get his thoughts on the day, and if we are going to see this Henderson family travel to more JDay races in the future.
All right, thanks, Johnny. I'm down here with Seven Henderson. Little bro put the pressure on. He got the overall done. Ball was in your court, and you were able to back it up with a 1-1 finish here, man. Take us through that second race and how you felt. Big changes on the track as far as lines developing. What'd you think about it out there?
There's like a lot more roots showing, and it's really dusty out there.
And we could tell that in some spots for sure, having to work your way through lap traffic. Great day for the Henderson family, man. We're walking away with some overalls. You think maybe we see you guys at some more JDays coming up?
Maybe.
I'd love to see it, man. Who's helping you out? Who do you want to thank for getting this job done?
My mom, my dad, and Morgantown Power Sports, and everybody else who helps me out.
There it is. That's Seven Henderson getting the job done here out of your C250 class.
Well, there you have it. You heard that maybe we'll see them in some JDays in the future, but what we did see was we saw one heck of a battle in that moto. Right off the rip, Seven Henderson having to make passes and get his way to the lead. I believe we've got a race recap of just how it all went down. This was not too far into the race, and Seven Henderson had already taken the lead, working his way smoothly through that FMF Extreme section, but there was quite a battle over the number 2 spot. But Henderson out front, leading the way, carrying so much speed around this moto track, class of the field, and leading every lap on his way to a 1-1 performance for the overall victory. Looking at our results, we do have our top 10 rundown here, Zach.
Yep, Pro Taper top 10 looks like this. Seven Henderson, Gabriel Hongok, and Evan Kelly, 1, 2, and 3. Chase Black and Jacob Hefner going to round out your top 5 with William Johnson, Gannon Geary, Leland Starrett, Danny Saccatori, and Wyatt Welton, rounding out your top 10. Well, just getting into the thick of the second motos. Plenty more racing still to come. But first, a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Fox JDay Offroad Racing here live from the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. 100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Country Club of Motocross, beautiful Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park for round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Series, your Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix here in Axton, Virginia, as we are getting ready for our second Women's Pro Moto sitting on the line. Had a solid battle in that first Pro Moto as well between Lily Sheets and your reigning Women's Pro champion, Kayla O'Neill. I believe we're going to take a look.
Excuse me. Solid battle. That was a barn burner.
It is a barn burner. That's what I'm saying. We're going to take a look at that red line replay coming up and take a look at how that first moto went down. And when it came down to it,
Sheets got the start and was able to manage this thing from the front, but O'Neal kept her as honest as he possibly could. You want to talk about yo-yoing back and forth, seesawing, and then you bring the sportsmen up into the mix as well. Riders like Josh Toth, Ricky Russell, Joey Crown all getting in the mix, but there was your first moto winner, Lily Sheets, getting the job done. Kayla O'Neal put in a solid charge, but I think in that last lap or so realized, hey, think big picture, still got a second moto, going to save some in the tank for that. That's how close it was, less than a bike length when they came across the line. Lily Sheets grabbing that first moto win. I think you're right, Johnny. That was a barn burner.
Well, and not only that, but it was a lot of what we saw in our pro moto just a few motos ago and a few motos after our first women's pro moto, where certain sections of the track really came to play. They were like another obstacle, another rider out there on the track. We saw it in our KC66 line there in the pro race, but in this women's pro race earlier, it was really that FMF Extreme section that loomed large. On the last lap, Lily Sheets had been clean through it every lap, and on the last lap, maybe sensing the pressure from behind from Kayla O'Neal, made that mistake on that final log, kind of falling over to the side, catching herself in the banners, but able to get going just ahead of Kayla O'Neal, and that's what sets us up for this winner-take-all shootout here in Moto number 2. With the combined scoring format, if Lily Sheets is able to grab the win, obviously she'd go 1-1 and win the day. But if Kayla O'Neal can come back and win this second moto, she will be the overall winner for the day here. And, that's the goal.
Well, and don't forget, Taylor Jones, your points leader at the moment coming into this round, hurt at our last GNCC round, not going to be with us at least for the foreseeable future. So Taylor out of the points championship, which busts things wide open for a rider like Kayla O'Neal. Meanwhile, Lily Sheets, new to the series, but after a performance like this, you got to wonder whether she's not going to catch the fever, as we like to say, turn into a JDay regular. As look at that, great start this time. O'Neal was pretty far behind, headed into turn 1 in moto number 1. This time she threads the needle, going to try to carry the speed around the outside, and Kayla O'Neal going to grab that whole shot here in moto 2.
So the roles are reversed. Last race it was Lily Sheets leading the way and Kayla O'Neal giving chase. This time Kayla O'Neal quickest off the line, grabbing that early race lead, but Lily Sheets is right there putting on the pressure. Sheets mentioning to you on the podium that she went a little too deep early on in moto number 1, kind of expending some energy, getting herself very worked up, and ultimately vacated her breakfast on the final lap of racing earlier this morning, showing just how hard these ladies are pushing out there.
Yeah, when you ask how bad do you want it and you got Frosted Flakes sitting on your chest, you make it pretty easy to say, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. But at the end of the day, O'Neal, she's got the experience. She's running the number 1 for a reason. She's raced GNCCs with us before. She's got some moto experience, even training with Gary Bailey some right here at Lake Sugar Tree. So O'Neal did those calculations, figured out what she did wrong, and now trying to make it right here in Moto 2. Meanwhile, A Vet and A Senior taking off and headed down into that first turn.
Yep, and just watching these ladies head off the moto track, still wheel to wheel, but wheel to wheel also in our A Vet and A Senior classes here. Wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel. We sound like Bjorn Hamrick back in the day. So many wheels, and they're headed for Wheelie Alley.
The background looks like maybe a KTM. Solidifying control up at the front. Starting to see some of those powder berms getting blown up just a little bit more as your vet and senior riders crisscrossing back and forth.
See, outside in, inside out.
Yeah.
Now to our
schoolboy class sitting on the line coming up next. The Axton local supporting that local Triangle Cycles dealership.
See, he's got that foot ready on that Kickstarter, that YZ125. Oh, not quite ready enough, but still quick enough off the line to grab the whole shot in a row of 1. But he put in a great ride in moto number 1, finishing well up in the overall out of that schoolboy 12 to 17 class. I've been in that situation before. You go certain places, and for whatever reason, the class numbers just aren't there. And at that point, it becomes, okay, yeah, I'm going to win today, but I want to see how well I can do overall.
Yep.
And that's what's nice about this format of racing is you've got so many other riders out on the track that you can measure yourself against. Really gives you something to push for, even on a day where maybe you don't have any direct competition or the class numbers aren't what you'd hope for.
Well, and you think about the other classes around them, a women's pro class, some of your top pro riders in your sportsman class, and A Vet and A Senior, some of the best that we've got as far as the older riders we have with us. They're good competition, if you know what I'm talking about. So to be able to say that you could beat them is certainly a feather in the cap. Looks like maybe a couple of less of our pro riders lining up for this second
I was going to point
class.
that out.
Yeah.
I really think, from the looks of it, it looks like it is only Gus Reardon of our pro riders out there in the sportsman class. And I think that may just come to, I think some of these other riders, maybe 250A riders and other A riders as well. But, man, I mean, I'm actually surprised to see Gus out there because he put in a big effort in Moto number 1. It's only 30 minutes. These guys are, trained to ride for 3 hours. I know on a normal training day that they will ride at least an hour, which is light work for them.
Right.
But keep in mind, he does still have another 30-minute moto coming up here. I wouldn't be shocked to see Gus go out, kind of treat this as a parade lap, check out some lines, see how the track is developing. I don't know that we'll even see him out there for the full 30 minutes.
I was
going to
say, just because you take the green flag does not mean you're going to see the second, or the checkered, I should say. Now, take a look at this red line replay. Heard that we had a crash that we missed. Oh, no, take a look at this. Such a tough section. Now, actually looks like she did not go in the water right there. Lily Sheets getting caught up in it, but that is a tough spot, and I'm sure a tough spot to pick the bike up as well. Kind of an off-camber angle, and we know how sloppy that mud is through there.
And that results in a big lead here for Kayla O'Neill.
Yep.
And an interesting little point there that if our professor, Gary Bailey, was with us for this moto, lesson to be learned there. If you're watching at home, or Lily Sheets, if you watch this later, when she crashed, her gloves were clean.
Yep.
Gloves were up in the air. And the first thing she did was put her hands down in that mud. I know it's difficult, but you have to find a way to use your elbows.
Yeah.
Take those couple extra seconds to keep those gloves dry and clean if you can. Because once those gloves get slimy, if the grip is already in the mud, it's going to be slimy enough. But a lot of times when you crash like that, you'll take like the inside elbow of your arm and wipe the grip, or pull your jersey out, whatever it takes. Because being able to handle these big 250-pound machines with all this horsepower, you got to be able to grip the grips. And if your gloves are slimy and your grips are slimy, it just makes it that much more challenging. We'll see if Lily Sheets is able to remount that machine and get back in the fight. But right now, Kayla O'Neill out front and pulling away.
Yeah, that was one of those off-road strategies that you taught me not long ago. One of our GNCCs, I believe it was Cody Barnes, we were watching, reaching up and actually grabbing a branch, kind of scraping the glove across it to wipe some debris off. So got to be strategic and smart with it just as much as fast.
That's an old school trick right there. Look at that. That shows how challenging that section is getting. And that is our leader in our schoolboy class.
You could see that root sticking out as well. Looks like that kind of reached up and grabbed him. So we had a couple of close calls there in that first pro moto. Got to think, get 4 or 5 riders all through there at the same time. That section could prove surprisingly difficult, especially as that lip continues to go further and further away. Pretty much no pop left on that.
As we see Kayla O'Neill heading into the woods, Lily Sheets actually just coming by our studio here, meaning she still has about half of the moto track remaining. So that is a big, big gap at the moment. She is really going to have to get that shovel out and start digging if she wants to make any inroads into trying to catch up to Kayla O'Neill. And as I somewhat expected here, Gus Reardon not exactly out there racing at the moment, treating this as a track inspection lap or few laps, not wanting to expend that energy, really just kind of wanting to get eyes on the track. And hey, when you signed up, you get to go out there and race. He ran the first moto. And why go out there and walk around the woods in those big, heavy riding boots, and especially here on a nice, warm 80-degree day? Save your energy. Hop on that dirt bike. Take a little lap, and it's a great opportunity to see how the track is continuing to develop, and we'll use the other word, deteriorate in some sections. But such a phenomenal track here. I got to tell you, Zach, didn't really know what to expect. Obviously, I've watched a lot of the coverage with the fine announcing that you yourself provide, and I've watched Ian's drone footage for many years, and it looks like a lot of fun. But coming out here and seeing it firsthand, it really is a great opportunity to get out, ride your dirt bike on some super fun tracks, with the exception of the extreme section. Nothing. No. Let me finish. With the exception of the extreme section, especially for these amateur classes, really nothing crazy challenging, just a fun race course to go out. If you're a woods rider, it gives you an opportunity to ride some moto, ride some grass tracks, ride something a little bit different. If you are a moto rider, you can get your feet wet in woods racing without having to go full on 3 hours, super rough track. Like, the track is getting rough, but it's nothing too crazy yet as Kayla O'Neill picks her way through this Dunlop split lane. And you can see, opting for what would have been earlier in the race, the slower upper line there. But now it's the safer line. She's probably taken a look back on that motocross track and seen, hey, she has no idea exactly what happened to Lily, but she knows she's not even in her peripheral view. Probably took a couple looks back there to say, okay, I don't know what happened to her, but I've got a good lead here. Let's not throw this one away. Being in that point position, she is in the driver's seat for the overall here today. And then looking at this, Eric Geis out of our A veteran class leading the way. We'll see him again in our vintage race. He put in a hero's performance on that vintage machine, taking the overall in that session. But right now, out front, Kayla O'Neill.
Yeah, just like you said, Johnny. And even with the FMF Extreme section, I laugh because I've had my own problems with the Extreme section over the years. But it's a
that's not where I was going
with
that.
It's a technique thing, though, and I think that's a big part of it is understanding even what Gary Bailey was talking about, the size of that small double compared to some of the doubles like what Kayla O'Neill just did right there. It's a mental barrier. It's understanding how your bike's going to react and how to adapt and prepare for those kind of obstacles. So it really is. It's a great format. I know I was just talking with Matt Burkeen, who's out here getting some footage. They've got a pretty cool iPhone clip competition going on as well. I believe like $250 up for grabs, Johnny, for the best iPhone clip, and I think like $100 for second place. So got some heavy hitters as far as the iPhone crews out here this weekend. But he was saying just how impressive this format was, how much fun it looks like. Matt's grown up racing around this area as well, and even said, man, I'm going to have to do some traveling around, check out some more of these, because like you said, it's a good opportunity. And a lot of people, especially on the amateur motocross side of things, they talk about the money spent versus the time on course, right? Here at JDay, you can't say you're not getting enough time. An hour of racing is more problems for Lily Sheets, and that one looked brutal.
Yeah, I saw
the extreme section.
That was a full send in there, and I was just getting ready to say, I hope she's getting ready to double that, because she was carrying so much speed into that section. But you see that big gap between that small log and the second much larger log. She just pile drove her machine into there. She is up. She is okay. But wow, that was a hard hit for second place in our women's pro class, Lily Sheets. Now she's getting that bike refired. But wow, that was a very, very, very hard hit.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a replay of that and see exactly what happened, because I agree. It almost looked like she was fully committing to the double and then not really sure what happened there. But, man, that was a brutal impact. And talk about adding insult to injury. Lily Sheets definitely not having the second moto that she was hoping for.
No, she rode so well in moto number one. Felt like it was a breakout performance for Lily. And now you can see she's really feeling the effects of 2 crashes now. The goggles on backwards. You can see the mud all over her lit kit there as she was laying in the creek after that first crash, and then following it up, unfortunately, with another crash in our FMF Extreme section, and an unfortunate lap and a half of racing for Lily Sheets. Still solidly in that second place position, second overall on the day, but definitely taking a bit of the wind out of her sails and also the wind out of her. You would have to imagine with the way she hit the handlebars when she, here we see, it looks like we've got a replay ready to go.
Oh, man, just that front tire impact on that second log. Didn't really get any kind of hop. Brutal, but Lily continues to soldier on.
Definitely has affected her rhythm for sure, you can tell. And it looks like she is going to call it a day on this one.
Unfortunate there after such an impressive start to the day. Lily Sheets going to exit the track, and it looks like exit that moto. You can see kind of laboring the breath there. Hopefully.
We're getting the play-by-play commentary just outside the booth here. Looks like Lily is okay. Definitely knocked the wind out of herself, and that is unfortunate. But I'll tell you what, Zach, she can really hang her head on the fact that in moto number one, she showed some serious speed, some serious grit, and grace under pressure. Yeah. She had pressure from Kayla O'Neill, our defending series champion, the entire way in moto number one. But then in moto number two, very early on, she was still in the mix, right? Very much there on the rear wheel of O'Neill. But that first mistake, and then it was compounding once she had some additional mistakes, and then that crash in that FMF Extreme section. Here is your overall leader. Eric Geis has made the pass on Kayla O'Neill, and O'Neill leading the way in that women's pro division and sitting second place in the overall.
So are getting word there, no plan to re-enter the race there. She has exited this one, a tough end to her day. Meanwhile, we check in at the FMF Extreme section, and there is Geis making his way through. Very similar to what we saw in that vintage class. Looks like low energy, low effort, but you look at the lap times and the speed is there.
Yeah, the 176, whereas when we see him later on in that vintage race, he'll have the duct tape 3 lines, 111 made out of duct tape. Crafty. Needed some numbers for that machine and had a roll of duct tape laying there. But leading the way in this one overall and in that A vet class.
Starting to peek at some alternate lines as well, tucking inside here and there.
Standing up, very effortless riding style. Looking at our sportsman class, Rivers Morris leading the way. Nash Pearson in the number 2 spot, Peter Shaw third, and Gus Reardon out there just riding around in that 4th place spot. A lot of those other riders not making the gate for Moto number 2. Lily Sheets has exited. Her bike has left. Looks like she's okay, a little bit banged up, but definitely going to be sore tomorrow, Zach, that's for sure.
No doubt about it.
Kayla O'Neill on screen leading the way in that women's pro division. You can see being cheered on through the finish line chicane here at the Yamaha Racing finish line, en route to what is now assured to be an overall victory on the day and a Moto number 2 win for Kayla O'Neill.
So O'Neill playing it smart, thinking about that class victory as she's got a battle on her hands with a KTM machine. Like we said, battles within the classes, but just battles physically on track as well.
Up and over that big double, up into the corner, getting a little sideways there.
Yep.
But keeping it all under control, clicking off the laps now, Kayla O'Neill.
Start to see multiple lines developing in a lot of these corners. They're kind of established already, I should say, at this point. But every now and again, you'll have somebody try something else out. Peek just a little to the left or the right, trying to find some traction.
Over that big triple step up tabletop, Kayla O'Neill back into the woods for one more lap. 3 laps complete, working on the lap number 4.
Watching on screen, 414 making his way through the creek.
Some of our sportsman riders out there still checking out the track.
Peter Shaw on your screen right now. He's hopping out of sight.
Back to your leader, Eric Geis. Taking a look over, seeing, we saw him do this in the vintage race as well. Ian Howe's able to get so close to it with that drone. Hearing the ghost in the machine, the whirring of the propellers on that FPV drone.
Yeah, seems like the whirring leads to worrying. Yes. That is your bike making that noise.
Especially in the vintage, you see very concerned, understandably so. Those older machines, they tend to get some noises sometimes, and you have to wonder, hey, is this something I need to address if I'm going to keep moving on?
Rivers Morris, take a look at your looks on lap times from the last lap of 4:07. Identical lap times for Nash Pearson and Damon Rummel. And then Eric Geis just between them at a 4:14. Wilkerson right there at a 4:19 as well.
Two-stroke. Dunlop split lane done and dusted. Our next camera shot here, breezing across the creek with these Eric Geis continuing to lead the overall here in this session and the way in that A veteran class. Headed for our FMF Extreme section, Eric Geis dancing his way through those pine trees. Great flow, carrying great speed through that FMF Extreme section.
Don't forget, plenty more racing to go, including that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, and then, of course, our grand finale, the second Pro AA Moto of the day, to close out the racing here from round 4. Of course, if you're wanting to learn more about JDay Offroad, including where our next races are going to be held for the season, you can learn more at jdayoffroad.com or follow us on social media at JDay Offroad. Continue to watch your leader working his way closer to us here by the Yamaha finish line. Checks in and checks out.
Now those corners are really starting to dry up. We've spoken about the evolution of this racetrack throughout the day. A lot of water put down overnight this morning to make sure that we have prime conditions early on. Now we see a lot more dust, but that's just what happens on an 80-degree day with the wind blowing. The track still in very raceable, good condition given the amount of racing that's already gone on here today. You can see the berm starting to get a little bit silty, a little bit of dust kicking up here and there, but still, other than those couple sections of grass track where it's very dusty out in the back, the track crew here has done an amazing job of keeping this track in great condition for our motos here today. Through the rollers one more time, Eric Geist out front leading the way in the A veteran class and in our overall for this session. Looks like Gus Reardon actually checking by here, coming through the scoring loop, still continuing to check out lines for our upcoming pro race. Make sure you stay tuned in with us. That one was an absolute barn burner. Josh Toth taking the win in moto number 1. Looking to back it up here just a little bit for moto number 2. Leader of the schoolboy class coming by here on that triangle. Back to YZ 125. Another one of our veteran riders coming by.
You can see even just in the way the riders are approaching that secondary creek crossing that doesn't have near as much of a drop, but the ruts that have started to develop in the approach and the exit got to be so precise. Rivers Morris on screen right now, currently leading the way. Picking up some Steele Henderson leg swag right there.
It's contagious.
Morris looks like also scanning for some lines as well. Rivers in that same last race of the day, not in our AA Pro class, but I believe our A250 class, if I'm not mistaken.
His way down the boulevard here. Headed for the finish line, scoring chicane. 4 laps down. 2 laps-ish to get this one done here.
And here at the first of the creek crossings, watching and waiting as Geist hops in and hops out. Quick little splash. Leading the way out of the A vet class.
Vinny Tomich leading the way in our senior class.
Vinny, a longtime participant of our progressive specialized EMTB racing over at GNCC. Always a ton of fun up on the podium. And good to see Vinny out here at the JDay. I've seen him at a couple so far this season.
Unfortunately, with Lily Sheets' departure from this one, the hype has come out of it a little bit, but still a big, big win today for Kayla O'Neill, looking to take over that points lead from Taylor Jones, who held that lead in that women's pro points headed into the day today. Injury last weekend at the GNCC, leaving her unable to compete here this weekend and seemingly out at least for the foreseeable future. So that will leave Kayla O'Neill alone atop the points board for that women's pro division.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, as a viewer, sure, you would love to see the tooth and nail battle, the back and forth, but you got to give props where it's due for Kayla O'Neill. Once again, she finds herself in a position to capitalize and potentially take this, not only the points lead, but got to wonder, I mean, as far as the full duration of this championship goes, could she be backing up that women's pro title? And I like that Kayla never gets caught up in the hype at the moment. She did just throw some leg sweat, though. I saw that. But it never lets another rider dictate her pace. She stays to what she knows she's comfortable with, she's confident in, and 9 times out of 10 it pays off for her. Even if it seems like somebody else may be able to push that pace just a little bit more, it's like the limiting mistakes is the biggest thing for her, and it's paid off for her in a big way.
Absolutely. Like I said earlier, to win it, you got to be in it. Kayla O'Neill doing a great job right now of keeping herself in this championship points fight, also in the battle for this overall win here today. P2 in moto number 1 behind Lily Sheets, getting it done here in moto number 2. At this point, it is impossible for her to not win this moto. White flag is waved.
Yep. 1 to go is Eric Geis leads the way.
We'll go with Geese. Either
Geis.
He's a flop.
True. Pearson sitting in that number 2 ride. And Rummel rounding out your top 3 overall. Wilkerson and Morris your top 5. Wow, Kayla O'Neill. Just continuing to hit her marks, and you could tell at this point, kind of settled on her lines as well, not doing a ton of exploring, not really needing to.
No, she's done everything right here today, despite a rough couple of first laps there, to be able to, fight back, get right to the rear wheel of Sheets in moto number 1, and then come back out here, back it up with a win in moto number 2. Just shows she knows what it takes to get it done. Keep that number 1 plate on the bike for another year. Starts off by grabbing the points lead here today. Greatest way to do that. 2-1 moto scores for the overall. Maximum points for maximum return.
Yep. Yeah, can't argue for that. Biggest bang for your buck. Ooh, some bobbing and weaving through the trees there, headed into the extreme section.
Battle through the pines. Oh, look at this, going for the double. I thought he was going to go for the second one, but he thought better of it there. The 414 of Peter Shaw.
He thought about it.
He thought about it, and then he also thought about, I might have to go to work tomorrow, and this does not sound like a great idea. He went ahead and backed off there and lives to fight another day or another corner. White flag is...
That's a nice cold Red Bull being
You did that on purpose.
I absolutely did. I need to let people know I'm getting fueled up here.
The Red Bull Arch. Now we've got some Red Bull Wildberry Pink edition, courtesy of our man Adam Gordon. And we are told pink is his favorite color.
I think that was his mohawk color.
That's it.
Nothing like the sound of an ice cold 8.4 ounce Red Bull.
Yeah, I don't need the 12 ounce. The 8.4 will be enough to finish out the day, make the drive home. A lot of these riders are going to need a Red Bull. Big efforts from a lot of riders out here today on track. I will say the temps have cooled off dramatically in the last hour.
I thought the same thing.
Started to get very warm there a few hours ago, just before, I guess it would have been our first pro moto. Now things cooling off, but one thing that's not cooling off is Kayla O'Neill still leading the way, lighting this track ablaze out here on her way on this final lap of racing to another overall victory here for her. I believe, would this be her first of 2026? That's a good question, but we'll let this go.
Yeah.
So, backing up that championship from 2025 should move into the points lead here after this one is over with the overall win here today with 2-1 moto scores. Kayla O'Neill bobbing and weaving through those pine trees here at Lake Sugar Tree Motocross Park. Through that FMF Extreme section one more time, making it look smooth this time. Some struggles throughout this section for many riders, but not for Kayla O'Neill. Hits her marks, and just across that pond that's largely full of huge largemouth bass that I should have caught today, she is waiting for her checkered flag in the hands of our race official. Checkered flag is out. Eric Geis has crossed the finish line in that overall P1 spot. Kayla O'Neill just a few more corners, and this one is done.
No doubt about it. The only thing getting reeled in right now is the checkered flag. Kayla O'Neill doing just that. We'll get ready to chat with her after getting the job done here at round 4.
Talking about reeling in, now you got me thinking, I wonder if there's a 10-pounder in here that I'm missing out on. But Kayla O'Neill on her way to the overall victory here today. 2-1 moto scores, final corner, and Kayla O'Neill gets it done, grabbing the win, taking over the Women's Pro points lead after her victory here today. Gets off the track there. We are going to let her catch up with our man Zach Herron. Get the lowdown on how she was able to get it done here today. Taking not only the moto victory, but the overall victory and also the pro points lead for the JDay 2026 series. Some more of our riders out there. Looks like Gus Reed now coming across the line out of that sportsman class. You see him and so many other of our top stars here in JDay in that final pro moto coming up at 4:30 p.m. So just about an hour and 42 minutes until those guys will be on track. Zach Herron standing by with our race winner, Kayla O'Neill, to get the lowdown on how things went for her out there.
All right, thanks, Johnny. We're getting dialed in. We're looking pretty after a race, and it's hard to look pretty out there, but you certainly made it happen. That FMF Extreme section looks like you got dialed in. You were rocketing off the start, and I know that was a big thing. You were focused here on Moto number 2. Take us through the improvements and how good it feels to get the first overall of the season.
Yeah, I feel like it's always hit or miss if my bike's going to start or not, but I feel like me and my dad got it pretty dialed. All I was really worried about was the start. You know, my bike didn't start first moto. In my head, that's why I was so far behind the first 2 laps, because I get very upset very quickly. But the bike fired, I just got into the corner first and just went from there.
Yeah, and I was about to say, it seemed like you were just confidently hitting your marks. Kayla, you overtake not only the overall here, but that points lead as well. Who do you want to thank? Who's celebrating with you on such a good weekend?
I like to thank my mommy for being here on Mother's Day. She's the bestest mom ever, and I can't thank her enough for all her support when she's home, when she's away, when she's with me. My dad for running all over the track, my boyfriend Jeremy, Compass Sports Group, 560 Graphics, got goggles, and everyone else that's behind me.
There it is. Kayla O'Neill gets the job done out of your women's pro class.
All right, there you go. A very excited Kayla O'Neill, and understandably so. Grabbing the win here today from Mom on Mother's Day here at the JDay with 2-1 moto scores, getting it done. And we've got a little race recap here to show you exactly how she was able to score that moto victory in moto number 2. When they lined up, it was Lily Sheets that was quickest off the line, but Kayla O'Neill holding the throttle on around the outside, and it was a battle through the first few corners, but Kayla O'Neill able to close the door, and then Lily Sheets having a little setback, Kayla O'Neill uncontested, and then another big crash for Lily Sheets, and Kayla O'Neill just clicked off the laps, hit her marks, and grabbed the moto victory for the 2-1 moto scores, grabbing not only the overall victory for the day, but also taking over the points lead in this championship chase for the women's pro class here in JDay in 2026. Kayla O'Neill getting the job done, and a very, very happy and excited Kayla O'Neill, and understandably so, Zach.
Definitely, after a performance like that, there's your pro taper top 10. Kayla O'Neill gets the job done. Lily Sheets, a tough into what was a very solid day leading up to it. Hopefully Lily going to be okay, and we'd love to see her back here at JDay with us really soon. All right, going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more JDay Offroad Racing live from the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. We'll be right back.
show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassinari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a blustery Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. Getting a little bit of wind moving through here late afternoon. Temperatures have kind of cooled back off, but the action still red hot here for round 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. Once again, want to welcome you all to Axton, Virginia, home of the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. A name synonymous with motocross racing. Like we said, had a pro national in the late 80s into, I believe, 90 and 91, I believe was their last year, having a pro national before things moved over to Budds Creek, which will be our next stop on the JDay Offroad circuit. But since then has continued to be a staple track in the amateur world, and I think is turning into a staple location of JDay Offroad as well. We take a look at our MX Trophies race recap, Redline Oil replay from Moto number 1, the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, and it was pretty much the Justin Coquino show from the start. Alex Vanoof doing a great job on that 1990 YZ 125. But Coquinos really put the power down to the ground, talked about using this as both a moto, he is chasing a championship in this class, as well as a scouting mission, and then just threw in some free riding wheelies there just for our personal enjoyment. So Coquino's looking to try to do the same thing here in Moto number 2, coming up here in just a matter of minutes. Also got our B classes out there coming up, Johnny. B250, B Open, and B200, as well as B Open Electric.
Our Pro-Am 125 riders on the line, ready to go. And we obviously, Zach, you mentioned blustery. Things got a little windy here for a moment. Thankfully, it looks like all of the Easy Up did stay attached.
Yeah.
But it was a little wild for a moment there. We were kind of hanging on to the Easy Up, hanging on to screens, and hanging on for dear life. But things have settled down. We've got some great racing conditions here. Looking at Alex Vanoof there on that 1990 YZ 125. 7 years older than my co-host Zach here. I think is 36 years old.
I think that's its prime, right? Isn't that supposed to be?
I hit my
the
prime.
average male
39.
physical prime, I
39.
think, is 31, and then a YZ 125's personal prime age is.
This has to be an AI answer.
I'm not an AI guy.
You just made it up.
No, they say you're at your physical prime just after you turn 30.
Well,
I'm not there yet, Johnny. All right,
you're still
only getting better.
Still climbing.
Yep, only getting better.
I like it. I love the enthusiasm.
Long way to go. Short time to get there.
I like the optimism. All right, Coquinos on the line, Vanoof on the line for our Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. We will see both of these riders again during our Pro Main, with Vanoof in, I believe, the 200A class.
No, Vanoof is the only other rider out of that Pro-Am 125 class. And then the other bike that he's riding, I believe, you may be right, actually. I believe it is that 200A, now that you mention it.
On the modern.
Yes,
125.
more modern.
And then we'll see Coquinos back on the slightly larger bore 250cc machine in that Pro Moto number 2, where he grabbed the whole shot in Moto number 1, leading the first several laps of that one, putting in a very good ride early. So we'll see if he has recharged and gotten himself ready to go here for Pro-Am 125 Moto number 2. Riders are on the line, ready to go. You can see the head nod. He's ready to go.
fired up. So everybody kind of laying low here. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get those machines fired up. Right on cue. Looks like they're getting cranked up. 21 going to try to put down a solid pace here in moto number 2 as well. There's the 945 we saw with a solid start.
I believe it was the Triumph rider grabbing the win in that A250 class there on the number 91 machine.
Austin Meads.
And then the number 21 rider on the Husky was second in that A250 class. But first, we're going to get our Pro M125 riders off and underway. Justin Coquinos looking to back up his moto number 1 win. See if he can do it again here in number 2, or can we get the big upset of the 1990 YZ125 and Alex Phaneuf? Quick off the line. Is he going to be able to hold off Coquinos?
Justin getting a bit of that dirt care shade till the last possible second, trying to stay cool as the sun pops back out. Phaneuf and Coquinos, friends off the track as well, followers of the JDay series. Now, get ready to do battle here in moto number 2. Watch the start procedure for Justin Coquinos. Really caught my eye there in moto number 1. Does a kick shift. So a lot of riders starting in gear. Coquinos, you'll see almost as he goes down with the right leg, he's already almost lifted that left leg up.
There you go. That was quick.
I mean,
one motion.
Boom, 1, 2. So Coquinos picking up right where he left off, grabbing the early race lead with Phaneuf right behind him in tow.
New versus old. A couple of YZ125s out there doing battle. Man, those things sure look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, testament to the Yamahas, if nothing else. Be 35 plus years old, still get out there. Not to mention, I mean, if you go on JDay Offroad or Stoke Media social medias, we were able to dive a little bit deeper into some topics with the Professor Gary Bailey. And one of the things we talked about was, bikes and riding styles and how they've changed throughout the year. And Gary had a really interesting perspective as far as how one affects the other, which turns back around and affects the other. It's kind of cool to see Alex Phaneuf be able to ride an older machine with still a modern style. You see the way he's charging into the corners, attacking, scrubbing, things that really weren't popular when that bike was the latest and greatest.
Yeah, and it is interesting how the two affect each other. The machines are kind of engineered around the riding styles of the time, and then sometimes they kind of unlock new potential, and the riders are able to actually find more within themselves that they can kind of put out on the racetrack. Not a great start for the number 21 there. It looked like a quick jump off the line for the number 91, and look at that, already marching away. The 91 lost him, and now the number 21 goes down there in the back of the pack, going to have to fight his way through while the number 91 Triumph marches away.
So how about that? Meads off to a solid start.
Our Open B200 riders on the line and ready to get off with the wave of the green flag here.
So here we go, locked in, and the Fox green flag about to fly. Final row off and rolling. Tucking their way back around as they hit the first part of the moto track before they duck off into the woods. Things certainly going to look out. Probably look a little different. Like you said, I don't think this is the most that we've seen a course change throughout the day. I got to think kind of that drier base going to be a part of that as well, but certainly going to have some more personality, as we like to say, than you had maybe in that first race.
And I think about part of that. Look at this, Phaneuf keeping it close with Coquinos here in lap number 1. When you talk about the most that a track is going to change, I think when you look somewhere like Boswick or even Club MX where it's a lot of sand, that sand just gets moved around so quickly. The lines evolve. You get those big whoops and rollers and square edge. Somewhere like this, there's a much harder base like you had mentioned, but also I think the track prep that went into especially this moto track. I mean, they prepped it perfectly earlier today. They ripped it, got some water into it, but then sealed it back off with a skid steer. So it wasn't super deep to where we got big holes and giant ruts. Coquinos now on screen here coming into that FMF Extreme section, and also the extreme wind starting to pick back up here. Coquinos wheeling his way through there. And Phaneuf matching him every step of the way so far here.
Yeah, really cool to see. And Alex, like we said, got some history with the JDay series. We were able to catch up with him, talk a little bit about his history with this JDay Offroad Racing series.
Yeah, so I guess I wouldn't say I'm new to JDay, but I'm not old to JDay. This is actually my 3rd season with JDay. I started off on a 125, just racing like the A class. I finished within like the, I think it's the top 10 or top 15 in the points overall. So I moved up to the AA, and I raced, I think this is my 2nd year in the AA class, and I'm looking to push. But I grew up racing moto. Always raced moto for, I'm gonna say close to 15 years, but I grew up riding a Honda 80 in the woods across the street from my house, so it's kind of cool getting to do this. It's the best of both worlds. I get a little bit of like the riding I grew up doing with my buddies as a little kid, and then I got to apply like my racing background, so I just get to enjoy a little bit of everything. It's awesome because we're getting to go to amazing venues I never thought I'd get to go to, and I'm getting to race them. I'm racing with dudes I never thought I'd be here with, so just an overall cool opportunity, and I'm grateful to be here.
So there you have it. Not just a participant, but a lot of pride goes into the people that chase this JDay series, and like we've talked about in 2026, the growth of the JDay Offroad circuit now spanning pretty much across the entire East Coast, and Alex a big supporter of that and representing well here as he continues to keep Coquinos pretty honest. Coquinos couldn't lay it down, have any kind of bobble, or the 48 would be right there to capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping him honest and keeping it fun. You could tell he just loves this series, loves racing, talking about his background, riding a little CR80 in the woods across from his house, and growing up and chasing his motocross dreams for 15 years. Now being able to have the best of both worlds here. Got some woods, got some moto, got some grass tracks that we see these riders on now. Coquinos continuing to lead the way, and Phaneuf keeping him very, very honest, blowing out that dust berm. And thankfully, there's no 3rd place rider close behind these guys because they are kicking up some serious dust out here.
Back on board with the FPV Fox Racing drone. If you ever want to get all the thrills of battling it out with Justin Coquinos without getting pelted with rocks, this is about as close as you can get.
Let the drone take those rock peltings.
Exactly. Move right there as well. I mean, flying around some of these sections. Hard on the charge.
Phaneuf running that roost guard, so we know there's dirt flying off the rear wheel of him, and also rocks as well off of the rear wheel of Justin Coquinos. A little bit of protection from the roost there. It's been a big change in racing here as of late, with most series now requiring a chest protector. I know a lot of 2-wheeled set feeling they don't need that, not necessary, and the governing bodies and sanctioning committees saying, well, we want a little extra protection, so I believe actually for 2027 that will be mandatory, and they will actually check certifications on those across all AMA events. Trying to keep the riders safe. Obviously, we've seen some hard hits here today, and you have to wonder how much of a difference those chest protectors make. I can tell you personally, I always felt like a superhero riding without a chest protector. You just feel so very light. You can just move around so much on the bike. Easier, it's cooler, it doesn't block that wind that cools you down. It's so nice without a chest protector. And then you crash. And you're like, yep, I remember why I wear this thing. Always had to when I was younger. Dad made me wear one. Thought it was cool not to wear one. He wouldn't even let me ride without one. And then as, kind of growing up, coming up through the ranks, sticking with that chest protector. And then I think the first time I ever really rode for any length of time without one, we did some night races, and we were wearing our battery packs for our lights in our Camelback, and it just didn't fit under the chest protector well. And by that time I was in my 30s, and I said, I'm an adult, I can do what I want. Felt amazing, rode great, and then ran another couple local races without one, and I think maybe even a few GNCCs. and had a couple crashes. And, you know, when you got some broken ribs and abrasions and take the handlebars to the chest, you're like, okay, let's go back to that chest protector thing. So,
well, and the technology, like anything else in this sport, has truly developed a ton. You go back to, you know, Gary Bailey, a big part of the early Travis Pastrana program, and he kind of had that synonymous old school, no fear, big chest protector that sticks out with the big shoulder cups. And, you know, I rocked that as a kid growing up. Same thing. Dad was a big proponent of the safety equipment. And in 2026, it is mandatory for all minor racers to be wearing a chest protector. But like you said, the AMA and governing body stepping up and saying moving forward that will be required from all ages, all classes, and like you said, got to be within a certified rein as well. But I mean, I know Alpine Stars, Moose Racing, Fox, I'm sure as well, all kind of stepping the game up as far as the technology goes, where it doesn't have to be over the jersey type protectors, and there's a lot of different new technology as far as impact absorbing foam. Obviously, you've got the airbag system that Alpine Stars kind of coming out with and continuing to make more readily available to the general public as well. So at the end of the day, who doesn't want to be safe, right? We know this is a dangerous sport. We know things can go wrong in a hurry. As Tyler Medaglia scoping some things out, a little different strategy than Gus Reardon. He's going to fire the Lamborghinis up and walk out there.
You think he's walking back from that KC66 Pro line? You think he's checking it out?
I would assume he might have just passed by.
I'm thinking that's exactly where a lot of those guys headed, saying, hey, this is where the race was won and lost in Moto number 1. Let's see what we can do about trying to figure out the best way to get through this section. And the best way to get through this section right here, just like the number 21 is doing it there on screen, Caleb Erlong sitting in that number 4 spot overall. But look at this. Once again, Austin Meads to the front of the overall here in Moto number 2 out of that A250 class, able to run faster lap time for both Alex Phaneuf and Justin Coquinos, taking over the overall lead and corrected time out of that 258 class aboard that number 91 Triumph machine.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we saw out of Coquinos in the second Pro-Am 125 Moto out at CGI. Got the start and then just managed the race. He wants to stay in front of Alex Phaneuf, but does not want to use any more energy than he needs to, especially after such a solid ride to start that AA Moto. Was up front leading for quite a while, and that intensity Justin's talked about at the competition level stepping up here in 2026. He's still trying to match it. Not necessarily that he struggles in the beginning, but it's that full 30-minute intensity that really separates the top of the field from the rest. And so Coquinos wants to save as much energy in the batteries as possible, wants to leave it all out on the course for that final race of the day, our AA Moto number 2 coming up here in just a little bit. But right now, the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, Coquinos trying to go 1-1.
There you go, and he's on his way to doing just that. And there's two schools of thought on that there, Zach. You know, you can say, a lot of people would say, well, maybe if he wouldn't have gone so hard there in Moto number 1 early on, grabbed that whole shot and led so much of the way, maybe he would have had a little more left for the end, where he seemed to kind of, I don't want to say struggle, but fall back a little bit in the later stages of that Moto. But the other side of it is, hey, he knows he's got the pace because he was able to do that. So now it's just finding that rhythm, finding that fitness, and getting himself to the point where he can push that pace that he ran for the first 2 or 3 laps throughout the entirety of an 8 or a 9 lap Moto. And once you can do that, hey, now you're battling for wins.
So taking a look as Coquinos enters that FMF Extreme section, ever so slightly opening things up on Phaneuf, doing a great job of maintaining. You can even see taking some different lines through the Extreme section, not trying those big doubles out. We saw Coquinos get a couple of big kicks forward on that, and had me puckered up more than a few times, just a little nervous. So Coquinos still taking the shorter Extreme line through that section, but not risking it any more than he has to. That was beautiful.
Yeah, not taking it easy through that corner at all. Railing that outside berm. And now Phaneuf doing the same. And it's like a throwback to the 90s here, watching Phaneuf. Inside line just carving up, drawing his own line. There he's falling into the rut, but some of these other corners just finding clean running room. And man,
almost looked under the rear fender there for a second.
We're going to check the oil on that thing for a minute.
The Fox FPV drone getting you as close as you can.
Now our TBT Racing live drone with Gabe Scholl at the pilot's controls, giving us a great view of the racing action here. Flying a little higher, giving us a wider field of vision so you can see just how much that gap has opened up now between Kokinos and Phaneuf.
And it's so cool. Both of the drones that we have here on the JDay coverage really completing and giving us two different perspectives. And, yeah, speaking of drones, we're going to take a look here at that Fox FPV drone. Take a look at the 48 of Alex Phaneuf. Yep, no, the back fender looked clean there. I thought he might have been missing a seat bolt, but we were able to double check courtesy of the red line replay. And our friends at the Fox FPV drone. Meanwhile, back on board TBT Racing Live drone, Austin Meads continuing to push the pace of 4:06 on that last lap. Did you see that, Johnny? What a toss from Alex Phaneuf. Styling, profiling.
Absolutely. Keeping it fun, keeping us entertained here in the booth, keeping the throttle locked to the stops on that vintage YZ 125. Look at that pancake.
Oh.
Hey, you want to see my drain plug?
Some leg swag there, too. Even Phaneuf's got the fever.
Little different leg swag there.
That is real leg swag right there. When the bike's actually sideways, that's Savachi leg swag.
Just let it dangle.
Kokinos still up on the pegs. Great opportunity as well to kind of get the heart rate, get the body loosened back up in a little bit since they've been back out on track. Phaneuf not giving up at all. I'm sure is aware of Kokinos trying to manage this thing, not wanting to put any more out there than he needs to. And don't forget, Alex has a race coming up as well out of that A200 class. So these boys just trying to keep her on two wheels. Man, once again, Alex really just seems like that machine's so nimble, able to cut back across really easily.
I'd be curious to know the weight difference between the 1990 model and the 2026 model for that YZ125. Because it really, like you said, it looks like Phaneuf able to just whip that older machine around, throwing a lot of body English, or as Jorge Prado calls it, body Spanish, into that machine. But looking good. Justin Kokinos out front, looking to be a perfect 1-1 on the day here in our Pro-Am 125 class. Austin Meads still leading the way in the overall. Justin Kokinos and Alex Phaneuf second and third, running in formation here in the first and second place position in that Pro-Am 125 class. And then is Caleb Furlong fourth out of that A250 class. Then Ty Wingfield, Zach Johnson, Joshua Bonds, Justin Ingram, right, we talked about earlier. Bobby Betancourt looking like he's going to drop back just a little bit in that overall running order back to the number 10 spot there.
Kokinos once again through the FMF Extreme section as the Fox FPV drone hangs on and getting closer and closer to a 1-1 here out of that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class.
Down the final boulevard here in just one more corner. What will be 4 laps complete. Thinking we'll probably be looking at a...
It's going to be close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 6-lap race here.
So we will watch and see. Now we flash back to Phaneuf on the 48. Meanwhile, big shout out to Austin Meads. Haven't had him a ton on camera yet this race, but man, clearly as the Luxon lap times tell the tale, he has been absolutely on the gas and has worked his way right up to that number 1 overall. But look at that, ask and you shall receive. There he is, the TBT Racing Live drone picks him up, the 91 of Austin Meads, actually getting quite close to physically catching up to those top 2, and you can tell he is pushing the pace. No motos for Meads after this, which means no need to hold it back.
That's right. This is the main show for him, looking to be perfect. 1-1 scores in that A250 class here today for Austin Meads. 4 laps complete, likely another 2 or so to go. He'll see a checkered flag, get to celebrate a great day of racing here at JDay Oh, really throwing it into that rut there. A lot of speed coming into that corner. If it wasn't for that rut, he would have blown clear all the way over to the coast.
Yeah, Meade's leading that B250 class.
Oh, sorry,
actually.
B250.
Yep. But like we said, I mean, certainly impressive. And I am rather confident this is the Austin Meads that I've announced several times in some of the local races here. A moto specialist, and as we talk about a lot of times out at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National in your C and B classes, it's one of those things where the national level C and B riders a fair amount different than your local B or C rider. So the Luxon lap times tell the tale. Austin Meads a 4:06 on that last lap. He's feeling dangerous right now.
Absolutely. Throwing a little whip there over that big tabletop down that straightaway and then headed into the woods. TBT live drone switching over to our Fox FPV drone. Justin Coquino still leading the way in this one. Our Pro-Am 125 class, a little over halfway done. Dust ahead of him there from some lapped riders. You can see just how thick that dust is. And in this race, a few less riders on course than what we're going to see in some of our upcoming motos, especially our Pro Moto, where we've got a pretty full gate there. And those riders not getting a good start pretty quickly into this section of racetrack, and they are going to be fighting for vision for sure.
Well, and as we've talked about before, the drones don't quite get just how hard it is to see through this. So even in our first moto, Josh Toth saying, man, it was dustier in a couple of spots than I was expecting. Things only getting drier since then. The wind's picked up as well, so maybe if anything can help carry that dust out of the way, but man, not going to be easy. And still you see this creek crossing. The lip, it's gone at this point. There's no air getting through there. And Coquinos, man, you see how much the front end dropped on the exit of that. Really going to be technically difficult, especially when they're 3 or 4 wide trying to go through there.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at those ruts coming out of that creek section, that is going to catch some of our pro riders off guard here for sure, coming up in just a couple of motos when they're trying to jump off that bank. We know that the lip has deteriorated quite a bit here, especially later on in these motos. But now to jump in, if they didn't go down there and take a look at it, they may be caught off surprise or caught off guard here as Phaneuf now crossing the creek for the second time here. Such a cool looking machine.
Little interesting line there from Coquino. So taking up over the big cement block, but still not quite sending the full double. So Justin working his way through some lap traffic. That's Gary Bailey approved style right there. Got that outside elbow up.
See the dust now kicking up on the moto track as well. Then it's Austin Meads to our FMF Extreme section, still doubling up over those man-made obstacles in that extreme section. Out onto the moto track, and Coquino's just passing by us here in the booth, headed for that finish line, and looks like it's going to be 2 to go for Coquino's.
So how about it? Austin Meads continuing to push forward. Phaneuf now making his way through the Yamaha finish line, so Meads not quite physically caught up to that Pro-Am 125 class, but not far behind at all, as he's about 1 corner away from a Yamaha finish line. And you hear the crowd going wild. Mead getting some cheers. And sounds like 2 to go, as no white flag through.
Austin Meads here, your overall leader on correct time. Throwing a little butt whip there, keeping that bike low. We saw him last lap really throw it into that rut. Back things off a little this lap now. He's got a pretty big lead with only 2 laps remaining. Best to keep it on 2 wheels, get this one to the finish, and get the 1-1 overall for the day.
I tell you what, we've talked about I'm a look good, then worry about going fast guy. I'm a fan of the red boot, red helmet combo right now. Meads is rocking.
I like it.
Good look.
It looks all green to me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. As Austin Meads getting ready to head back off into the woods once again.
Caleb Herlong still in that second place position in that B250 class. Zach Johnson leading the way in the B200 class.
Johnson having another solid ride out of the 200 class, and then the Coquinos Fanoof battle continues. Back on board, Fox FPV drone. Eating dust off the back of Justin Coquinos.
Sweet, sweet song of the people. We can hear it outside the booth. Yep. The 125s are singing that song.
Nothing quite like it. Coquinos really found a home for himself here at the JDay Offroad Series. I think I said it at our last round out at CGI. First time I ever kind of heard or saw Justin Coquinos was out at MX207 at the main event, kind of their big motocross race they put on every year, and went out there, was battling for the lead. I think it had been the previous year's winner, so had a lot of kind of a target on his back, if you will. And then it wasn't too long after that I saw him out at Unadilla for a JDay event, and was curious, what's this motocross guy going to do? But, man, it sounds like he has really put in a lot of work. And we had that JDay Offroad banquet earlier this year to celebrate the 25 season, and was really cool to hear how much Justin has focused on trying to improve his off-road skills. He considers himself a motocross guy that's been learning and putting a lot of work up there in the north, talking about riding in the snow, strapping the headlight to the front of the bike and having to put in the work. But certainly looks like it's paying off now, as I would consider him just as strong here in the woods as I would out on the moto track.
Well, and that's really interesting to see how that develops. You've got a guy that, is very proficient on a moto track, and then comes to a series like this where they mix in some woods and some other extreme obstacles like this here. And, yeah, it's still riding a dirt bike, but to be able to attack those obstacles at speed, it takes practice, it takes confidence. So to hear that Coquinos is at home, putting in the work, getting himself prepared for these races, obviously paid off in a big way in 2025 with that overall series championship in the pro class here at JDay Racing. So Coquinos putting in the work and reaping the rewards.
Ooh, some nice scrubs there. They weren't scrubbing like that in 1990, I'm telling you what. Alex Fanoof continuing to feel feisty here, is should be seeing a white flag this time through.
Here he comes. Coquinos through, and here comes the race official out with that white flag, and it is now waving. Alex Fanoof working his way down the boulevard. We got all these doubles, stepping up over that tabletop. One more double, a right-hander, and he will be in the finish line chicane. Still not out of this one, but it looks like Coquinos is just in manage mode. He's gotten that lead, saving some energy. But look at this, Austin Meads now, even though he already has the time correction overall lead, he is now almost to the rear wheel of Fanoof, looking to physically battle for that number 2 spot on track. Continuing to push late in this one as the white flag is waving.
I'll be the first to say I'm a little surprised. I thought Meads was going to catch up with him a bit quicker than he has. He's been chipping the seconds away, but now it's going to come down to this final lap. How hard is he really going to push to try to get up to and around Alex Fanoof, and then again have to push just as hard to try to get that gap up to Coquinos as well. See the 316 on the back of the jersey there.
Looking outside the studio here, Meads has now caught Fanoof. He is right to the rear wheel, but back on screen, back into the woods. And you can see the moisture really hanging tough in the woods. The tree foliage doing a big thanks there. Huge help not allowing the wind and the sun. As much as this motor track was prepped beautifully this morning, it has definitely dried out, but not this section. These are the ruts we were talking about a moment ago. These riders are going to be jumping off this bank into this section, or at least we are expecting them to in our pro race coming up here, but they may very likely be caught off guard if they're not perfectly online, because those ruts will have you off balance and swimming in the creek if you're not paying attention. And I don't think there's any fish in there, so no reason to be in there.
Yeah, I don't think so. And to your point there, Johnny, not directly perpendicular with that water as well. So kind of coming up and at an angle. We've seen more than a few close calls with even our camera operators coming through there. So as we just saw Zach Johnson make his way through, that's going to be fun to watch, especially when we've got multiple riders battling for position out there at the same time. It looks like the 860 getting ready to make his way through.
The 860 working his way through. I believe that's actually the 866 of Joshua Bonds. 860 on the machine, 866 in our registration numbers here, running in that 5th place spot in the overall. our second place rider in. Oh, rider down.
Zach Johnson having some issues at the tail end of the extreme section.
Here is Coquinos on screen. Leader in that Pro-Am 125 class. Looking to be perfect on the day. 1-1 scores. That's the best way to get an overall victory. They all score the same points, but a 1-1, just a little bit extra bragging rights. But look at this. Right to the end, Phaneuf continuing to push and still very close. He's got pressure from behind from Austin Meads, and that may be the driving factor, even more so than potentially trying to catch Coquinos. I think he knows Coquinos is managing the race. They're in that lead position. But with the 91 of Meads pushing, it's really made Alex Phaneuf pick up the pace, and they may draw much closer to Justin Coquinos than Coquinos is anticipating here on this final lap of racing.
Guys, I thought we were just going to chill on this last 3/4 of a lap. What are we doing? Meanwhile, watch this. Meads, we know how fast he is through this extreme section. Not quite close enough to run up the inside. It's going to come down to the moto track, and we know this is where Meads feels most dangerous.
Well, and it's 125 versus 250 here. The 125 two-stroke, 1990 edition.
125, yes.
Versus the 2026 Triumph 250cc four-stroke. And it looks like Phaneuf is going to fight him all the way down until the final corners. Coquinos already on the final straightaway and working his way to the finish. But Phaneuf is going to get the job done, it looks like, and hold off Meads. Coquinos rounds the final left-hander. But look at this. The battle down to the final corners between Phaneuf and Meads comes right down to the finish line chicane, and Phaneuf holds off Austin Meads. But Austin Meads takes the overall victory in that session and in that B250 class race. Our man Zach Herron headed over to catch up with Justin Coquinos at the podium here. What a race that one was, right down to the finish, with Meads pushing Phaneuf almost to the rear wheel of Justin Coquinos. Looking comfy over there under that Blue Crew Yamaha Racing setup. We've got our scoring officials laid back in that comfy little chair there. Checkered flag is waving, and Coquinos is over at the podium. And we're going to send it over to Zach Herron to catch up with Justin Coquinos.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Yeah, just breaking things down with Justin Coquinos. Was curious as far as how much things have broken down between that first moto and second moto. You said it's getting pretty gnarly out there a couple of spots. The extreme section, we saw you kind of changing the line around a little bit. Is that more just dialing in for the 125, or is that just kind of what the track's giving you now?
A little bit of both. I mean, that pipe double, it's getting pretty chewed out, so the 125 doesn't really have that power to pull through that kick, so I was like, let's go around it on this one. So it should be all right on the 250. But yeah, like the mud holes are getting pretty deep, and then now this Caselli section is gonna get, oh boy. But yeah, no, it should be a good race. We'll see.
He's already getting stressed out about a section. He didn't even have to run through there. Well, Justin, a 1-1 on the day here in the Pro-Am 125 class. Who do you want to thank who helped you get here?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Plastow Power Sports and Pro Yamaha, FXR 60, Factory Connection, Chris Canning, my girlfriend, Redline Oil, P3 Carbon, and everyone else. Thank you.
There it is. Justin Coquinos, 1-1, makes the math easy for us. Gets the job done in 125 Pro.
All right, there you go. Justin Coquinos, perfect on the day with 1-1 scores, grabbing the win, grabbing the overall victory. And he's got to go back, get cleaned up, get rested just a little bit, because in just about 1 hour's time, we are going to see him on the starting line for our Pro main event, Moto number 2. And we'll show you a quick recap here of just how Coquinos was able to get the job done here in Moto number 2 of that Pro-Am 125 class. On the line, Coquinos, Phaneuf, and when the green flag waved, quick with the kick and quick with the shift, Coquinos rocketing away with a big hole shot here in that Pro-Am 125 class. But Phaneuf keeping him honest and throwing some pretty nasty whips along the way. Phaneuf kept himself inside of Coquinos, but this rider right here, Austin Meads, charging up out of that B250 class through the pack, getting up to the rear wheels of Phaneuf at the finish line and pushing him right to the rear wheel of Coquinos, and that was the finish. Coquinos crossing the line and just a few bike lengths behind. Phaneuf and Meads crossing the line. Meads with the overall win in that session and the overall win for the day in that B250 class. Here is your top 10 rundown with Austin Meads, Justin Kokinos, Alex Vanoof, Caleb Herlong, Joshua Bonds, Zach Johnson, Bobby Betancourt, Matt Gray, Ty Wingfield, and Justin Ingram rounding out the top 10 here in the second moto. And we're lining up to do it all again here. But first, we're going to get a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with all the rest of the live racing action here from Lake Sugar Tree Motorsports Park. Make sure to join us.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassinari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 4 of the Fox JDay Offroad Series. Getting down to the final few motos of the afternoon, as sitting on the line now are vet classes, including that Super Senior and Masters class, as well as our Women's B and Women's C. Taking a look at the 238, that is not Danger Boy Deegan.
Do we have music blasting?
Riders trying to get warmed up here as we get ready to throw the green flag. The second to last race of the afternoon. Of course, that grand finale going to be our second pro moto. 786, he's fired up. There you see the 707 ride. And B-Vet, there it is, once again. Dean Herron, the man, the myth, the legend. He's broke out a fresh set of gear. Got the last one all muddy. Let's see if we can keep this one clean, Dad. That's lighter colors, okay? As, gave him a little bit of advice there on the line.
Papa Herron.
Hey, get her done.
You got a podium in Moto number 1.
Top three.
Looking to back it up in Moto number 2, but first he's got to get off the line. Look good, feel good. He looks good. That's step number 1.
Oh, man is kitted to the nth degree. He definitely knows how to do that part well. Look pro, go slow. That's his mantra. So there's his boy Coop there on the Kawasaki machine. Coop having some difficulties there in Moto 1, battling an ankle injury, trying to shake it off here in Moto number 2. This is what we love. I mean, all jokes aside, obviously not a pro race here, but the vet riders, the kind of true backbone of the sport, if you will. These riders go all over the place. They spend their money, they spend their time, and it really just goes to show how much this sport it's a part of you, right? It's in the blood. We joke and say catch the fever, but it is. It's something where once you fall in love with it, it's the hardest addiction to kick out of any of them. So, ton of fun, and the B-Vet, the first line to take off here in just a matter of minutes. Should be right about 3:40, so just about a minute and a half or so before we expect that green flag to drop, and then at 4:20, we're going to drop the green flag on our second pro moto, the final moto of the afternoon. Once again, hope you guys are enjoying the coverage here on Racer TV and GP TV. Make sure you guys tell all your friends about it. We'll be back with more JDay Offroad Racing coming up. We'll have our upcoming schedule here before we close out the show. Let you guys know exactly when to circle on your calendar, or if you want to make it easy, whether you're watching on GPTV, Racer TV, JDay Offroad's channel, you can set those notifications up so you know the second we go live, whether you were prepared for it or not. Touching up just a few spots here before we get ready for that second moto. B-Vet sitting on the line right now.
Touching up a few spots, touching up the goggles, and getting ready to go here with that B-Vet start. Row number 1. 30-second board in hand. Radios are chattering. Sounds like we are about ready to go here with this one. We see our drone cruising the starting line there, getting us all the shots.
Here it is. 30-second cards up in the air. Yep, take you a couple deep breaths there, Pops. It's about to get real.
Papa Heron was prepared. Fresh gear for the
yes.
second moto. Can't wear the same stuff twice.
If they'd had a practice, he'd have had a different set of gear on, too. This man is locked in. Here we go. B-Vet row number 1. Watch that number 94. Really solid off the line here in moto number 1. Can you do it again in moto number 2? Not quite as quick off of the ignition, but leaves it off the brakes just a little bit more headed into turn number 1. Looks like the 94 going to get control of this one early.
Took control in moto number 1 and carried it all the way to the finish line. Looking to do the same thing here in moto number 2. 2017 Ken Roxon there on the Honda. Looking like Ken Roxon over that double jump up the hill there.
Having a ton of fun, and asked him if he thought it was going to change a lot in Moto 2. He said, I hope not, because look at where I ended up. So hopefully not going to change for him too much as he is off to a solid start. Here we go. Super Senior and Masters coming up next.
Not a bad start for Papa Heron.
Yeah.
There. Down the inside. Little seemingly lazy on the clutch release, but inside the top 5.
Having trouble with some of them dead engine starts. He's been practicing them.
Yard's got ruts in it.
His might. I don't know. Haven't seen it in a while. Stay off my grass, though. That's all I'm saying. But the 04 right next to him, that was second place in class, so close the door. Come on.
Now, this is the opposite of mini parents. Mini parents prodding the kids along, sometimes maybe a little bit
Come on, Pops. He got you on the outside. What are we doing here?
But now we've got all the years that Zach Heron was having Dad barking over his shoulder telling him what to do. Now he's doing it in return, but on Racer TV Live here from JDay. Papa Heron there in the number 5 spot. The leader has slipped away. Going back here for row number 2.
Oh, we're breaking the Cardo system out after this. Huh? We're gonna.
This is our B Senior, Women's B, and Women's C.
I do want to say my dad was not a full mini parent. I wasn't yelled at my whole childhood, just to clarify out there.
Yeah, I was never yelled at, just threatened. Okay, I got yelled at too.
Yeah, maybe I should have been, man. I'm thinking about it.
My famous one was, if you keep flipping that throttle, I'm going to zip tie that thing wide open. And I don't really know what my dad was thinking on that one because I ran a twist throttle, even though I was an ATV guy. So
did we come here to race or did we come here to ride? That was usually what I got asked.
I've seen some.
I don't know, Dad. You drove here.
I have gotten pit boards that say, this is a race, right? And it was spelled out
Joyride,
exactly like
question
that.
mark?
U.know.this.is.a race.
It's a big pit board.
Yeah.
Here we go, vintage. Coming up next. This is where we saw way on the outside there our overall winner from Moto number 1.
Eric Geis.
Geis.
Oh, Geis, not so quick on the getaway there. Almost looks like, is that a KX 500 that he's on? That would explain the relaxed riding style.
Yeah, that thing.
It may be a 250, but the profile of it almost looks like, with that big guppy pipe, looks like it could be a KX 500. And that would explain why it looks like he's just effortlessly almost gliding around this racetrack. Well, that's because he has 624 horsepower from that KX 500.
Could literally idle over the jumps.
Yep. First gear idle, doing 62 mile an hour. And just think, back in the days of this racetrack, they actually used to race the 500s.
Oh, yeah.
Depending on the way it was set up. It was usually either 125s and 250s or 125s and 500, 200s. They typically didn't race all three in the same weekend. They would pick two classes. Guys would race one or the other, but the 500s were always the show. They were the big men.
500s were embarking as your lead group making their way through the extreme section. Oh, a couple of riders getting hung up just a little bit.
And for those that don't know, the 500cc two-strokes, obviously, when you watch outdoor motocross nationals now or even a lot of off-road races, a lot of these riders on 450 four-strokes, it's not the same.
Yeah.
The 500 two-stroke, imagine taking, the horsepower of a jet engine and then also combining that with the vibration of a cement mixer at full wide open RPMs, and that's what you're riding around the track. That was a 500 two-stroke. They were violent machines, but Eric Geis making it look smooth out there.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to jump on a KX 500 before, and a couple fillings came out of the teeth, but I had a great time,
They will humble you very quickly.
In a hurry, and if riding one doesn't humble you, riding behind one will humble you even quicker.
Yeah, and speaking of losing fillings, you don't have to worry about that. You just lose the whole tooth.
Yeah, just lose the whole tooth at that point. So here we go, on board with the 94 machine.
You can see those ruts continuing to develop here at our creek jump section just before our Dunlop split line. Some of our women's B and women's C riders working through. We'll be looking for Caroline Dawson. Grab the win in that women's B class. Looks like that's her right there.
Right on cue, Dawson.
She's got some moves to make, looking like she might be sitting in the third place position right now, but grabbing the win in Moto number 1, I believe. Didn't see the final results, but she was.
Dino!
Look at this. Oh!
Hey, you went for it. I'll take that.
Papa Heron.
I'll take that. He's cussing me right now because I told him he needed to do it.
Papa Heron looking a little tired.
Fired
Possibly letting that podium position that he gained in Moto number 1 slip away. No! He's going to turn around.
Stop it.
He's going to turn around and exit this section. Oh, no. The FMF Extreme section is going to get the better of the Herons yet again.
Hey,
props for giving him a go.
He's not going to need surgery after his, so he's still doing better than mine.
Hey, that comes with age, wisdom. He said, hey, nope, this isn't for me. I'm just going to go ahead and take this out around line. We'll see what position he's in when he completes lap number 1 here. But losing some serious time in that FMF Extreme section. Putting on the backup beeper, taking the U-turn lane, and straight out of...
It's going to be a long ride home for him. I mean, just... Where's my pit board?
You didn't drive together.
We did not. For the best. He's going to strategically lose signal right when I start.
Oh, strategically losing grip right there.
This is what we talked about. Things definitely getting tough right here coming out of this creek crossing.
Oh, we've got the shot.
Oh, man, doing him dirty here. I thought they were just parking bikes. I thought they were going to trade or something.
It's like the old horse tying post outside.
The horse tying post.
They're just setting them up there. They're going to go in there, get themselves a drink. The number 59 struggling with that rut. You can see how deep it's getting some of our vintage riders around the outside. Looks like another one of our vintage riders through there. And look at this. Here comes your leader in this session, at least physically on track. It is the number 94 of Axton Sudrith. Looking at the overall, I do not see Eric Geis. Oh, there he is, up into the number 2 spot. So not quite leading just yet, but we'll see if his pace on that big, what we believe to be KX500, is fast enough. So 6 seconds faster on lap number 1 for Axton Sudrith. So he may not have known that Geis was closing in that first moto, because he never did actually physically catch him starting so far behind. He was just turning faster laps. So this time, looks like Sudrith, at least through lap 1, a little extra sense of urgency as he charges through that FMF PowerPoint section, or FMF Extreme section. We're mixing up things now, but Sudrith on a tear, trying to open up that gap over Eric Geis in the overall to try to not only win his class, but to win the overall here in this session.
Once again, he's doing a great job of just moving to the outside of some of those main lines, really getting chewed and chopped up. And, oh man, that vintage Suzuki, he has been there for quite a while, having problems getting that thing fired up.
Got the vintage Suzuki getting passed by the vintage Can-Am there coming down the hill. Oh no! Oh, the Can-Am is stuck, and that may require an excavator, because those things weigh exactly 655 pounds. That is the official spec on that machine. Oof. They were very, very, very heavy machines. No, he's going to get it out. Yeah, he's digging. There we go. Get the Lamborghinis fired up. We may see him take a different line lap number 2. The good thing is, though, with that full coverage rear fender, didn't even get dirty.
Back of the jersey's as clean as ever.
Ooh, but he dug that run out in that rider's fork lug.
That's so thick. Here is the number 4 of Likens. Robert Buffon making his way through.
Can see that outside line really starting to become the preferred line here. And there's Geis, second place overall. Not what the scoreboard shows, but we know he is running in that P2 position overall after time correction once he checks in. Now with 2 laps complete. Will he have done enough?
Tim Huntley picking up on that line.
Couldn't get a shot of Geis the first moto for quite some time once we figured out who he was. Now we've got him dialed in. Big KX500 barking its way through the woods of Lake Sugar Tree here. Just meeting the pegs, wiggling that big machine. That's definitely a KX500, no question. We don't need to ask anyone.
Likens having some problems there on the tail end of the extreme section as well.
Geis up the inside, makes the pass. Gabriella Minichi leading the way in that women's B class ahead of Rachel Watson, Caroline Dawson. Women's C, Jamie Gary leading the way over Christine Kavanaugh and Kayla Reichen. So our Moto 1 winner in that women's B class sitting back in the 3rd place spot. Caroline Dawson, saw on camera there was a little ways behind the leaders there, but she got going as Moto number 1 progressed and worked her way into that lead position. We'll see if she's able to do that again here in Moto number 2. And as Geis checks in, see if he goes to the top of the leaderboard or still in that number 2 spot. Still in the number 2 spot, Axton Sudrith has done enough so far here through 2 laps to hold off the charging Eric Geis.
watching Geis carve his way around this Sugar Tree course. Meanwhile, Sudrith getting ready for another trip through the extreme section.
Little bobbles there for Sudrith. Don't know what the time gaps are, but as he works on 3 laps complete here, his pace so far has been able to outmatch the pace of Eric Geis. Just outside our screen there, Caroline Dawson coming through, looking like she's made at least 1 pass in that women's B class. Don't know if she's still in P2 there or if she has taken over the lead. And Sudrith now, comes Papa Heron past our Racer TV booth. Don't shake your head at him. He's out there living his best life.
He's out there.
You're ridiculous.
Plus 50 at Loretta's isn't going to qualify for itself here, guys. Nah, he's having a good time. That's what it's all about.
Austin Sudrith, another lap in the books. 3 laps complete now, leading the way here. Eric Geis still in the number 2 spot. Dust getting a little thicker here out on the moto track. The wind has continued to pick up here intermittently. Sudrith coming up to lap Papa Heron.
That's fine. Let's sink some hooks into him. Let's learn something. A lot of shaking up there in that Masters class. Your first moto leader is in 5th place right now. Could have been looking at a 2nd overall until we hit reverse.
He's going to go back and watch this broadcast, and you're going to get grounded at 29 years old.
That's all right.
Sudrith has made the pass on Papa Heron, working on another lapped rider headed into the woods.
You talked about even earlier today, those big powder berms now very clearly built up. Sudrith doing a good job of kind of tucking back underneath.
Gotta find clear running room where you can.
Sounds like our RM Army member had that thing fired up. Got a little bit further up the trail.
I don't even know if that was an RM. That might have been like a TE or a TM pre-RM days.
Here it's maybe a 78. 77 or 78.
All right, back to your leader on screen, Austin Sudrith. Showing Matthew Bonds in that number 2 spot. Eric Geis yet to check in with 3 laps complete. Oh, no, he didn't get it fired up. He's just rolled it down the trail.
He's made progress.
Nope, now it's running. Thinking about it.
He's kind of looking to that right-hand side. There we go.
Oh, nope, RM 250 said right there on the seat.
How about it? Off and rolling.
I wish you folks could see the pure level of frustration on Zach Heron's face. Oh, no, speaking of frustration,
Caroline Dawson.
After a win in Moto number 1, absolutely buried here at the creek section. Poor line choice, and she is stuck like Chuck.
Yeah, that was the main line, too.
Yeah.
I don't really know what happened to where back end looks absolutely buried. I mean, that bike is standing totally on its own.
You can see the sense of panic setting in for Dawson there, seeing her opportunity and a win here in this women's B class, slipping away rapidly. She looks like she's going to require some assistance to even get herself out of that situation.
Sudrith continuing to push forward now as we'll be closing in on a white flag here coming up.
Well, we see Sudrith with a 4:43, but Eric Geis with a 4:31. Picking up a good chunk of time on that last lap of racing. So will Geis be able to catch Sudrith on that time correction and wrestle away that top position in the overall when it's all said and done? He was able to do it in Moto number 1. So far here in Moto number 2, Sudrith has had an answer for everything that Geis throws his way.
That is a defeated Caroline Dawson right there. That is a tough spot, and that bike is not moving. And that makes things interesting as well, because that was the main line that a lot of other people were taking. So that forces them back over to that left-hand side where we've seen so many riders have problems.
Yeah, I really wish we could see exactly what's going on over there, because even that 1978 RM250 just kind of tractored up that outside line there. Caroline hit it. We didn't see her get stuck, but by the time we panned back to that camera, she was absolutely buried.
Well, and the way that back end sitting, you almost think a back tire spinning situation where you kind of carve into it.
Oh, okay, so we're told that there's actually 2 lines there.
Man, it's a tough break for Dawson. Is not able to do anything but pretty much watch and wait. Should have a sweep rider coming through.
Even that middle line now starting to get a little on the deep side.
Yeah.
Papa Heron coming by the Racer TV booth.
Hey, we're still out there. That's all that matters.
Zach Heron
licking laps off,
shaking his head in disgust with Dad's performance.
No disgust. No hate. I've embarrassed him more than a few times myself, so he's out there
having a good time.
He's got one more JDay race in the books than I do, so. Oh man, a couple of riders almost coming
last
together.
Minute decision to take the go around.
The easy section actually looks a lot more appealing.
Almost resulting in a collision there. Guys, through our FMF Extreme section on that big KX 500, Sudrith has already checked in with 4 laps complete. Geis working on it. Saw his last lap about 12 seconds quicker than Sudrith. So will he be able to eclipse the elapsed time of Sudrith and take over that overall leader's position here in this session of racing?
Jamie Geary leading the way out of our women's C class. Derek Luska leads our C seniors. Oh, look at this. Problems for
And that's
Likens.
the middle line.
And that's the leader of our Masters class. Alan Alford, another familiar name here to this area, has made more than a few trips out to the Loretta Lynn's ranch. And Papa Heron up in a top 3 position. 3-3 is good enough for me.
We'll have to see what that does for the overall.
Yeah, there's been a lot of flip-flopping here in that class.
FMF Extreme section here coming in. Here comes your leader, Austin Sudrith. Taking his time, making sure he navigates this section cleanly. Trying to make a pass on a lapped rider.
Oof. Threads the needle up that inside.
As we look, Geis has checked in now with 4 laps complete as Sudrith looking to complete lap number 5, and Geis has been able to take away the overall lead from Sudrith once again, as he did in Moto number 1. Sudrith looking good out there, but guys, just a little bit more pace late in this one, taking over that overall lead position here in this moto.
So Sudrith pushing forward and going to try to bring things home, see if he can regain that overall. And there it is, white flag coming out. 1 lap left to go for the 94 machine of Axton Sudrith. Don't forget our Pro Second Moto coming up next. A lot on the line here to close out round number 4.
Sudrith out now on this final lap of racing. He's going to have to pick up the pace just a little bit if he wants to get this overall. Or you got to wonder, Zach, does he even really care about that? I mean, he's looking at a class win here today with 1-1 class scores, but a little bit extra bragging rights if you get the overall as well. But there's really no way, unless somebody's got a pit board out there, for him to know that Eric Geis has been able to make up enough time and got close enough to him to wrestle away that overall lead. SMF Extreme section, riders working their way through. Heard Justin Coquinos talk about how much more challenging those doubles are getting in that section as the dirt keeps getting moved around, the logs have gotten moved around. What was a beautifully designed section at the beginning of the race now becoming even more challenging as it is. Oh, look at this. We finally got a sweep rider out here.
Finally got some help for Dawson there. And wow.
Yeah, wheel that thing side to side. I thought we might need a piece of equipment to pull out that stuck Can-Am, but it looks like it might be the stuck ATM that's going to require some additional assistance.
Tough break there for Dawson after such a solid start to the day. Still a very solid day.
Yeah, grabbing the win in that girls class with 1-1 moto scores. Grabbing the win in moto number 1 of this women's B class. Has her machine absolutely buried here.
I mean, absolutely as hard on the throttle as you can be.
The only thing I can think is just those foot pegs. That machine sitting slightly lower, being that it is a Super Mini or a 105. The smaller wheels, maybe the foot pegs digging into the bank there, which is causing the machine to stop. More riders working their way through the FMF Extreme section. Now back to the Dunlop split lane. Dawson getting those goggles back out. She's no quitter. She's not going to give up. She's back out there, going to push it to the finish line. 5 laps complete. White flag is waving. The next time through for Axton Sudrith will be a checkered flag, and only one more moto remaining. Our pro finale here at Lake Sugar Tree for the JDay. Papa Heron coming past the Racer TV booth here, clicking off the laps inside the top 3. There he is, third place.
One more lap.
Gregory Likens and Barry Nelson there ahead of him. Papa Heron chipping away at it. Here is your leader on screen, Axton Sudrith. Just a few more miles. Put this one in the books. Oh, again, Sudrith firing back 2 seconds faster on that last lap of racing than Eric Geis. Still not quite enough to wrestle back that overall lead, but we'll have to wait and see if it is enough on this final lap. And this is it, last section and just the moto track to go. And Axton Sudrith looking to put the finishing touches on this one, Zach.
Here it is, that final approach. The FPV drone going to bring us along with him as Sudrith trying to put a stamp on what has been a fantastic day here for him at Lake Sugar Tree. Just a few more corners remain. And we'll be chatting with him over at the Fox JDay podium. On final approach, I want to head that way.
All right, Zach Heron going to head down and get a word in with Axton Sudrith, our winner here. One last corner to go. That rider working his way through the chicane. White flag for that rider, but checkered flag for Austin Sudrith. 1-1 on the day, grabbing the overall victory. Yamaha Racing finish line here. More riders checking their way through. We've got some of our women's B riders checking in. There is Caroline Dawson, who we saw stuck for quite some time. And it sounds like Zach may be ready already with Austin Sudrith.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Yep, Austin Sudrith pulling up here to the Fox JDay podium. Going to throw that helmet off, and we're going to chat a little bit, man. We talked about it, expecting big changes between Moto 1 to Moto 2, but one thing stays the same, and that's the man we're talking to afterwards. Take us through this race.
It was good. I got out front early. Just tried to keep a steady pace. Lappers were in the way, but, I mean, the split lanes and everything, you could get around them pretty easy. Everything was good. Track got dusty, but, I mean, it flows real good.
And we've kind of seen you fall into your own here at JDay. We've got another round in the books, another win. We feel like we're kind of getting to figure out on this GP format.
Oh, yeah. I love them. 30 minutes, and then you get to hang out for about 4 hours and just take a nap, do whatever. I love it.
There it is, man. Well, who's helping you out? Who's celebrating with you?
I got my mom's here. Appreciate all the moms coming out, hanging out with everybody. Good Lord keeping me safe. CSR Motorsports, JR Marshall Enterprise, X3M Suspension. I mean, just everybody.
There it is. Austin Sudrith gets the job done. 1-1 here to close out the day for him.
There you go. Austin Sudrith throwing it out there to all the Mother's Day celebratory moms here, coming out, supporting their riders, whether it be here or at home. And a big shout out to Austin Sudrith for a great 1-1 performance here today. Got a little race recap here to show you exactly how he was able to get it done. Courtesy of MX Trophies, this race recap. Sudrith right to the front, right off the line, getting out front, taking command of this one right from the drop of the green flag into the woods, still leading the way, wheeling right across that creek. And then we saw some vintage machines out there just digging their way through these deep ruts. Sudrith working his way through that FMF Extreme section. We saw some riders really getting stuck. The track crew having to jump in and help there. That was Caroline Dawson, but when it came right down to it, Austin Sudrith able to get the job done and actually taking back that overall position with Nicholas Turner in the number 2 spot, Eric Geist rounding out the top 3, Alan Alford 4th, Matthew Bonds in 5th, James Jetmar 6th, Robert Kavanaugh 7th, Kenneth Chikoski Sr. in 8th, Mark Hodling in 9th, and Jarrett Hubbard rounding out the top 10 here with only one moto remaining. Our pro main event coming your way. We saw a battle in moto number 1 right down to the finish with the 206 of Josh Toth grabbing the win. If you missed that one, make sure don't miss this next one. And if you saw that one, you surely don't want to miss the next one. We're going to decide our overall winner here and bring you all of the action live on Racer TV right after this word from our sponsors.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to round 4 of the 2026 season. The JDay Offroad, Fox Racing JDay Offroad, the Redline Oil Lake Sugar Tree GP. It's been a fantastic day of racing. If you have not been with us all day long, I highly suggest you go back and watch some of our racing, but don't go anywhere. Pro Moto number 2 coming up. And if you did miss that first Pro Moto, fear not. We're going to tell you exactly what happened there in Pro Moto number 1 as we take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. It was a battle tooth and nail around that first corner. Justin Coquinos making it happen and putting up one heck of a fight early on. Joey Crown, Ricky Russell up in the mix early on, but this was the make or break section, the Kurt Caselli Foundation Pro only line, and we saw a lot of trouble here, Johnny. It wasn't a matter of if, but when and how much trouble you had. Tyler Medaglia up in the mix as well, up inside that top 2. Chicks Fustini starting this race really strong, but at the end of the day, Josh Toth slowly but surely used his well-roundedness as a rider to start picking people off until he found himself at the top of the field.
Yeah, and it really did come down to that KC66 Pro line there. Toth was able to navigate that section more cleanly, more times than any of the other riders in the Pro class. Ricky Russell putting out a charge midway through, and actually Gus Reardon really put a strong charge in late to get up onto the podium. But with the win in Moto number 1, the 2:06 of Josh Toth, second place position, Tyler Medaglia, and rounding out the podium again, Gus Reardon coming from nowhere late in that one, really putting in a big charge to work his way through.
Now, once again, we want to welcome into the Racer TV and GPTV booth the professor himself, Gary Bailey. Now, Gary, I just saw you scrolling through some photos there. You went and checked out that Kurt Caselli Foundation Pro line. Have we studied it up? Have we got some hotlines figured out for it?
Well, I'm going to tell you, if they leave it like it is, I don't think it's going to happen. You might still get up there. The bottom has got so mucky that it's hard to even get a wheelie going through there. And it's got so deep that the foot pegs are literally dragging going up. However, I made a suggestion. Now, I don't know whether Eric's going to do this or not. If they pulled the banners as they go into the creek before that place where they were going up the hill, if they pull the banners back 50 feet, there's 2 other spots that are doable. Not easy, but doable, which I thought would be really cool to go, let's put the challenge to them again and see if somebody wants to take the shortcut. So, yeah, I looked at it. It's pretty nasty down there, pretty mucky. I heard there's a few guys that weren't happy about running through the water. I won't mention any names.
Well, you know, when it comes right down to it, that section was a huge factor in Moto number 1.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and I think it's so funny. We often talk about the FMF Extreme section like this, but that Kurt Caselli Pro line, realistically 50 to 100 feet, depending on which line you took, and ultimately the make-or-break opportunity for the race. And even somebody like Josh Toth managing that risk, right? Do I take it early on? And we saw him make, honestly, probably 4 or 5 different passes in that section. Then once he got that comfortable gap, said, hey, it's not worth the risk anymore. And I kind of talked to him off mic a little bit, and I was like, are we hitting that in the second moto? And he said, we'll just have to see, honestly, because just like you said, Gary, so cupped up now at this point, being able to get that drive up and forward as we see it on our screen now, be a lot easier said than done.
Oh, so look at this. They have changed it up dramatically. They've actually roped off the line to the right, so the go-around line is gone, but they've went ahead and they pushed a lot of down, making it much easier to
I was looking at that, and I was going, they're probably not going to do that. But no, that's cool.
Well, that really changes the face of things. So now it's you have to go up there.
Yeah,
it's
if you're
really
a pro rider sitting on the line right now, you might want to be paying attention. They have roped off that go-around line, you will be going up the embankment, but they have moved some dirt and, theoretically.
So how many guys that are sitting on the line up there have a TV screen in front of them where they can figure
hear
that
us
out?
on the
Can
PA.
you help me with that?
They can help us on the PA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and Gary, that is the kind of uniqueness of off-road racing. The riders are given an opportunity to go out and preview the course, but then the course is ever evolving and changing. It is in moto as well, but maybe not quite as extreme in certain sections.
Correct.
Obviously, with moto, you have lips going away on jumps, or kickers developing, or ruts and that kind of stuff changing. And in a mud race, it's kind of all bets are off in moto as well. But in off-road and GNCC, as you know, like when the conditions change, especially in a section like that, these aren't prepped courses. So when you have virgin dirt that's really never had tires touch it, it's amazing how quickly it erodes.
You don't know what's going to happen with that dirt they just put there.
Exactly.
It's not going to last long.
Yeah, even if they have it prepped perfectly, I do believe looking at that, I'm going to go on a limb and say it's going to be pretty easy for these guys the way that they've prepped that. But again,
Looks like it.
I'm talking lap one. Yeah. I think lap one, all these riders are just going to ride up it, no problem at all.
Correct.
But depending on how much water gets drug up, and remember, we have not only our pro riders on the line, we have our A250 class and our other A classes out there. So all of those riders are going to be dragging water up there, and their wheels are going to be churning that up, digging that rut out. But it looks like they did it wide enough to me. From that camera angle, it's not just one line. It looks like it's wide enough for multiple bikes to fit up there. So we'll see how long it holds up. And the way they've got it bannered off, the go-around line, no longer an option, meaning it could turn into a melee.
There you go. Looking forward to that.
It's going to be exciting. We like that.
We're glad you're here. I like melee. When I'm sitting here, I like melees.
Absolutely.
We call those bottlenecks.
Yes. Well, here it is, the final moto of the afternoon, the final race of round 4 of the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. Josh Toth trying to make it a 1-1, but he's got the likes of Tyler Medaglia, Ricky Russell, Jigs Bustini, Gavin Simon with a very solid first moto, and not to mention Justin Kokinos grabbed that early start and really kind of managed the front of the field that first lap or two. Gus Reardon, I was going to say, worked up into that number 3 spot right as the checker flag came out. What could he do with a solid start?
Zach, I got one thing to say before this one kicks off. I'm excited.
Well,
Let's go racing. Well, they started, but look at this. Once again, rocketing off the line. Kickstarting that YZ250, Justin Kokinos. Looks like Gavin Simon up there as well. And is that Joey Crown?
Yes.
It is. Joey Crown up into the number 2 spot. A disastrous moto number 1 for him. But he has recovered and now up into the number 2 spot and already putting pressure on Kokinos. So Crown looking to rebound after a very, very rough moto number 1. Gavin Simon up in there, Jigs Festini in there, and there is Josh Toth, your moto number 1 winner in the number 5 spot.
And this is a perfect position for Josh Toth. Not, I think, interested in fighting over that number 1 ride right off the bat. We saw him pick his way forward there in moto number 1. Going to let the race come to him here in Moto 2 as well. But how about a kickstart? Kokinos making it happen once again with a 1-2 kick. Joey Crown, though, he's got an opportunity to play spoiler here in this second moto.
Well, how about things are going to change as soon as they hit the back section where they couldn't water and it's dusty as heck. That poor guys in 5th, 6th, 7th are going to be hating it.
Well, and I think that was a great point there, Gary. In moto number 1, we saw those close battles early on, 4, 5, 6 riders in the same camera shot. I just don't think they're going to be able to sustain that with as thick as the dust is right now.
I don't think so. Not in that section.
I think we're going to see groups of 2, maybe 3 riders at the most, and then good-sized gaps of 5, 10, even more seconds in between those riders as that dust gets so thick. The wind is blowing a little bit here, but as the A250 class gets off and underway, it is a battle right from the get-go in this one as well.
Here we go, off and rolling that second row underway. As we get ready to take a look back at our 3rd row A200 and A Open, as well as that Open A Electric class. Look at this, already some flip-flopping here. Rivers Morris we see on the Kawasaki doing a little bit of spotting in that Sportsman race. A little late off the jump. They're going to charge it deep into turn number 1.
Rivers Morris going real wide there.
Yeah, wow. Ended up losing a spot there around that first corner.
Almost lost 2, but he gets it back there in turn number 2, and then loses his drive.
Little kick there. Takes that number 2 spot away,
though. It
though.
looked like he was getting that spots away.
Yep.
Kokinos still leading the way, and just as predicted, that dust playing a big factor here. He's got a sizable gap here over Joey Crown in the number 2 spot. And then Jigs Festini making some moves early on into that number 3 spot. But look at this. Toth has already made the pass on Gavin Simon, as has Gus Reardon. Simon back there just behind. Then comes Tyler Medaglia and Ricky Russell. Medaglia making contact with the tree. Look at this. No, they have changed it altogether, so it's not actually – they moved the whole track over. Look at this.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's what we needed right there. We needed these options. I love it.
Oh, Ricky Russell. Oh, things going from bad to worse for Ricky. Tyler Medaglia there taking the out-around line.
Man, so how about it? Coquinos had opened things up, but look at this. It is closed right back in here through the FMF Extreme section. Coquinos, Crown, and Fustini 1, 2, and 3 with Toth and Reardon right there in tow.
And looking at this section reminds me, I got to correct myself from the last moto. When I said it was arena cross, it was actually enduro cross that I really like. So I got to make myself feel better by correcting that.
Well, I'll tell you what, making himself feel better right now, Joey Crown going down early in moto number 1, finishing back in, I believe, the 9th place position, but digging deep here on lap number 1 of moto number 2, eating that dust off the rear wheel of Justin Coquinos and pushing himself up to that number 3 spot. But look at this now. Reardon has made the pass on Josh Toth and is now up to the number 4 spot and looking like he quickly wants to try to zap Jigs Festini, take away that 3rd place position right away.
Fustini holding up just a little bit in the entrance of that Yamaha finish line. Reardon going to try to funnel to the inside now.
Looked like one of those bump and no-goes.
Yeah.
Man, Reardon had some serious pace in moto number 1, but we saw him too many times on the wrong side of an unfortunate incident, charging hard late to get himself up into a podium position, meaning he's still in the mix for the win here today, especially now with Medaglia way back in the pack and also being ahead of our race leader, Josh Toth. So as they run right now, Toth would be ahead of, I believe, would be ahead of, there's Festini, and there is Reardon. So
I talked about this early, but pay attention to that little tabletop and the speed that they were going over that, and compare that when we get over to that pro section. Through there. It's almost the same speed that it takes. It's just a mind thing whether you're going to do it or not. Of course, for these guys, it's not a mind thing. They're going to do it.
I'm telling you what, though, Crown on the charge, wanted to get as close as he could, if not around Coquinos, at least before they ducked back off into the woods.
And here's why. This section of racetrack, very, very dusty, especially right here. Once they make this left, you can see the dust kicking up. Visibility goes to next to 0. Jigs Festini in the 3rd spot. Still Reardon there in 4th. And Josh Toth rounding out the top 5. You can see Coquinos opening up just a little bit there over Joey Crown, Festini, Reardon, and Toth, your top 5 through this camera shot here. And switching back to our Fox Racing FPV drone, Coquinos leading the way. The drone slipping in between Coquinos and Crown right there on the rear wheel.
So how about it? These two kicking up a cloud of dust for the rest of the field behind them. Meanwhile, trying to set the table for 2. Coquinos absolutely lighting those powder berms up. You see Crown doing a great job of not following.
This guy can't hardly see anything. He's trying to figure out where it is.
Jigs Fustini once again finds himself up inside the top 3 off the start. A very solid performance for the KTM rider.
So strong early on in moto number 1, having some issues late, dropping back in the running order, but was battling for the lead with Coquinos throughout much of the first part of moto number 1 just a few hours ago.
I'm sure this is a blessing for them getting out of the dust now until they get to that obstacle that they're going to have to deal with.
You can see that gap.
And this has gotten a lot worse too.
Yes.
This has gotten really bad where I think jumping off of that bank is not a good option anymore.
Basically, none of them are anymore, just ever so slightly. Whoa, Toth.
You know it's tough when you see Josh Toth with the feet off. Oh, Medaglia has made some moves now, up to the number 6 spot.
Well, that was clean.
Oh! What?
I don't know what I just saw, but that was...
Hello?
Well, replay. We need it.
There must be something there on that bank that was piled up that he was able to hop over and straight to the lead. Jigs Festini. Coquinos probably has no idea what just happened.
Neither do we.
Jigs Festini finding something there to use as a launching pad.
Take a look at
this.
Replay here.
Here's Coquinos. And Festini left, coming from the right to the left, finding something to hop off of. And just as Coquinos makes the corner, Festini launches all the way over.
Wow.
Where did he come from?
There's something there that he used to.
I think I need to go back there and check that out. I missed something.
Man, what a line from Fustini. You want to talk about making time up.
Unbelievable.
From third to first, and
he passed Crown and then jumped right past Coquinos there. And now Reardon putting some heavy pressure on Joey Crown for that number 3 spot, just behind Coquinos in second.
Man, oh man. So Jigs Fustini getting jiggy with it through that Kurt Caselli Foundation Pro Only line.
I wonder if he walked that and found that when he was walking it.
It's got to be. I mean, you think about the entire section was changed between the first and second moto.
Yeah.
And he clearly did a great job of keeping that line under wraps.
I hope we get a better shot of it where he's actually coming from.
Yeah, I'm curious how he's setting that up.
Yeah.
Well, he set himself up to be in a great position, that's for sure.
Well, what he wasn't doing, I'm sure, he's not dropping down into the creek.
Yep.
He's getting on the bank on the other side before that and then launching.
Yeah, launching all the way across
yeah.
as Fustini. Look at how much time he saved. Drops down to a 3:55 on that last lap, and he's got the pace on the rest of the field to be able to keep this up as well.
And if he does that every lap, it's going to be a win-win.
Well, if he's able to stretch this out even more, nobody else is going to even be able to see what he's doing.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing, too, there is you have to wonder what it is that he's jumping off of. We don't know if it's a log or just some dirt piled up there, or he's just preloading the machine and kind of bunny hopping over there. But regardless, every time they do that, we've seen that with the creek jump in that other section, a little bit of dirt gets eroded away. Gus Reardon really looking racy.
I'd run back there to check it out, but the moto will be over before I even get there.
Well, I don't know that I'm running anywhere, but if you got an ATV, maybe I could get back there and check it out. There we go. Coquinos in the number 2 spot. Still Crown in third, and Gus Reardon applying the pressure from the number 4 spot. Third in moto number 1, trying to put himself in position to battle for this overall. Ahead of Josh Toth in the number 5 spot. And Medaglia made some quick moves there on lap number 1 to get himself up into the mix in the number 5 spot. Reardon not affected by the dust at all. As the Professor Gary Bailey pointed out earlier, if you're close enough, look at this, to the inside, and Gus Reardon leaning on Joey Crown.
Oh, and then the dust where we can't see anything, nor can they.
And Crown still hangs on to it. Oh, and then Gus cuts back across.
That was a around the outside move from Crown there, trying to close the door. But Reardon sensed it coming, checked up a little bit, and then just blocked the line of Crown, making it to the apex of the corner. And look at this. This is one of our A-class riders there, stuck in those ruts that we saw some of our women's B riders stuck in. Here comes Fustini in the lead. And to your point, Zach, he has a big enough gap right now.
Yeah.
They are not going to be able to see what he's done to make that line work. So unless somebody's out there to point that line, he is going to gain even more time. Look at this now. Reardon in the number 3 spot, but I did not see Crown there in 4th. So
look at there.
There he goes, hops across again.
And, I mean, really does not even look that difficult for him.
Oh, and that's the line there everybody's using, but they're dropping down.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. Gus Reardon makes the pass on Coquinos to the number 2 spot. I expect to see Reardon really charge here to try to reel in Fustini and see if he can get eyes on that bunny hop line that Fustini is losing. But right now, Fustini is Gone gone.
Well, we've been talking about it. Jigs Fustini wanting to get back into this points championship, and we were able to catch up with him earlier this weekend and talk about just that.
Sounds like we may be having some trouble with that interview there. Was all we could get out of it. But we'll have our producer check in with us and see if they've got that interview ready to go. But right now, leading the way, Jigs Fustini in the number 2 spot. Gus Reardon was able to make his way around Justin Coquinos there in that section. But look at this, out front making dust and making time. Jigs Fustini stretching the throttle cable. He is on a roll.
What do you guys bet? Is somebody else going to figure that out? across that creek?
Well,
and even if they do, are they going to go for it?
Well, I think any of those riders, if they could see what was happening, would give it a go. The problem is they're not close enough right now. And the other thing is, again, I'm speculating, but whatever Jigs is using to hop over there may not last the entirety of the moto. So it might be kind of a
too little, too late.
Yeah, attack early strategy. And as that line erodes and goes away, if it does, he's already got the lead, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. But we'll see how it progresses.
How about if we get that drone to fly right over there where we can see the exact thing he's taking off of?
Well, and I tell you what else I'm not seeing. Not quite like what we see at GNCC with the mud fleas. Nobody pointing that line out, telling the other riders this is where he's jumping at. Everybody more or less just pulling the phone out, wanting to get a clip for the Instagram.
That's what I'd be doing.
Hey, I'm telling you what, that was absolutely mind-boggling. And but when our camera panned back out, it really wasn't as wild of a line as we had initially thought it was. Just seems like a proper
Well, I don't know.
setup.
It looked pretty wild from where I was sitting right here.
I'm telling you, well, it's easy to say that from the announcer's booth, that's for sure, as Fustini continues to drop down. Now a 3:53 on that last lap. Gus Reardon dropping the pace down to a sub-4 minute 3:58, and the rest of the field outside that 4:05. Ricky Russell trying to come back to life with a 4:02, but after those early get-offs, it is going to be tough to climb back up inside a top 3.
So we'll have to look at our results from Moto number 1, but as they run, I believe it would be Gus Reardon in the position to win the overall here in the number 2 spot. With a third in Moto number 1, we'll see if we can get some math statistics going here and see what the tail of the tape is as they run. Fustini leaning back on that rear wheel, getting every inch of traction and making dust in all these sections, making it harder for the riders behind to follow. But Reardon in the number 2 spot, trying to close the gap, but Fustini right now just on another level.
So at the moment, it is Reardon hanging on to the overall win as they run for the moment.
I think Jigs Fustini may be on the overall podium as they run.
Yep, Toth and Fustini would round out your overall podium at the moment. Still plenty of racing to go with only 3 laps complete.
Now, if Toth can get around Crown, and if he's able to get around Kokinos, that would change the landscape of the points, and I believe it would be Josh Toth with the overall victory if Fustini and Reardon would finish 1-2. But right now, Fustini just on another... Oh, did we miss Fustini coming through this section?
No, it's next. This is the first cross.
Yep, there is Fustini already through that section and gone, and onto the KC66 Pro line, jumping that creek again. Reardon still not taking advantage of that line. He's taking a look, though. Did you see that? He looked to his left. You can tell he knows something's going on over there.
Well, when there's suddenly a crowd of people all with their phones out, you got to think something's happening over here that you're not privy of.
Definitely.
Kokinos through in the number 3 spot. Next up should be that battle over the number 4 spot between Joey Crown and Josh Toth. Toth has gotten around, so that makes the points a little bit closer.
Oh,
look at that.
Was that Russell?
It is Ricky Russell making a move.
How about that? Yeah, rough and rowdy, figuring the line out, and now bringing the fight to the rear wheel, Josh Toth.
Yeah, bringing the fight to Toth. The 2 Cowies running right in formation there with just behind them Tyler Medaglia.
Meanwhile, Fustini making his way through the Yamaha finish line, already another lap in the books. And Fustini, at the moment, could be the biggest benefactor as far as the points championship goes, running inside that top 3, while both Reardon and Toth have had their issues and are outside the top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Medaglia is starting to make up positions as well. Another rider embattled in that championship points battle. Toth now up to the number 4 spot. I believe if he gets around Kokinos, who's just there on track ahead of him, that would put him back in position to take the overall victory here and wrestle that away from the grasp of Gus Reardon as they run right now. But just behind them, Ricky Russell and Tyler Medaglia. Here is your leader, Jigs Fustini, out front. Man, that line that he has found, made, whatever it may be there, has been hugely beneficial for him with a big lead on track over Gus Reardon. And then Justin Kokinos in the number 3 spot.
Gonna give a shout out.
Oh, I thought that was Josh Toth for a minute, but it wasn't. There's Toth, there is Ricky Russell, and there is Tyler Medaglia. So that is 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Dylan De La Cruz leads the way out of your A250 class.
What happened to Crown that was up there running in the top 2 or 3?
He's been pushed back. He is just behind Tyler Medaglia there. in the number 7 spot.
Yeah, no, I can see that, but I wonder how he went from where he was back that far.
Yeah, I think maybe that crash that he had in Moto number 1 possibly taking a little wind out of his sails, and also this track a little bit more technical than some of the others. Joey Crown, not a woods rider, and especially those extreme sections and the KC66 Pro line seeming to really kind of set him back and cost him a lot of time so far this weekend.
Joey a bit smaller in stature as well, and we've seen more than a few times these riders use those legs to their advantage. Wow, look at that, blowing that powder berm up is...
Who would believe it if I told him that we had rain Thursday?
I'm telling you, no, I said it
I don't
earlier
believe
this
you.
week. Incredible. Give a shout out to Dane Morales leading the way out of your Open A class, our Arena Cross AX Lights champion from this past season. Races some Supercross, Pro Motocross from the ASV Inventions back ride. Saw him a little bit earlier, trains out at Club MX, and he's trying to find out what this JDay thing's all about, as well as look at how thick this dust has gotten. The wind might be blowing by where we're at, but this is completely surrounded by trees and impenetrable by this relatively light breeze for the moment.
And that continues to give Jakes Festini an advantage, the one rider on track other than lapped riders that has no dust kicking up in front of them. Clear vision, allowing him to really charge through these corners, and you can see just how challenging the vision is here.
Ryder just appears out of a dust cloud.
Yep. There is Joey Crown there, and then Gavin Simon working their way through. Here we go. Justin Coquinos in the number 3 spot. Oh! Off the machine. And this will give Josh Toth an opportunity to make the pass.
Oh, there we go. Wow.
And that was the pass for the overall points lead right now, as not points for the series, but points for the day. Josh Toth now in position.
We got one coming.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
There was Toth now jumping in.
That was
as
Toth
well.
figuring the line out.
Ricky Russell jumping in. And they both got around Coquinos there. So Josh Toth passed him in the creek, and then Ricky Russell passing him somewhere as well, probably when he jumped that creek. Back to our third-place rider, Josh Toth, with a 1-3 moto score would be enough to get the victory here today. And Jakes Festini checking through the scoring line. Chicane still leading the way with a sizable gap over Gus Reardon. Back on track, Ricky Russell giving chase. Here comes Reardon across the finish line in the number 2 spot.
Well, take a look at this replay of what happened to Justin Coquinos. We've seen this line get deeper and deeper on the exit of this creek crossing. This was originally a creek jump. The lip has gone away, and then right there you see it
swallowed the front end.
The front end got swallowed up, and then watch this. Toth just threads the needle, cuts right back across. Maybe left just a little bit of the MSR gear on the tree bark there, but gets the pass made, and with it, looking at a potential overall victory here from round 4.
He certainly wasn't expecting that front end to drop in that big hole.
Well,
that
and
bike just kind of come to a stop.
That might have been from our Can-Am friend earlier today in our last race. We saw him stuck in that section, had the throttle wide open, and kind of dug that out.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
That's one of those things about those standing water sections, so deceiving as to what lays beneath. As look at this, identical lap times between Fustini and Reardon. Toth as well.
Wow. Oh, pretty big gaps between those guys on track, though. So if they're running the same lap times, they're going to need a little bit of help to catch the rider in front of them.
That is pretty amazing that the length of this track and all the variety of things that are there, that they can be like within the same
close.
time. It's just crazy.
So really want to blow your mind. Come to a GNCC or an off-road race where we're talking 25, 30-minute laps, and a lot of times it's fractions of a second separating the top runners in the lap time battles throughout the day. 4-minute lap times are just under here today. And like you pointed out, identical lap times for the top 3. Things really starting to settle in here pace-wise.
And your top 3 on track would be your top 3 in the overall. Josh Toth, third on track, but would grab the overall win. Reardon in second, and Fustini rounding out your top 3 as the points lie for the moment.
Yep, so reverse order of how they're running in this moto. Fustini leading the way. Reardon in the number 2 spot, and Toth in third. Fustini's going so fast we're hardly even getting any camera shots of him.
That was a little different S-line through there.
some of our A250, A Open riders, A200 riders working their way through. Now here comes your leader, Jakes Festini.
Oh, squeaked through there.
Woo. Letting it all hang out.
Man.
Those are the things where you hope that lapper just gets out of the way and doesn't lean in your direction. Looks like we got another big jump coming. I love it. I love it.
Front end starting to dip down just a little bit off that. That lip's going away. The gap may not be that big, but that is not one you want to come up short on.
Reardon now has found the line in the number 2 spot, but not able to make any real gains on Jakes Festini. Looking like Festini with 5 laps complete, marching away with this one. And unless we see a charge late in the moto like we saw in moto number 1 out of Reardon, I think Festini may have this moto win and overall podium in hand.
Look at the gap, though.
I was just going to say, where'd the
Reardon
rest
has
of the
made
guys
up.
go?
Whoa.
Josh Toth and Ricky Russell both making the jump. Josh Toth coming up a little bit short, a little bit of a case job there.
Well, and not only is landing on the other side key, you immediately go back into a really steep uphill right after that. So something like Toth getting kicked forward, not getting that drive up the next hill could be just as detrimental as not doing the jump at all. Meanwhile, the Cowie boys have been going at it. Josh Toth and Ricky Russell.
3rd and 4th on track. Ricky Russell, great comeback ride after seeing his bike upside down and him laying in the water on lap number 1.
Got him hydrated, got him cooling off, and he was on the charge.
And Ricky Russell could play the spoiler here for the overall, because if he gets around Josh Toth, that would mean Gus Reardon would be back into position to take that overall victory here. 6 laps done and 2 more to go. Festini out on track, already on the other side of the pond here. Reardon in the number 2 spot, and the battle between the Kawasaki riders of Toth and Russell will be the one that decides the overall, not between them, but between Josh Toth. Oh, look at that, Festini back end getting loose coming out of that corner.
And I'm telling you what, I want to see those Luxon lap times for this last lap. I think Reardon has now dropped faster than Festini, because I think that gap is definitely closing up. Late in the race seems to be where Gus thrives, and maybe a spot where Festini can still make a little bit of time up. As there he is. So the Phoenix Racing Honda is on the charge.
And that, again, would shift the overall. Yep. If Reardon can pass Festini, or if Ricky Russell passes Josh Toth, that swings the pendulum back in the direction of Reardon for the overall. If you're in the position that Reardon's in, you surely don't want to leave it to chance and have to wait and see. I'm thinking that he may know if he's able to make the pass on Jakes Festini, that is the pass for the overall. So I think he's all out sprint at the moment. Dylan De La Cruz still leading the way in that A250 class over Rivers Morris, Peter Shaw, and Tyler Toms rounding out the top 5. There is your overall leader.
Good job from that lap rider, realizing that is not somebody in my class. I need to move out of the way.
And this dust, definitely a big factor here. Waiting for a bike just to appear out of the dust should be the big number 6 of Gus Reardon.
Let me know when you see him, will you?
Still not, when we left that camera shot, jumping ahead here to the Dunlop split line. Festini in lap traffic now as well.
And you think about that, something as simple as a lap rider being stuck, holding Festini up ever so slightly.
Oh, a little aggressive there going into it.
I think Festini stretched it back out again.
He may have through that section.
Hey, how bad would it be if somebody went to jump while one of those guys is like this guy coming across while they're doing the jump?
Yeah.
That could get pretty sketchy.
Yeah, no crossing guards here on this one.
No.
So look at this. Festini still 6 seconds slower than Gus Reardon on that last lap. So Reardon has picked the pace up.
350 for Gus Reardon. I believe that is the fastest lap we've seen today.
Definitely. And the track's not getting any better.
No, definitely not. That one section there, that KC66 Pro line, They've made up some time there by jumping over that creek, but other than that, the rest of the track has only gotten rougher with each passing lap, each moto. 6 laps complete. Jake Festini a couple corners ahead here.
And only a couple. He is 1, maybe 2 corners ahead on the motocross track.
Zach, I'm waiting and watching here to see if our track official is going to grab the white flag, and so far it does not look like that is the case. So we may see this one go 9 laps.
You know, even though the track's going away, one thing that could change and make it a little bit faster, once you got a lot of ruts and berms that you can lay it into, you can be a whole lot more aggressive that way.
No white flag, so 2 more laps. This one's going to go 9 laps, and Gus Reardon is on an absolute charge.
And he is smiling ear to ear with not seeing that white flag yet. That is exactly what he was hoping for. Meanwhile, Jig's probably saying, you got to be kidding me.
Still with the comfortable gap, but he knows Gus Reardon is on a charge, and he was so strong late in Moto. Number 1 was Reardon. You've got to believe that if he's able to get any closer, he's really going to start applying the pressure. You can see a full-out assault right now on this motocross track. Reardon pushing for every fraction of a second in every single corner.
I'm a little surprised in this next section, once they do this tabletop, that nobody's doing a double in the rollers over there. A lot of times in moto, guys are doing doubles there. Nobody seems to be doing that. It kind of surprises me. A little bit of a float over.
Yeah, I've pretty much only seen that one float over double being done through that inside as well.
Reardon's taking a look over, seeing if he can catch sight of Jake Festini.
It's another thing, as far as I can tell, Johnny, I haven't seen any spots where riders are getting information. No pit boards, nothing like that. So kind of flying blind out here and just having to trust that you are making the gap up.
Or blowing the berm up.
Hey.
It would be interesting to me to know how the other guys, or first of all, how the first place figured it out. Then how the other guys started figuring out, like, was there somebody telling them there, or did they just, because of the experience, or how did they figure that one out?
Yeah, it looked like by that second or third lap there was enough buzz around that area. I think the riders started to realize something was going on if there wasn't somebody already there pointing it. But I want to know where Jake Fustini came up with that, if he had been walking out there like you said, Gary, or whether or not it was
He must have, because just to pull that off on a new section they just laid out, that's pretty gutsy.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That wasn't the word I was going to use, but I'm going to call it gutsy, okay?
And Fustini he's been riding around on the mountain bikes, been putting in several laps around this course, but like we said, I mean, completely changing that section from Moto 1 to Moto 2, so got to wonder how far out he was looking, how much he was expecting things to change.
I mean, I would have understood on the second lap, because he had a chance to go, oh, hey, I can probably jump across that.
There's Festini jumping across that creek at the Dunlop split lane.
Not wasting any time there either.
No, pushing the pace. How far back is Gus? Oh, he's close.
He's here.
Little dab there, costing him just a couple, not even seconds, fractions of a second. There's Festini, 1,001,
right now.
1,002.
I thought he was closer than that.
4, 1,005, 6, 7, 1,008, 1,009. Just under 10 seconds.
Yep.
He was 6 seconds faster, though, just 2 laps ago. So he's within striking distance, but we should see a white flag waving once Festini navigates the motocross track here coming out of this FMF extreme section.
They're coming down to just over a lap now, and little glance over there from Fustini, and he might have caught the Phoenix Racing Honda of Gus Reardon, no question about it. He is there. Fustini, the first pro rider on site here for this event, and almost immediately got busy checking this course out. The creativity pays off dividends early on, but now it comes down to grit and fitness. Who's willing to go the difference? Who wants it the most? As Gus Reardon is on the charge, and Johnny, that is the last person I want breathing down my neck with a white flag coming out.
White flag in hand. Jake Festini takes a look over, does not see Gus Reardon, but just behind that camera shot, Gus Reardon is there, but Festini one last lap to push to keep Reardon at bay, and I don't think Reardon is close enough.
I don't either. He's going to need some kind of mistake from Fustini.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen by himself. Now, whether a lap rider or something could get in the mix.
Sure.
Anything possible, especially with that dust kicking up. But Fustini
done such a great job throughout this race. As we take a look once again, 6 seconds faster was Gus Reardon on the Phoenix Honda than Jigs Fustini.
I counted 7 seconds there. But I think where it continues to stretch out is that dusty section is where Fustini is able to make that time. And Reardon gets close, but just can't quite get close enough to get to the rear wheel. But this is as close as he has been, folks. Fustini exiting that right-hander. Gus Reardon coming into the right-hander. This is much closer than he was a lap ago.
No doubt about
closer.
it. Reardon on the charge.
Fustini knows he's there now. They look across the banner at each other.
I wonder whether Fustini was even aware that he was on the charge, because you could see him entering that extreme section. Doesn't look like he was charging super, super hard. Meanwhile, no question about it now.
Well, here's another factor. Now there's dust in front of... Was that Fustini?
Yeah, I believe we saw Fustini check in there. Yeah,
so
there goes
Fustini. I thought that was a lap rider making the dust. And there is Reardon. He's close.
Well, he's closed up the gap a lot, isn't he?
We love to see it, the final lap of the final moto here of round 4 of the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. Jigs Fustini, Gus Reardon, and Josh Toth, 1, 2, and 3, battling for the moto win and battling to decide the spots on the overall podium.
And if Gus Reardon can make the pass on Fustini on this final lap, that would swing the overall in his direction. They're on the same straightaway. I think this one's going to come down to the moto track.
So how about they jump the creek side by side?
That would get a little sketchy. Reardon just pushing, knowing he needs to be close enough to Fustini to try to make a move when they get to the moto track, or maybe even in that extreme section.
Making their way to the first of the 2 creek crossings, the Dunlop split lane.
Lapped riders in the mix. According to live timing and scoring, Josh Toth still in that number 3 spot. And as they run, still enough to take the overall victory, but not if Gus Reardon can get to the rear wheel of Fustini and make the pass. Getting to him isn't enough. He's got to make the pass if he wants to take home the overall today.
Here we go. Hearing some bad news from the Crown family. Looks like Joey Crown exiting this race early. Looks to be okay, but will not see the checker flag in this one. There is Fustini right behind him. There is Reardon. This is going to come down to the final few sections of racetrack as we get ready to enter that FMF Extreme section for the last time.
I don't think there's enough track left.
I think he's running out of time. Fustini doing a great job of not getting caught up in the pressure as well. Not overriding the bike. Whew.
He looking like the way they run, he's going to come up just a couple of bike lengths short. Reardon letting it all hang out. He can see the overall victory in front of him. All he has to do is make the pass on Fustini, but first he's got to get to him. He's looking like he's going to come up just a few bike lengths short. Fustini running in on the berm, jumping that uphill step up. Reardon just not quite close enough yet. This is it, the final straightaway. Fustini makes the right-hander.
Running out of time. What a move. Jigs Fustini strikes early and is going to be able to hang on first into the Yamaha finish line, and Jigs Fustini going to grab the AA Moto 2 win and secure his spot on the overall podium. Gus Reardon, a fantastic finish, just going to come up short of that overall.
You can see the hand gesture there from Reardon. Frustrated, but obviously has to be happy with his ride there, Gary.
Think it all come down to the creek jump?
Absolutely. Jigs Fustini being the first one to uncork that and make those passes early on in the race.
Get that clean air. Get that lap,
Get the clean air. He opened up that gap, and then Gus was all the way back outside the top 5 at that time. Here we go. Oh, thought we had Josh Toth coming in. See if we can get a shot of Josh Toth coming in. I don't believe I have seen him come in just yet. So that will be the deciding factor for the overall. If Toth is able, there he is. Toth on screen. If he is able to come across the line in 3rd, it will be enough for the overall victory here today. But your Moto 2 winner, Jigs Fustini, on the strength of that big creek jump that he pulled out of nowhere, down the final straightaway. Looks like Ricky Russell still behind Toth. Josh Toth looks like he's going to do enough to get the overall victory here with a 3rd place in Moto number 2 and a win in Moto number 1. Josh Toth takes the overall. Ricky Russell crosses the line in 4th. A great comeback ride for Ricky. Gary, we saw Ricky laying in the creek on lap number 1. You can see Josh Toth looking like he's got a little bit of arm pump there, looking pretty tired, taking a look over his shoulder. But he dug deep to hold off Ricky Russell late in that one, and it was enough to earn him the overall victory. Helmet already off, looking for some clean air. And it looks like Josh Toth is going to lean his bike against the tree and head over to the podium to get an interview with Zach Herron. Gary, what'd you think about that
Love a good race. I just like this whole format. You know, and it's good. We got 2 motos. So much can happen. You know, you win the first moto, you think it's all good, and then the second moto, it just doesn't in the way that you had planned. I love this whole layout. I think it's great. I wish more people would know about it and participate.
All right, we're going to throw it down to our man, Zach Herron. Looks like he is not yet with Josh Toth. We've got Jigs Festini, our Moto
Josh just a minute.
Our Moto 2 winner, Jigs Festini, down with Zach Herron.
All right, thanks, guys. I am down here with 3rd overall and your Moto 2 winner, Jigs Festini. Jigs, I'm asking the question on everyone's mind. Where did we come up with that line, man? Was that something we had spotted beforehand? It caught us all off guard on camera, and then slowly but surely the rest of the field started to figure it out. Take us through how you came up with that one.
Yeah, I didn't even see it till this when I came through first lap, and I didn't even know it was there. And coming around second lap, I saw that the 6 were there kind of to make a little bit more of a lip, and I was kind of for the lead, and I forget, it was Justin and someone else was in front, and I was like, man, I just got to hit it. And so hit it, and it felt good, and it wasn't too bad, so finished it out for the rest of the moto and came home with a win.
No doubt about it, man. What a way to end the day. You put yourself on the overall podium, back in this championship fight as well. Got to think we're pretty satisfied with here at round 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my first moto wasn't the best. Kind of had some own problems, but no better way to do it. Second moto, so I'm pretty pumped with that.
No doubt about it, man. Who's celebrating with you? Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my whole family. I mean, they do so much for me. My mom, my sister cleaning my bike in between motos, so thankful for them. Thankful for my dad back home. KTM, TF Racing Suspension, Dunlop, Canning MX Speed Establishment, and really everyone who just helps and supports me. Nothing goes unnoticed, so thank you so much.
There it is, Jigs Fustini. We're going to move right over here to the Phoenix Racing Honda, 2nd overall and 2nd in the moto. Gus Reardon, man, you took it down to the wire. Seems like we're going to start calling you the Diesel, getting warmed up and getting stronger as the race wears on. You picked up on that hot line across the creek. Take us through your perspective here on Moto 2.
Yeah, I was seeing Justin do it lap 2. I was like, I seen him commit. I was like, oh, here we go, front row seat. And I'll give it to him. He had a set of bowls. I didn't want to hit it, but I thought I've got to hit it if I want a shot at this moto win. But yeah, so I started doing it and just closing on that last lap. Just not enough. It was riding on real good.
Did you feel like there was a certain spot you were making time up? You guys would kind of seem like you'd yo-yo on Racer TV. It seemed like the last 2 to 3 laps, just about 6 seconds faster. We saw how close it was at the end, but was there one section in particular you felt like you were making time up?
It must have been 6 seconds slower to go around, because when I was doing the go around, we were staying the same. It was like I was hoping it was going to blow out or something, and then when I started hitting it, there was logs sideways and everything. I was like, oh, I've got to do it. The win's on the line, because I was doing some calculations in my head. If I can get it, I can get the overall, but just fell just a tad short. Doesn't help, I can't start.
Hey, you took it all the way down to the right line, and that's what I was going to say. You gave it your absolute all down to the wire, and you also put yourself kind of back in this championship fight with Ben Kelly being out with injury. We're putting ourselves back in the mix. Was that kind of in the back of your head as well?
Yeah, sort of round by round, and that first moto, the pro-only section got me twice, so I came from back there, and just having fun.
Yeah. Having fun going fast, that's a good way to do it, man. Who's celebrating with you on a great ride?
Thanks to my mechanic, Liam. My mum came out. Happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. I think I've got a few friends and family watching back home, so hi to them, and then just the whole Phoenix Racing crew, Kari Resources, and Oz Ranch.
All right, there it is. Gus Reardon putting on an incredible performance, and it looks like we've got a hydrated Josh Toth. We're going to bring him over here. We'll move Jigs and Gus, let them go get cleaned up after an incredible race. Now we're going to bring up 3rd in this 2nd moto, but your overall winner. Respect given all across the top of this AA field, but Josh Toth, you come out on top here on round number 4, and it looks like it took a lot out of you, man. This certainly didn't come easy. Take us through how we got it done.
Yeah, I was a little under the weather coming into today, and like I said, Moto 1, I really surprised myself and just put in a good race. First moto dragged on, so I knew Moto 2 was going to be brutal, and fortunately I saw P3, and I was kind of running the numbers in my head, and I was just kind of hoping how it stacked up, I'd be in a good spot, but that took everything I had just to hold off Ricky there at the end.
It always blows my mind the amount of math you guys are doing while also racing at the level you are now. The creek jump, probably the biggest talking point here of this second moto. Kind of talk about when you discovered what that hotline was and the decision to commit to it.
Yeah, I never went down there before this moto, but a couple people were asking me about it. They thought I placed it there, but it was kind of a line that I would do, and I didn't see it until, lap 2, or I saw it on the first lap, but man, it just looked like a little stick into like a huge gap, and I wasn't sure about it. So I let those boys figure it out, and I think it was Jigs who sent it first, and man, that was a huge send and a time saver. So I knew I was gonna have to do it. Did it once. The second time I really framed it. Maybe the third time, and after that I just went around.
You played it smart, man. You brought it home for the overall. Who's celebrating with you getting the job done here at round 4?
Yeah, the whole Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV team, Kawasaki. All my sponsors that help out. I really appreciate it.
There it is. Josh Toth gets the job done. Your overall winner here from round 4 of the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix.
Well, there you have it, folks. Here from Lake Sugar Tree, JDay Racing done and dusted for the day. Josh Toth, your overall winner with 1-3 moto scores. Gus Reardon with the 3-2, getting the P2 on the day, and your overall third-place podium finisher, Jigs Festini, a rough Moto 1, but striking back with the win in Moto 2 on the strength of, as it was put by some of his other competitors, a very ballsy move to jump that creek jump.
I'll tell you what, those guys were keeping it PG on the post-race interviews. They certainly, I don't think they wanted to jump it, Johnny. They saw it and they're like, oh, it's so much faster. So an absolutely incredible run and an incredible way to close out round 4, the Red Line Oil Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix. As we take a look at our MX Trophies race recap, it has been a wild day of racing. That Kurt Caselli Pro Line been one to watch all day long, and that was before people started jumping it. The crowd really building up there late in that second moto. Another solid start for Joey Crown, this time, as far as we know, keeping it on 2 wheels, but ultimately having to exit the race early, and that is the move that changed everything. Jigs Fustini figuring out why splash through the creek when you can just jump over it. Justin Coquinos, another solid start for him, but this cost him big time. Josh Toth going to use this as an opportunity to go around. Meanwhile, Jigs Fustini keeping the hopes alive early. Gus Reardon never one to give up, taking it down all the way to the final flag. It was 6 seconds the difference on lap times, and just about 6 or 7 seconds the gap on that final lap. There it is, coming to the checkered flag, and it would be Jigs Fustini grabbing the second moto win and rounding out your overall podium here for round number 4. You're here on site. Don't forget, we've got some incredible podium celebrations coming up shortly after this. We take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. Jigs Fustini, Gus Reardon, Josh Toth, Ricky Russell, and Tyler Medaglia, your top 5, with Justin Coquinos, Gavin Simon, Cole Johnson, Dylan De La Cruz, and Nash Pearson, your top 10, and that is in this second moto. And as we jump back into the Fox Racing studios, once again want to give a big thank you to the professor, Mr. Gary Bailey, for jumping in the booth with us. Gary, always so much fun to be able to share your insights and your outlook on the sport, and we'll have to get you some more of these J-Days.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It was great, and I don't know what y'all are doing, but I got 9 holes of golf in my front yard, and that's where I'm going. So
well, now Johnny's
if I brought my clubs, I'd be over there.
By the way, I have lots of clubs, sir.
All right.
I have plenty of extras.
Let's do it.
There you go.
There it is. So Johnny and Gary are going to go missing. I'm not a golfer, so I'm just going to hang out here. I'll look for that fishing pole, though, Johnny. I'll maybe go see what the creek's got to offer. But it's been a fantastic day of racing all day long. And make sure you guys stay tuned, stay following us along as we look at our JDay upcoming broadcasts. It's going to be June 14th from 8 to 5 all day long. The next round of the 2026 season, our Budds Creek Grand Prix. And then on August 2nd, we'll have round number 6, our Southwick GP. And then to close things out, how about a double header at the Dilla? That's going to be on August 29th and 30th, the Unadilla GP1 and GP2 coming up on August 29th and 30th. Go ahead, mark those calendars, set the notifications on your watch, on your iPad, whatever you got. And then guess what? We got more racing coming up on Racer TV as well, starting right next weekend. GNCC round number 6 live from Ohio, Powerline Park, going to be on May 16th. We'll have ATVs on Saturdays, and we'll have bikes on Sunday. the 17th, and then BRL gets kicked off here in 2026. Shortly after that, May 23rd, out of Hastings, Nebraska. It's going to be a doubleheader on the 23rd and 24th. We want to see each and every one of you there. Well, as always, we got to end things by handing out some thank yous. First and foremost, happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers here on site and all of the mothers watching, all of the mothers involved with racing. We know how much you guys give to the lifestyle we live, but also some big thank yous here with Racer TV and Stoke Media. Of course, our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, our event promoter, Ethan Broach, OPAG, our operations producer, Adam Gordon, OPDH, our producer, Don Hurricane Hampton, our director, Jack Renner, our replay operator, Cameron Cotter, our graphics operator, Tom Armstrong, as well as our audio engineer, DJ Judd Poindexter, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, as well as our second engineer, Adam Art, our incredible camera operators, Matt Gabriel, Jamie Reynolds, Hunyan Shamsi, Nicholas Duanes, Luke Morgan, Joseph Anastasio, Jeff Irvin, and our incredible drone pilots, Gabe Scholl and Ian Howes. For Johnny Gallagher, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time right here on Racer TV and GPTV.